taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
This place is never gonna last. Hello and welcome everyone to another episode of The Last Hit, the only podcast for the LPL. I'm Mazel, your host, and I'm joined once again by my two wonderful co-hosts. I've got Lyric with me to start us off, and I've got Dagda yet again to break down the week's action. I'm just going to start off by saying OMG is the best team in the LPL. They're going to be world champions in 2022. JDG's time is over. They're probably out of the LPL after this year.
I'll take overreactions for 200.
Who'd have thought? But in all actuality, there's been some craziness in the start of the season so far.
Yeah, there's been, I'd say, a lot of unexpected surprises in regards to like the form teams are coming in. I don't think LPL is starting off the best, but all of our rosters change, so it is completely fair. JDG, like you said, do kind of suck. Luckily, though, Mazel, you can't get relegated in the LPL, so you know what? You're just wrong.
As Jordan's favorite team has discovered V5,
Yep.
You just kind of sit there and then you basically take one split off and then try and revamp the roster and then
throw a bunch of money at it.
Take another split off and then come back. Yeah.
It all works out in the end after all of that, but it is actually really, really interesting. And so I do want to lead this conversation into talking about what we saw this week and the fact that, OMG is 3-0. EDG look like they haven't missed a step in their actual dominance of the Rift and all of that kind of coming together.
Yeah, I mean, Mazel, there's a lot. There's 17 teams. You know what? I'm gonna take over. I'm just gonna pick the team that jumps up to me that I want to talk about. Me, Lyric.
What surprises you most, Lyric? Let's see what
honestly,
you got.
Rare Adam, which is kind of confusing because Rare Adam are just 1-1. But I think Rare Adam actually look really good. Like, surprisingly better than I expected. I think a lot of us had them very low in the tier list. Junja not starting, Lil Yen coming in, but Lil Yen looked insane on the rec side. I actually brought it out in 2 games already, which is pretty cool. Super proactive early on. Strive kind of living up to the hype, not necessarily taking over games, maybe like someone like Shanji has over on OMG, but still looking quite good. And I feel like the other members of RA, Zora, looked atrocious in Demacia Cup. I thought he was going to be the worst support in LPL, came in and has had some good performances so far. So I think Rare Adam looked like a team that are probably going to take a lot of games off the top teams.
I'm just going to say it bluntly. They're Demacia Cup. They sucked. I looked at this team, was like, does anyone know what they're doing?
No.
It was like they were running around like headless chickens, and like every so often they discovered that birdseed had been sprinkled somewhere on the map, but nobody came at the same time. It was like one person arrived, and then the others found out from a squawk that was where the birdseed was, and they'd eventually show up. But at that time, they'd already got butchered. It was awful. It was so bad. So for them to come in and actually look pretty good, I was really surprised. Like, Corky for the Strive, that rocket for the triple kill was nasty. Like, this guy actually had some really cool moments. So I do agree, Strive hasn't taken over games, but certainly like living up to a lot of the expectations that were set on him. And the fact Rare Adam looked like a team at all brings me so much joy.
And I just gotta say one more thing. For context, Dagda is coming off of just casting 6 games literally like 20 minutes ago. And I love this. Is the tired Dagda unfiltered, just going in on RA, but also giving them the credit, right? Because again, that was Demacia Cup. This is LPL. RA did lose to LNG, but it was a super close series. RA definitely could have won it. And yeah, I just don't think there's enough good things to say about RA. I think they're definitely going to be a middle tier team that are contending for playoffs.
And I think that, talking a little bit about it, you already mentioned their name once, but that conversation about RNG and maybe the too early take, but seeing them falter a little bit early on with this new, or I guess, revamped iteration of the roster.
Mr. RNG, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a bit messy. The fact that we haven't actually seen them kind of solidify an identity is kind of the big one for me. It feels like they still need time to get that together, because I think a lot of people are going, well, they were so heavily on Xiaohu playing side lanes and playing towards Xiaohu. They didn't really know how to play the mid game. So coming back into this, we're seeing Bin playing very aggressive in the top lane, but not really getting a huge amount of resources there. It feels like they're trying to play a little bit more around Gala, but it's not really coming together. I think Xiaohu still looks really good in the mid lane, but definitely their mid game has taken a hit as a result, because Xiaohu just can't really control side lanes to the same extent with the champions that he's playing. And it's just all looking a bit all over the place. So I think this will be a team that needs a bit of time to kind of find what they're trying to do. But that was always the conversation kind of coming into LPL was like, what are RNG actually going to do? And unfortunately, that identity is still out the window for me.
I feel like for RNG, the one thing that's kind of cool and very clear, I know from, the make or break pieces or comms that have been put out of the league before that Ming is a very vocal piece. But I think from looking at RNG, after week 1, it can be like confirmed, solidified that Xiaohu must have a massive voice in the early game, because we saw Wei playing around him a ton, even while he's still a mid laner. And I completely agree with Rob, right? Because since he is such a large voice, once you're transitioning into the mid game, since he isn't playing these same champions that can side lane and split push the way he could last time, right? He's playing more control mages. We saw things like the Vex coming out. He did play TF, which does still fill that role, but still not the same amount of 1v1 pressure in a side lane. You aren't going to be able to play out the mid game the same way that you did before. So RNG are going to have to adapt to just kind of the voices they have as their primary shot callers to be able to find a system that works.
I also think the big thing for RNG is that they just don't look comfortable on the mega carries, right? Like, we've seen them pretty much just avoid Jinx altogether. Gala does not want to touch that. They've been much more, like, we've seen some of Philios, but it has been, like, a lot of the Jhin. And I think that is going to kind of hurt them as this goes forward. I know a lot of people are talking about, like, the 2-trick that for Gala, but definitely the champion pool issues are there. And I think, like, we'll see him go back towards the Ziggs and the Jins and these kind of things, but not being able to kind of contest these, I think, is going to hurt RNG a bit, especially if they're coming into every game and they have to ban Jinx Caitlyn, right, just off the bat because they can't play them. That's where you're going to start to see issues start to climb through, and maybe this is then the identity that they start to work with, right? Because I think a lot of teams have come in and kind of gone, hey, look, we're not comfortable on Jinx, we're not comfortable on Caitlyn, like playing through a bot side, so we just ban bot lane champions and play top side, like just completely screw everything else and go there. So maybe that's the plan for RNG, trying to set up Bin for success, but I don't know. It just seems like they haven't really figured it out.
Yeah, and we're still pretty early in the season, so you got some time to do so. But talking a little bit about those duos, right? And you were mentioning the Wei Xiaohu conversation about the integral piece of how they play. But looking at the jungle mid duos across the league, we have so many stellar duos. But the duo I definitely want to talk about, and one we got to see tonight, was Rookie and Karsa for V5, and we talked a little bit about V5. We got the overreaction from Lyric, but a serious conversation needs to be had. Like I posted on Twitter, I think that this duo can be one of the deadliest in LPL history. I think they have what it takes.
I feel like as a team, they looked extremely messy today. They did come out with a win in their series, but a lot of their decision making is pretty suspect. I remember there was one point in one of the games where Dagda pointed out of like, why is Victory 5 like wasting so much time posturing for, I can't remember if it was Dragon or Herald, but go to the opposite side. You already have one person pushing down there. You already have some wards set up, and they just wasted so much time staring at WE. There was suspect Baron calls, times where they were making plays around top when they had like full vision control and all their other members spot side. But I think Rookie overall looked pretty solid in game 1 and game 3. His Zoe was absolutely was phenomenal. He completely popped off and carried. Karsa as well. To the detriment of the Karsa haters who have still found a way to hate on him. Still after that game, I think Karsa overall looking solid. 2021, I think Karsa was pretty bad. So coming into 2022, at least in their opening series, looking pretty decent. I think as a mid-jungle 2v2, they still have a lot of room to grow, find out like what matchups. They weren't really picking for aggressive 2v2 in today's series either, but I feel like the rest of V5's map has to be shored up a little bit, and especially their decision-making, their macro, their shot calling, before we'll even get to see them as a unit pop off together.
Yeah, I thought it was really interesting, though. Like, there was hints of seeing, like, Rookie and Karsa linking up together, but PP got getting involved as well, and we saw them find like a bunch of picks in the early stages. So I was kind of curious to see if that was something that they'll grow on over the course of the split, because it definitely felt like Photic is perfectly fine to just kind of sit there in the bot lane and do his thing, right? He wants to pop off in team fights, and they had some 2v2 moments where they looked well, but honestly I think he's just perfectly happy if PP God wants to start linking up with Karsa a little bit. The only big thing for me was like there was a couple times, as you said, for like Karsa where he was definitely supporting Invincible in the top lane, but I thought it was a bit unnecessary for him to be in that position in the early portion of the game. I think he could have like either been clearing or trying to be else, like helping down bot side. A couple of mechanical fumbles, but I don't like see him as like a major holdback for the team. I thought he played really well as well. So I think definitely the mid jungle for this squad could be super strong, and definitely something that I'm expecting them to play through, because we saw like literally first gank of the game, our first gank of the series was Carson going mid for Rookie. So I want to see more of that. If you give Rookie resources, he pays it back tenfold, and if you can actually get him a lead, he'll happily start moving around the map and take it.
I do gotta say though, again, I'm one of the biggest fans of Rookie there is. Rookie, I think Rookie is the second best player of all time in League of Legends, in my opinion, unquestionable.
Okay.
His Vex today, his Vex was not it. He was not hitting his ult to save his life. And man,
hard
it
play
like he didn't even want to throw his ultimate. It was, I mean,
I find it.
Go on, bro.
I just find it hilarious that we get like some of the guys coming in and look phenomenal on the Vex, and you get other guys like Scout and Rookie who are just like, have you even played this before today? Like, this ult is even remotely close to hitting.
I always find it so funny. But hey, that's some of the growing pains coming into the season, coming into new champions, Rookie coming into a new team. All right, give the man some slack. Jeez, guys. But in all actuality, like, that conversation is so interesting, and that also leads into more, right? Like, talking about the, dog walker, if you will, of Crisp over on Billy and their performance tonight as well, but throughout the first week and showing like their first performance of the season actually coming out with a dub.
I mean,
Rob, you
for this,
you're fresh off the cast. I feel like you have like an unlimited brain full of knowledge on this team. You probably have every analytical point in the world. You can tell me exactly where they're going to finish at the end of spring season.
Ooh.
And I've already interrupted you twice, so I'm not going to interrupt you a third time.
I like how you just set him up for the point and just leave it. You just drop the mic.
I was just going to say, I feel like for BLG, individually, it wasn't bad games. Like, each individual played well. But as a team, I did not look coordinated at all, right? Like, there were so many times where I thought I was going to see them, like, actually, especially in game 3, right? Like, they had this lead. They had the two big pushers for, like, lanes on the Ziggs and the Zoe. I was like, cool, Breed's in a side lane. They've managed to, like, thwart the engage that Weibo's going for. They're going to leave Breed in the side lane. And next thing I know, Breed is, like, in the middle of 4 members of Weibo because he decided to ditch the side lane and dies. I'm like, why are we here? Why was there a call to, like, come join mid at all? There was no reason for you to be here, let alone in the middle of 4 players. So there's a lot of like really strange decision making in that game that I didn't really understand. And it felt like they were nearly scared to push the envelope, right? Like, no one kind of was just strong enough to say, like, for the love of God, go in. Like, just somebody do something. Like, there was just none of that. And it did make sense for a lot of it where you're kind of playing that poke and prod game. But when you had these big advantages, they just really didn't push them forward. And also, I think Fofo's package usage in game 1 was pretty abysmal.
So bad.
Like, you kind of just picked it up because it was there, rather than actually using it for anything, especially when you can actually use that to roam and get advantages on the map early. It felt like, well, it was BLG's game to lose, and they lost it. Really.
I mean, he single-handedly threw away that game. Even his package use, bad, but, man, I don't know what he was doing there. They're trying to zone them out of river for Dragon. He's poking with his rockets, but Nautilus just walking straight at him and doesn't Valkyrie away, doesn't do anything, gets hooked, automatically loses him the fight. Fofo was super underwhelming for someone who I think was a top 3 mid laner for a large part of 2021. So for BLG, I'm going to reserve any judgments on them just because we do still kind of expect this to be a bit of the Uzi waiting room. Also, shout out to Doggo. I love when
I'm just waiting for the dog walker skin for Chris, man. Like, come on, that's all I need right now. The TP was really, really interesting. Is that the question?
Maybe sad.
Put a little question mark at the end of that sentence for sure. But the next thing, and I really wanted to hit on, is, JDG and Team WE coming away from the first week 0-2, right? Yes, it is just the first week. There's a long, long way to go for the rest of the season. But these are 2 top teams in the history of the LPL. And it come out a little bit flat. Definitely not the start they want.
I mean, we're saying 2 top teams in the history of the LPL. These are 2 completely new rosters. WE, I'll be real. I had no expectation for this roster. I think the names that they've put together on paper They don't really have the star power there. You look at this roster, like, who is going to carry this team? No one jumps out at me. It hurts even more that sadly they do not have Beishang because he's in Xi'an. The rest of the team is in Shanghai, isn't able to join up with them. He was one of their defining players over the past few years. So you're pretty much looking at them and you're like, okay, there's Shanks. And Shanks had a pretty good summer split, had a really good playoffs, but still, I don't feel like Shanks was ever the, I'm going to completely take my team, put them on my back, and bring them across the finish line. Yeah. He had other members who were popping off and performing well to where he could still just step up and have the most impact. But it wasn't like Rookie in 2020 having to carry that IG team single-handedly. And sadly, for this WE team to win, and Shanks will need to do that. I think for this team to win, Shanks will need to have those performances. I think Kadaya's had some decent games. His Rakan today was pretty cool.
Yeah, it was.
View overall, I think, has been solid. He's definitely had a lot of bad moments.
He had a good performance today.
Overall, then you just look at the firepower. I think Stay and Bubu are all right. Stay's probably the most underwhelming member on this team, but they just don't have a carry.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pleasantly surprised by them, to be honest. Like, I was the same as you. I didn't have expectations for them. And I think their coordination for team fights and engagements has been super strong, right? Like, clearly there is a defined voice on the team that is saying go, and everyone just says, well, how far? Like, that's all. It's we're already gone, but they're following you to the ends of the earth, which I think is a good way to play when you are a bunch of rookies that are kind of trying to catch people off guard. Having that coordination is going to bring you a couple of victories. And we saw it in the series against Weibo, where they had those really clean engages off of Kadaya's Rakan. And then again, the Rakan today was super good. But I think Kadaya is going to stop getting Rakan, and that's where I get worried. Because I think Leona was a little bit underwhelming, missing a lot of like mechanical plays, just not really coming together and not kind of having that same big engage. So honestly, I think WE pleasantly surprised. I'm hoping when Beishang comes back, we can get like Beishang and Kadaya playing together. And I don't know. I thought the Xing was going to honestly be the starting AD carry for them. I like, he was Young Miracle's bot lane who won the LDL in spring 2021. And he seemed like the main go-to for them, but they have gone with Stay, who was their original academy bot laner. So I don't know, maybe when Xing comes in, if Xing comes in, there will be a better upgrade in the bot lane. I don't know the full comparison between the two, but yeah, it definitely feels like this is a team that I think could grow quite a bit, especially when it is a bunch of rookies, and I'm pleasantly surprised to see where they're starting off.
So this actually leads you to a question, because I got to see how low your expectations were for them.
So where was the bar?
Right, because if you're pleasantly surprised, so where did you have WE coming into the split?
All right, I'm gonna have to go find this. So keep talking for a second,
because for WE, right, there have been some positives for WE. Like, I'm not disagreeing with that, but it's like, man, starting off 0-2, there aren't too many teams right now I can imagine them beating. TT for sure. Anyone's Legend maybe. That's
I think I had them in 10th.
Oh,
as far as I can see.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So yeah. Which I'm actually kind of surprised at as well. I think
you surprised yourself. Good job, past Dag.
Yeah, apparently, yeah. To be fair, I did this like last minute and slightly tipsy for bevies with
Let's go.
The best way to do power.
It would not have been the best one. Yeah, but yeah, I think just like straight up a bunch of rookies, right? I did think that Beishang was going to be starting, which was a big factor, and I was thinking Beishang and Kadaya could link up maybe, but that would be, and basically be like the play through mid and try and set yourselves up. So I was thinking they'd kind of do like, not 10th, I did think maybe like 12th would kind of be the idea. I thought OMG would actually potentially do better than them, but yeah, I've been pleasantly surprised with how good they've looked, especially with View starting. And I feel like it'll only get stronger when Beishang does come back and is able to give a lot more support to the team in ways that View has missed out a little bit. I will say, as you say, he's been decent, but it hasn't been like Beishang level.
Nope.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest difference maker there. But the next thing I definitely want to kind of cover is talking a little bit about maybe a game of Among Us in the LPL, but talking about who is crew and who's imposter right now, especially looking at the undefeated LPL teams, even some of the defeated LPL teams. I feel like right now we have a lobby of like all the undefeated teams looking really good, and then you have TT off on the side that they just like don't talk to and they just leave to do whatever they want. Starting 0-3 on the season, but we got to figure out who is crew and who is sus here. All right, we got to sniff them out.
I gotta be honest. The biggest imposter in the LPL right now to me is LNG. The fact that LNG are undefeated blows my mind with how their games have looked.
Why you gotta do that to him, man?
It's even weird too because I think Tarzan and WE have actually looked good.
Yeah.
Like not comparatively to the teams that played. No, they've just looked good. WE's been popping off in the games he's played. Tarzan as well, been setting him up. They've been kind of working to enable him a little bit more than I would have expected. I would have expected him to play a bit more for mid lane rather than for jungle, but the rest of the map is pretty atrocious. Their decision making is absolutely horrible. They can't coordinate anything. They can't coordinate side lanes. Their engaged in team fights looks rough. I don't want to just keep hammering home on the Lumao point.
Do we need to keep making a checklist?
I was looking around for my free I1 design. I don't know where I put it earlier.
I just can't keep doing it. And it's like, I'm not saying that LNG can't realize what everyone expected of this roster to be a top team, right? Having Ala up in top side. Light, I think, has been fine. It was one of their, I think it was their win against Ultra Prime where he popped off on Caitlyn one game and looked quite good. You know it could be that strong weak side AD carry who every now and then is going to have a game where he's going to carry. But, man, they just have not been able to bring it together just yet. Again, I feel like a lot of their coordination, a lot of decisions around mid and late game just look really abysmal. And, yeah, they definitely are the team that does not fit in with the other.
They are the imposter.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I feel like looking at the way that they try and set up lanes, how they try and coordinate on the map, I don't know, like again hammering it home, like Lumao just walking in randomly getting picked off in so many different spots where they're working all right, and then the team has to all jump in. It just looks so messy. So yeah, I agree with Lyric. Like LNG, I have been baffled that they've actually managed to get like a 2-0. I mean, it's wonderful if they can sort out these issues, right? Because at least then, if they hit the mark that they're supposed to, this is a team that we expect to do really well. I think I actually had them in third.
It seems scary if they get on point.
Yeah, so this is where you're like, okay, now they're actually in a position where they can try and carry through. But the fact that they have 2 wins already is just insane to me. It really doesn't look deserved, to be honest, to be a bit brutal. It's just been a sad one. I also think I have another one, which is I am on board with OMG, but I also feel being 3-0 is not indicative of them being the top team.
I don't want to hear your naysaying. All right, get out of here.
Our TT, anyone's legend, IG that look absolutely abysmal.
You're
like
crazy.
This is not like. They've had a bit of an easy run. And I'm just saying, I like Cream. I think he looks wonderful. I think they'll look great. But it has been potentially the easiest start to the split anyone has had.
Mazel, go at him. Go at him, Mazel.
I'm going in, man. I'm going in. No, the fact that Kareem is looking to get an MVP on the season after he just got Rookie of the Year, right? Like, the dude is popping off, man. And we expected that coming in. But my heart goes out for this team, right? Like to be able, I said it on cast, sticking together for another year, bringing in Shanji, who, by the way, looks like an absolute Chad at the top lane. I don't know, my hopes are high, Dagda. I hear your naysaying, and I say no way, Jose.
Yeah.
Here, Mazel, I'll even put a number on it. So I think I had OMG finishing somewhere between 8th and 10th coming into the split. So they were going to make playoffs, but not by much. Now, I don't care if it's only been TT, Anyone's Legends, and IG. I think this team will be a top 6 team. Ooh. Man, Shaji's insane.
Shaji is
Gragas
insane.
with the Yumi.
Yeah.
The blind pick Rumble. This guy doesn't care.
Yeah.
He's just like, I'm just better than you. I'm just going to blind pick Rumble top. This champion is so easily gankable and exploitable, but not Shanji. He's just going to completely destroy you. Cold, the resurgence continues. And the biggest surprise for me is Abel, because Abel's now carried 2 or 3 games, which is pretty much how many games Abel carried in a whole split last time. So this team is just coming together.
I want to fully agree.
I am
just cautious about this, all right? Because you look at the bot lanes, all right? Like, Puff and Setwind, not exactly the most insane of bot lanes to have ever taken.
We don't need the research.
You look at IG's bot lane.
We don't need the research.
Xiao Yuji and Lucas not looking so hot either.
Why would we use logic?
Who was the last team they played? Anyone's Legend as well, which is Betty and Chocho.
That's a power. That's a power.
Considered one of the worst ones that we had.
Duo.
So, like, when you compare the the caliber of bot lanes that they've been up against, sure, Abel's going to look all right. I'm not saying Cream is not a beast. I 100% agree. I think Cream is a beast. I think he's one of the stronger mid laners that we have. I think Shanji has looked wonderful. But again, the caliber that they've gone up against does not mean that they've been tested.
He just doesn't want to give it to him.
Tested.
We're not going to get the confession. We're not going to get the confession.
All right. I'm going to throw it. ZDZ. We've got Ali or ZS and you. That is the caliber that Shanji's got up against. They were all bottom tier top laners for me for pretty much the entirety of last year.
Whoa. But
so
he styled on them with Rumble.
Did
Ben style
Did you see that, Gragas? Like, I mean, come on.
Did Xiaohu do that last year? I don't remember
he
Xiaohu
didn't.
styling on them with Rumble.
He didn't, Dagda, all right?
Yeah. Wait, didn't he play Rumble? I'm pretty sure he
No
did
more
style a few
logic,
people
no
with
more
Rumble last
research.
year.
We don't care about that stuff. We don't use that in our arguments here, all right? But seriously, though, another team that we have to talk about, it's kind of the elephant in the room, is EDG. And I wouldn't call them if it either imposter or crew, right? They're kind of just outside of it all because they're bigger than everybody.
They're just playing a different game.
Literally. Like,
I was gonna say if EDG are in Among Us, they own the ship, or they are the ship. You know, like that's how they fit in. Because it's kind of funny because you say like, oh, there's so much to say about this team. I don't feel like there is yet because EDG have just come in and just kind of clap people based on.
They've said everything for us.
They've come in and clapped people a little bit with individual skill, like we saw in some games. I can't remember which one in the first series where JJ just completely popped off. I believe it was the Annie game.
JDG.
Flandre played.
JDG game 1.
Yep.
Yeah.
JJ completely popping off. Game 2, we get the Vladimir coming up for Flandre. Heck, in their second series, they don't even play with Flandre.
I know.
Flandre's sick. They bring in Xiao.
And he still pops off.
Clapping people.
Like, oh my God.
So for EDG, I don't know. Again, they made no roster changes, so they are definitely coming in the best suited for doing well early in the split. I'm very curious to see them play up against OMG right now, who in current form look good. To play against FPX, so I think have a more solid read on the game right now than most teams. Honestly, those are the two big ones. And it's kind of funny how many of our teams are struggling beyond those three.
How?
So
Go
I
ahead.
actually
Go ahead.
Got it. I was gonna say I actually find it really interesting. Just like the conversation of, because we're bringing up the Annie, the Vladimir, the Rumble. Like, we're seeing so much flexibility in the meta that it actually seems kind of nuts, and I think it does suit like teams like EDG, right? Because you've got Flandre who can play tanks, can play carries. It's all well and good. Scout has definitely looked more comfortable on like the Akalis and the Solaces when we look at Worlds, but still looking pretty good on like Corkis and Victors and all that. And you've got a bot lane that can pretty much play enchanters, play engage supports. You've got Viper who can pop off on whatever the hell you decide to him. Like, it just feels like EDG have all the bases covered right now. And when they're able to bring out funky stuff like Predator Addy as a counter to Jace, I'm loving this team right now. I just think they're so damn good. And they're, even if they go up against like some of the top teams, just no one seems able to reach them. Like, whatever the hell happens, like, they seem to have picks that we didn't even know existed in the meta, and I thought they wouldn't come in ready for the bare bones basics of the meta. So I'm just like, what the hell are you supposed to do with EDG? They just look like they're going to stomp their way to first place and grab another trophy and say thank you.
Guys, Flandre has played as your top in his professional career. This man can do anything. like people need to be afraid.
It's terrifying, and hey, sky's the limit for this team. It just gets me so excited because we finally see a team who doesn't stumble coming into the new split. Right, they are just dominating and dominating. It does not go either way. All right, so we know who owns the ship now, but I gotta say, the Phoenix is looking a little sus. I'm on the edge over here because FPX, we had high hopes for them at Devassia Cup. They kept that performance going into the new split. They're up 2-0.
I was gonna say, honestly, I feel like FPX have done well. They beat RNG, who again we kind of hit on RNG earlier, who has looked a little bit off, but I feel like that's a really good win. That's a massive test for them. Even in RNG that hasn't figured out their identity yet, just in terms of the skill gap that should be there between the RNG players and the new players on FPX, right? It wasn't there. You weren't seeing them necessarily get smashed out in lane. They were holding up just fine. If I do recall correctly, I do believe Bin was doing pretty good against Xiaohu and was like the one place.
He got a couple solo kills.
Yeah, it was the one area where you were kind of questioning. But bot lane still is absolutely terrifying. again, I'm so happy in LPL that we always miss level 1. By the time we get into game from pick ban, we're like a minute 30 in.
We're already into the nitty-gritty. The fight's already
in
happened.
In half of FPX games, Hung's flash is already gone. This guy's already looked for the play. He is so fearless. Like, FPX are carrying everything over from Demacia Cup to the LPL. Like, they look like the exact same team. It's all about bot lane. They're super aggressive. Baytron popping off in jungle so far. I think Gory has looked rough in certain games, like getting solo killed by Xiaohu at level 2, but also has had some better games than what we saw in Demacia Cup. So FPX is another team that I'm all in on.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm hoping that Hung can rein in the anger a little bit though.
No.
Whoever did him wrong,
you better watch out.
Because wait, when you watch that RNG game too, right? It was like, all right, I'm gonna just flash and look for the binding, and it was like, wait, we just die. Like, we don't win this lane, and me without flash just leaves me a sitting duck for everything that RNG want to do. It was a terrible decision, and even though he tried to apologize profusely, RNG didn't listen. They just went and murdered him over and over again. So I would like to see some thought process going into Hung's flash, not a, hey, I'm going to flash, so you flash, and then we just, that's it. Like, that's how we kind of got. Like, don't get me wrong, I love the aggression, but you just got to think about it sometimes, because it's not always going to let you
There's
win.
a thought process behind it. He's thinking, if I flash bind him and he is bad and doesn't flash, we'll kill him. And if we kill him, we'll win the lane. And if we win the lane, my flash will be up in 5 minutes, and then I'll go flash mid, and I'll win us the team fight. And if we win that team fight, we'll win the game. That's what he's thinking.
If I flash first, there is a 3-second window that we can exploit where my flash is up and their flash
Exactly.
isn't. That's the window that Hung is playing for. I get you. Yeah. It's all about the big brain. But look, regardless of that, like, I still think this bot lane is terrifying, right? Like, they are definitely like top 3 bot lanes. I'm putting Viper, Mako. I don't know if there's very many more. Maybe the Chris Boozy one when it kicks off.
Jackie Love and Joa on a
Jackie Love Joa, yeah. Yeah, but there's not a huge, like, they are one of the best ones that we've gotten. I definitely think that it's exciting to watch, and especially since FPX have very clearly made their mark of, we are playing around bot side and we don't really care what else is happening. I think it's really good. Plus, Xiaohu has impressed me.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, I think this guy coming in, there was a couple of mistakes in lane I think in their Demacia Cup games, but certainly he looks a lot more comfortable in top lane and trading well, as we're saying. Like, yeah, Bin got the better of him on a couple of occasions, but it's not like a massive gap for someone who's only played a handful of games in the LPL. And you're going up against Bin, one of the most aggressive top laners I have, one of the best top laners we have at abusing any sort of mistakes he makes. So certainly I think positive for Xiaohu when he's getting so few resources, and FPX popping off as a result.
Well, we've made it through the VIPs, guys. All right, we've gotten our distinctions for imposters and crew members, but
me and Lyric aren't going.
I gotta say, now I'm starting to think you guys are a little sus. I don't know. I might need to do some call an emergency meeting. But seriously, I want to have a conversation about Weibo and about Top, because before we let them into this ship, they're a little bit rocky for sure. You know, both coming into 1-1 at the end of the first week, but showing some promising things to an extent as well.
Top Esports showed me Xiaopeng.
Yep.
I like Xiaopeng.
I like Xiaopeng.
Xiaopeng plays
I like
the game.
Xiaopeng.
Xiaopeng goes in.
He goes forward.
I can't remember which game it was in that
hits his
series.
Buttons.
Just constantly chain ganking bot lane. I do believe it was their series Ultra Prime the other day. I should remember that because I did cast it. But Xiaopeng absolutely popped off one game. Jackie Love as well. Absolutely smurfing. You can see this TS style is just going to be the same as it was last year. It's gonna be a lot about these aggressive early game plays coming in. I expect them to continuously use Xiaopeng because of this with the current form TN's in. All their lanes are going to play relatively aggressive. We have seen Xiaopeng be a bit flexible and TS be a bit flexible, whether it's about putting that pressure in top or in bot, just like we saw in Demacia Cup, even throughout the final, right, that they are able to play with both. It seems like large champion pools coming in.
I will say, when you have 13 kills, chances are some of those kills are boss, and some of those kills are also top for Xiaopeng, you know, just because he needs time for the bot lane to come back on the map before he can kill them again. That was just...
Yeah. And, man, even the champion pool. I love players like Xiaopeng because you're going to get the Nidalee, you're going to get the Rek'Sai, you're going to get the fun champions coming in.
The
and
aggression.
for TS, I mean, I think their mistakes are always going to be about the same, right? There's always going to be places where they over-aggress. I think TS have historically been really bad about just completely ignoring their side lanes, which is pretty surprising because I think Knight is a super good side laner. I think Knight functions best when he's able to push a side lane, find a flank, pull attention. We've seen Knight 1v2 many times, but I think TS of a team have never been very good about playing around it, which is why they've always been really good when they can bait you into fighting them and then just out-mechanicking you. So I think TS will definitely get up towards the top. I think their 2-3 game score doesn't reflect where they're at, but
So you're not getting
the same
any
old top
sus
esports.
vibes from top, huh? You're not.
top esports, like, you can't because
You just can't. You're not allowed.
they just are who they are. Like they're not going to pretend to be something different. You're not going to see TS come out and try and be like, okay, guys, we're going to try and 1-3-1 and organize these waves. And okay, let's set up Vision to go poke down the enemy. No. That's not what they're about, Mazel.
I love your voice. Whatever voice that was, we need to have that as like a mainstay of whatever it is.
I'm gonna go and talk. Like, I agree with everything for top, so I'm just gonna talk about Weibo.
Okay.
This team sucks.
Oh my
I
god.
don't like them.
The hot take.
I
So
watched them
you're
today,
hitting the
like,
red button. You're saying they are an imposter. That's what you're saying.
I'm unfriending, unfollowing, or whatever. I'm taking all my likes back from Weibo.
Dagda's
right?
ruthless
'Cause
today.
I
care.
was really looking forward to this team after their first series, which I can't think of off the top of my head, was against WE, and I was like, this actually looks really good, right? Juan Feng, I have no problem. Actually, Juan Feng, I love. I think Juan Feng's insane. He had really aggressive. He's actually looking a lot more aggressive in lane, and he's really playing off of that quite well. I thought we were going to see the same from Angel. Angel got like the solo kill. I saw him playing way more aggressive on Victor at the Corki matchup. Even like in the game one, he like tossed down his ultimate at the 7-minute mark. Didn't care that meant that they were going to lose Rift Herald because he might have got a kill. And I was like, you know what, Angel? I like the aggression. Maybe should have thought ahead a little bit, but I still like the aggression. Then we got today, and I was like, Angel, the Shy is 20 feet away from you. You have full push mid. Just wander over and help him. Just take 2 steps out of lane and help. I was like, why are you not coming? And they could have killed them. Like, Xin Zhao was incredibly low. They could have won the 2v2. Breathe on the Gwen was pushed under tower. Like, Angel was just sitting in lane the entire time. And then, same as the rest of the game went on, didn't really get out much when he was on the LeBlanc, because like you had these opportunities to try and roam. And it felt like the early game that I saw coming out from Weibo in their series against WE just completely didn't exist today. And I think that was one of the larger problems that they had, especially in that game 3. Like, they were on a timer, they needed to make plays happen, and it never really felt like there was any sort of coordination between them to actually set up anything. So I'm kind of back onto basically Weibo will beat the teams that they were better than individually, but I don't really see them being able to coordinate enough to take down some of our top teams.
I think.
Look, the only thoughts I have on Weibo are actually no thoughts. I came into the split. I came into the split expecting them to do pretty well because of the meta, which is why, honestly, Mazel, I could complain about Weibo. But since Dagda's coming so ruthless today, so angry, he's just been cutting heads off left and right.
He's got the sword,
am ready
he's
for my time to
swinging.
complain. Yeah, because I feel like this transitions well into something I hate. The meta right now. Dagda summed it up with his tweet today, where he showed I had to find my inner peace after casting my like 30th Corki versus Victor game in a row, and I'm just like, oh my god, we're gonna get into draft, and it's gonna be okay, which team has Corki plus Jinx? This is the team that I feel like is most likely gonna win, and it's always the same. If we get to mid game, this comp will outrange you, they will be able to win contesting waves, get vision first, blah blah blah. It's like, no, stop it. I was so happy today when OMG, and
That's what I was gonna say.
the OMG series, OMG and IG are like, yo, let's ban out all the ADs, and then we get to Samira's. We get we get to Samira, we get to the Vayne. We've been seeing more Kaisa. This is what I want. I think not even just out of like a boredom. It's slow. It's lame. It's like one of the coolest things about LPL is the fact that teams do index so heavily into such different styles. And yeah, when you're getting the same comp every game, where it's like, okay, one comp has Corki plus Aphelios or Jinx, and the other one has Victor plus Aphelios or Jinx. Well, we're going to get to mid-game. We're going to see who either found an early advantage or who's cutting better, or actually Corky's just going to win because it's Corky. And I am not about it. I'm not about this meta at all, guys. What are your thoughts? Am I crazy? Is it just me?
No, I agree. I think Corky's kind of boring.
It's kind of boring when you blow people's faces
with the
up.
package.
Yeah, kind of boring.
Yeah, if you can get the package early and you like make some cool plays and you get to see like sick package usage in the bot lane that like separates out 2 or 3 guys, like this is actually kind of cool. You know, that was a cool play. The problem is that we get people like Fofo who take the package and then use it to get from, you know, the honey fruit that's in river back to lane faster, and that's where you're kind of like, oh, okay, maybe. But the biggest thing is just like, I think there's so many cool things that are like just below the surface in the meta, right? Like Jordan kind of hit on them there. Like you've got the Samiras and all in the bot lane. I'm still waiting to see like that one-shot Gangplank build, the like Prowler's Claw Gangplank that's kind of like sitting in the top side. And you've got Knight who's bringing out like things like the Tryndamere. There's so many things that are just hovering below the surface that are awesome to watch. And it does just feel like it's like, oh, well, you know, we're just going to get Corky. We're just going to get Jhin bot. They're going to try and play at range. Gwen is going to stand in front of them so that then if you actually try and engage on them, she's just going to snip you and make you fall back. Like that seems to be kind of the game plan
honestly,
at the moment.
I feel like my biggest problem is exactly what you just said. I actually don't mind the laning phases. Like the early game, that's not the problem. It's that once we get into the mid game and it's just like, okay, it is just going to be a stare off over with like who has better range advantage or who has the better enablers around those 3 carries that set it up. Like if you have the Gragas and the Braum and you have even more disengage and more peel potential, it's like that's what I don't like. And like Dagda said, I think you hit the nail on the head, man. There are so many cool picks just out of reach, and I just want them. I want them, Mazel. I mean, we've seen them.
Like you've got the Manamune Hecarim build. You were mentioning Jhin earlier. There is the Predator Jhin build going through right now. That's kind of skimmering there.
LEC's playing a bunch of Akshan.
Yeah,
we don't have
exactly.
a bunch of Akshan.
Well, because when we saw Akshan in Demacia Cup, it was atrocious. Like, I mean, that was mind bending, and so maybe they just don't want to touch the champion anymore. But talking about picks like that, right? Like, I don't know if we'll actually see Hecarim come back into the meta in the LPL, but that would be really fun to have. The AP Kai.
Diana Yasuo.
The AP.
That's the one. Where's my Diana gone? We had like full Diana ban all of like the first few days. And then I was like, oh, I'm ready. No Diana ban. Bring out the Yasuo boys. And I was like, where'd it go?
And then we got the Yuumi. We got the Yuumi. Oh my god.
Hey, the Yuumi was great.
Yuumi Sona.
I'm so on board with the Yuumi. Like that was such a cool pick today in the comp. It's refreshing to see. The Sona, I don't mind the Sona. I even said it on cast. I'm like, I don't understand what the Sona does. I'm not some bot lane expert. I don't know if they know something I don't. But then we saw the Sona get absolutely wrecked. Sona Jhin looks like it is as it's easy to rip as paper, and it does as much damage as a paper cut. You're like, oh well, you just poked me.
Paper cuts hurt,
cool.
man. I don't know.
It's nice. It's nice in isolation where you can like full push, right? Like that's the whole idea, and you kind of like, but other lanes exist, and if they are able to come down to the bot lane, you just got nothing, right? And even if you try and like, oh well, we got the TPs to support us on if we get dove, it's like, no, you don't. Dove just dies in like 3 hits, and then you just leave tower before the TP shows up. So, it's a little messy, but I'm definitely jealous. Like watching the LEC, and I'm like Seraphine Pike bots, and I'm like, this is sick. This is so cool, and you get to see all the cool stuff.
We'll get there. I know we will. I'm gonna force you to do something I know you're not gonna be comfortable with, Lyric. What build you got for Corky? The AP or the AD build? I know you already talked a little bit about it on cast, but I want to hear your breakdown because you hate this champion so much.
I think the AD build is more reliable. Again, you're getting more consistent damage out of it. I think a lot of your abilities do still hit with the same amount of force. You're obviously getting lifesteal out of the build. I think there's just a lot of things the build does better. I think the build is a bit more high skill since you're putting yourself in harm's way to deal damage. The nice thing about the AP build is that it just fits the meta better. Yeah. Because, again, on the opposite side, high chance you're up against Victor and Jinx. You can't auto Victor and Jinx.
Yeah.
Build the AP build. Do, half someone's HP with the rockets and just chill. So even though I think overarchingly the AD build is better, I think in this meta we can see why so many people are building AP Corky.
Yeah, and I think it makes sense why we're seeing stuff like the AP Kai'Sa and all, right? Because it's just like, well, if you ever try and play off of like an actual AD build with Kai'Sa, you kind of just get blown up. Whereas if you can like 2-pop an AD carry with 2 of the void missiles because you proc your passive because you got that AP build, you're gonna do more for exactly what kind of is happening in the meta.
I hate it, Rob. I hate it.
I think unfortunately, I know
It's the ARAM KDA build. It is the ARAM KDA build, and it won't change it.
Literally is.
It's even for Ezreal and stuff, right? Like we saw a little bit of Divine Sunderer, but we have seen like that Crown of the Shattered Queen one as well, where it's just like, oh, I'm gonna poke you from a million miles. My ult's gonna do it like about a third of your health bar. Like there's so much that's revolving around poke and playing at range that it makes it so boring because you're like, oh well, he nearly died.
Nope.
Now he's got to reset and they can get dragon. Oh,
it's almost there. But it provides a lot of tension-filled moments, though. I have felt, at least in this last week, where you do get kind of that NARAM stuff.
But there's no
that's what I'm saying. You get that 5v5 crazy tension. Oh my god! Oh, he took one rocket. There goes 3/4 of his health. A Zoe bubble. Oh my god! It's just like everything's like so close to being such chaotic explosiveness. And then we don't get it, and everybody backs off, and then we get an objective fight a couple minutes later where everything blows up. And I think that it's really interesting to take a little bit more of a look into that poke style for the LPL and see if it's something that really feels like it's going to stick for the LPL, because you're looking at team fights, you're looking at the way the meta is kind of developing, and is this something that you guys feel that the LPL is able to really take a hold of, right? Like, it's looked pretty good so far, but it's also looked a little hesitant.
Yeah, I think it probably will, just because I know we end up kind of creating our own metas, right, and scrimming quite a bit between ourselves and some of the LCK teams, and this is a style that like would fit LCK down to the ground, right? They want to try and play through like very slow, methodical, get your vision, encroach it in, make sure that you're setting up waves correctly, and these compositions, like using that long range, are perfect for that, because you get to play very slow and methodical, and you can see there are teams from the LPL that are doing it really well. I think, though, what'll end up happening eventually, so like say like a month in or so, you'll end up with teams like EDG who have these like weird funky picks that they're bringing out, or like there'll be something else that'll come through and people just be like, oh, okay, I really want to do this. Or maybe it's like the new AD carry, right, who's able to jump over like 3 walls or whatever the hell she's got. Like maybe that's all you need to just kind of break it all up and make sure you got someone to fly in and kill people. So I mean there'll always be something that will change, or people get nerfed. So but I think for the moment it's just so difficult to deal with the range. There's not a huge amount of engage tools that can actually set it up. It just becomes too difficult to actually stop.
I feel like for your question, Mazel, about whether this suits LPL or not, I feel like that question just... I feel like the question does not embody the sentiment of the LPL, if you know what I mean. Because when you look at the LPL...
Crazy is our game!
Like, I don't feel there is necessarily an LPL style. I feel like there's a bunch of different team styles, right?
Yeah.
I feel like there are things that are not LPL style, like Enchanter supports. That's something you're seeing everywhere else, but still not here, and I doubt we'll see. Even now that we're getting tanks in the top lane like Gragas, which is like, cool, now we have Engage. Now we can fit in an Enchanter. I still don't think we do that. It's
when
LPL.
we have
we're gonna
seen
have
the
Nautilus.
Enchanters, it looks real rough, right? Like we haven't seen it well.
I think not many supports off the top of my head can pull them off. Iwandi, obviously. Mako's good on them. Ming can play them, but not too many. But I think in terms of an LPL style, no, I think there's going to be teams that are going to be good at playing off this range and playing the re-engage in the zoning. I think there's going to be teams like OMG that are going to ban it out and be like, cool, we're going to just bring back assassins and short-range champions and just do that.
I love that you bring up OMG, though, because they did a little bit of both today in their series, right? Like the first
But
game,
point is, right, there are teams who can opt away from doing it, right?
I'm just gonna take any moment I can to give some love to OMG.
They need it after what Rob did to
them. They do. Rob is out for blood today.
Hey,
he woke up and chose violence.
With how brutal I've been on some of the teams, the fact that I was like, I'm on board with OMG, just want to wait and see how they do against good teams. I feel like that's a very reasonable stance to take. You know?
Counter argument. You're high on EDG when EDG have only beaten TT and JDG, Rob. Counter that.
That's sus.
Counter that.
You're the imposter.
Excuse me. World Championship.
Oh, no.
They are the literal best team in the world. I mean, all right, if OMG can bring a recent championship at all, or a world championship, I'm all on board.
2022.
If you can present evidence, sure.
You had Ox.
Maybe
You
then,
had
but-
Ox on the cast the other day saying TT was going to be the 2022 world champion. I mean, hey, it's anybody's running at this point. Come on, Dag, you know that. He's just done with that. Just done.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yep. We're just,
All right.
yep. That's what we're going with. But now we actually got to talk about something serious, and it's the match of the week next week. And I for one, am very excited. I know Lyric's going to be very excited to talk about this one. Maybe we'll leave him out of the conversation. But it is V5 versus Top Esports, which is a very fun one, very exciting. A lot of big names going into this one.
I think the storylines are just banging. We got
They
Rookie
really are.
going up against Knight again. We
Yep.
got Karsa and Fokic versus their former team. Like, just a lot of great things going back and forth. The matchup-wise, I don't know. I'm even just looking at the roster and the team names on paper. I'm just like, I don't know. Top Esports is such an X factor. Xiaopeng's crazy. Karsa's a little bit crazy. Of the two lane gods going at it. TS should definitely be favored. I am kind of scared for Victory 5's bot lane. PP God, I think, is still very, very questionable. Fodic's all right. I think he's surprised over what he was last time. Is showing more of what we've seen in the LDL and the Demacia Cup. Still not a world beater by any means just yet. But man, then you move to top side. Invincible, I know he's just filling in. It was rough today.
was
He
rough.
did not have a
That
good
was
day,
exactly
James.
where I was going. I was just like, yeah, the bot lane. I'm just like, Zoom and Invincible. Invincible. I mean, I'm so sorry,
I'm so
buddy.
sorry.
But I think as well, if there is ever a time for, like, look, I still think regardless of time-wise, this is still going to be a close series.
Yeah.
But I think with the current iteration of V5 and how they're kind of looking, I definitely feel like Top Esports is favored, right? Like, Top Esports have looked a little messy, but just pound for pound skill-wise, like, Zoom should beat Invincible. I think it would be a closer call with Rich in, but that's not what we're getting at the moment, right? The early game aggression, I don't think V5 are very set up to deal with, right? Because you can play through setting Invincible behind and getting Zoom ahead, or even in the bot lane, I think PP God is still playing way too gung-ho and can be exploited as well. So I think you got either side of the map that you can really play for, and although Karsa is pretty good at like trying to keep the opponent in check, I think there's just too many different places for teams to go, especially if you're playing Xiaopeng, who just kind of goes, yeah, camps are nice, but
I can get blood.
Like, you're not going to be able to, yeah, it's a lot more difficult to track and keep them in order. So yeah, I think for me, Top Esports will probably come out the victor, but I'm excited to see what V5.
I was going to say, please give me Karsa camping mid, chain ganking Knight over and
Constantly.
over again.
Like, hey.
Take away mobile champions like the Corki, force them onto something like a Victor or a Vex or whatever.
Yeah.
Pull out the Jarvan Karsa and just, once you're level 6, get that flash every time, set Rookie up for the solo kill, and then you know what? Top and bot lane are probably on fire. It's probably still screwed. You're probably done so.
But
maybe, like in today's series, Karsa steals a Baron.
Yeah,
then you
and-
come back, then you win a game.
And you make Knight really jealous because you're like, look, I made my new mid laner look so nice and good. He looks beautiful. He does so well. And then you could go off of that. I like to think that there's a little bit of a personal grudge there. But I'm very excited for this, specifically for that mid lane matchup, though. And I do think it's going to be a main piece to how both teams approach the series itself.
I definitely think it's so weird actually thinking over the last few splits. But when I think of LPL Premier mid laners, the two names that still jump to my mind are these two names.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Like that Doonby was definitely the best LPL mid laner last year, I think, for a majority of the year. Scout obviously winning worlds. I mean, picking up MVP in finals, even Fofo stepping up. No, when I think of premier LPL mid laners, I still think of Rookie and Knight. I still think in terms of the heights that can be delivered. These are the two players that will deliver them, especially in terms of laning. I know we joked about Rookie's Vex earlier today, but I still think Rookie is a player who's shown he can pretty much play anything. And that 1v1 matchup in mid, man, I just can't wait for it. And it's not going to be a 1v1. It's going to be a 2v2 because Karsa ganks mid, Xiaopeng's crazy, and I just can't get any more excited just based off that.
I mean, I would 100% agree. Like, this is going to be such a hype matchup. And it's not only the fact that it is the players that it is, it's the kind of the storyline too as well. As you say, like, it's Karsa versus Knight trying to absolutely smack his old team. Fotic going up against the AD carry who replaced him. And yeah, there's so much that's there. I'm just so ready for it. And I'm hoping that we don't get this crap meta. I'm hoping we don't get Corkies. I'm hoping we don't get this. I don't want to see a Jhin in the bot lane. I want to see the all-out brawls. I want this to pop the hell
You've
off.
reminded me something, Rob, that today I was so tilted when we got Zed. And just like you called it, you're like, it's going to be a jungle. It's going to be a jungle Zed. But it's like, it brings me back that if people remember, Zed has always traditionally been one of the go-to counters for Corki. I remember season 6 when I was coaching LMS, my mid laner would pick Corki. When we were laning against Fofo would pick Zed, and Fofo would completely smurf on us. And I was so excited today, Rob. I was so excited, and we didn't get that. I mean, Zed jungle's cool, but Zed mid would have been way more hype.
The excitement was like Zed mid into Zed jungle into Strybreaker Zed. It was kind of like a level of falling that really just took the wind out of my sails, you know? And I was like, all right, well, look, I mean, if I look up pro builds right now or whatever, it's still like 95% of people are building this like lethality build. Zed Yomu's into like Duskblade, or you can go for the cliff.
That's not
I was
what
like,
we
I'm
do.
ready for SFM to go nuts. And I was like, but as I said that sentence, SOFM is going to go nuts. I went, I'm not getting it. I'm not getting it, am I? I was like, it's going to be some weird build that is going to be all over the place. He's going to be tanky because he needs to be tanky. And yeah, that's what I got.
It's, yeah, you can always have some hopes and dreams, but they can also always be crushed. So we'll keep with that conversation. But all is well with the match of the week. It's very exciting. I'm very excited. Everybody's really excited. It's one of the best matches, I feel like, of the split so far, or hopefully it will be. But my next big question is probably the biggest question of the entire conversation, and it's the most important too. Who you got for social media? Which team are you liking the most right now? I'm going to go to you first, Lyric. Who do you got right now? As week 1 comes to a close, who's winning the social media battle between the teams?
You got to come back to me. Wait, I'm not gonna pull up Twitter right now.
I'm just not okay.
Come back to me.
Well, we're going to Dagda first.
Wait, who? Sorry, is this which
has the
team
best social media presence, content, posters? Like, what is your favorite standout?
God. I mean, yeah, I don't actually know. Jesus. The EDG poster stands out of my mind just because it was like TT literally
so
crying in front of them as their giant knight behind them about to chop off their
Big
head. That
old
was pretty
red
funny.
star on the chest.
Yeah, I don't, have you got one, Lyric?
If I'm gonna think about a team who puts out,
I love this though because you guys are really uncomfortable with it. This is exactly what I wanted with this.
I was gonna say my answer is no team. Every team, their social media is not up to par because they have not hired this man who's a social media expert. His name is Mole. If you bring in Mole, you feature him in some ads, in some content, maybe some highlights, bring him on as a streamer, move him up to your full-time mid laner, bring him to Worlds, then you will be Lyric's #1 ranked LPL social media team. But until then, they all suck.
So the thing is, I'm going to say EDG. Not because of EDG, but because of iCrystallization, who keeps me up to date with everything I need to know about EDG. And then the other best person is Rita, because Rita just cute buddy chew, or those two are basically everyone that I need to keep me up to date with the social media of each of the teams. Because I will say most of their effort goes into Weibo,
It does,
which I can't read. So having them translate that then helps me. Those two are the actual best for the teams. That's the best social media any of the other teams.
Hoopu has actually been doing a really good job of covering some of the interviews and things along those lines as well. So
I mean Ran as well.
Exactly,
There's like several other people.
And so I always think that diving into the team content is always so interesting. And trying to bring that out a little bit more as the English audience, I think would be really fun. So I'm glad to get your guys' 2 cents. I'm glad to put you in a little bit of a pot of hot water there. But final thoughts after first week is in the books, guys. What you got?
This is gonna be a long split.
Okay, that's all you. That's the words of encouragement there. It's gonna be a long split.
The 3
guys.
series for 3 days at the weekend is absolutely insane. There is so much League of Legends on that I can't even compute. Like, it is now 4:30 over in Ireland. I have just finished LPL. I am doing this podcast. At LEC, I've already missed half of a game. Like, there is so much
Nice.
League of Legends to consume on weekends. Plus, you got LCS afterwards. You've LCK that's been on. It's kind of insane how much is happening at the moment, but I think it's going to be a ton of fun. I'm hoping that as this meta progresses, we start to see a lot of those really cool picks come through. It feels like there's so much just hovering beneath the surface that can really blow open and change, like completely catch people unaware. I feel like there's going to a lot of people trying this and perfecting this, so I'm excited for what the rest of Split holds. It's just been a slow start with the style that we're seeing at the moment.
Hey, we're one weekend. We still got a long way to go, but it's been a fun one for sure. Thank you guys for joining me yet again. It's been another wonderful week of The Last Hit. Thank you again, Lyric. Thank you, Dagda, and everyone watching at home. We'll see you next time and next week for the next episode of The Last Hit.
I know time is gonna come when there'll be a witch hunt. We're gonna have to stand and fight, stay close and stay tight. One day this will all change, the world will be my stage. And if we dream another dream, I hope I'm still on the scene. Trading punches with the past will be my true test. 'Cause the honor that you see don't mean I'm a thief. If this one breaks your eyes, you'll never hear me laugh. There's more to me than meets the eye. Are these the best days of our life? We think as these, 'cause they don't see what we see. We think as these, 'cause they don't see what we Backs against the wall, well you turn and run. It pains me that I have to ask. I really shouldn't have to ask. The truth is that we'll never know. Has my time come to go? If this one breaks your eyes, you'll never hear me laugh. There's more to me than meets the eye. Are these the best days of our life? We think as these, 'cause they don't see what we see. They don't see what we see. We think as these, 'cause they don't see what we I see you, I see you, I believed you, I saw you there. I don't know what to do.
他们说要跟着那阵风去征服每一座巅峰，然后呢？巅峰之后是什么？他们将我捧上云巅，也让我从头来过。不让我回来的，我一意孤行；要让我折服的，我踏入光明；让我无路可走的，使我惧怕。 们一直说个不停，因为他们害怕洪水猛兽，那就比猛兽更凶了，比洪水更滔天。势将到来的，终会成苦；汹涌而起的，终会证明。既然暴风将至，那就去把那些不服的、不屈的、不可磨灭的、非赢不可的，通通化成风。这里是我们，我们就是风暴。
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the LPL. My name is Munchballs, and I am joined by the half-mad sage of the mountain himself, Mr. Jordan Lyric Corby. Sir, how are you doing today? It's our first cast of the year together. It's good to see you, buddy.
I know, it's been a long time. What was it? Summer Finals. Yeah, Summer Finals, the last time we casted together. We did regionals. You know much? I don't know. It's been a while. I'm doing good.
That's good to know. That's good to know. Let's see how the teams were doing yesterday as we look at our results that have happened. Because I don't know if you know this, LPL actually begun over a week ago, Lyric. I don't know if you've been watching it all, but yeah, there have been some games. JDG managing to beat LGD yesterday 2-0, and EDG, you know, beating Ultra Prime, but still dropping a game somehow. I really don't know what on earth happened in that series. I mean, to an extent, I'm impressed by Ultra Prime taking a game there, but I feel like EDG should have 2-0.
I mean, it's not surprising, right? I feel like happens every split. You're going to have them drop games against lower tier teams. Heck, at some point, EDG are going to drop a series up against anyone's legend or TT or someone along those lines. The hypest part about yesterday to me was 369 pulling out the Malphite, bringing JDG to their first win. Now, we're going to see if JDG can keep it up and pull it together.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But they're not playing today. This is our standings and where we are in the league so far. And I have to say, I'm impressed by OMG. The fact that OMG is sitting pretty at the top of the table, like full +6 game difference as well, that feels good for OMG fans out there. And I'm eating my words because I put them really low on my power rankings as well. They're doing real well.
I gotta say, though, the thing that jumps out to me is the fact that I hate how standings work and the fact that RNG can have a loss much and be above B5. I mean, you talked about this earlier. I don't agree with it.
Yeah, but losses don't actually matter. It's just the wins that matter. The reason losses matter is because they are inherently the absence of a win once everyone's played 16 games. We can debate that later on, though. Let's look at the matches today. We've got two potential bangers for two reasons. Number one, because every series is a banger in the LPL, of course. But number two, because we have top esports against WE and then LNG against IG. Now, both top esports and LNG are going to be heavy favorites for their series. But they've got what's called mojo, and that means their ability to throw just any game it's tantamount.
Yeah, I think both teams, it's going to be a bit of a rough one. So for WE in this first series, definitely having a chance to eke it out against TS. TS did look good in their last outing. I think WE also have shown potential, especially when we think about the jungle role.
Yeah, and you know, View is a player that I want to talk about here because View is not exactly the best, right? He's not the best jungler in the league. But hey, we can't all be the best. All we can do is strive to be the best that we can be each day. And to me, that's what View represents. And we saw WE versus V5, right? Both of the series that WE have played so far, they have been the underdogs in the series. And they've still taken a game off of V5, and they look good in their first series as well. So I feel like this is a team with a lot of potential, and View especially. Let's have a little mini montage of game number 2 against V5, where View just took it upon himself to completely obliterate Invincible's soul. Like, the poor dude was completely rinsed by View's talent.
Yeah, it's pretty sad considering that, you know, Invincible probably not even going to stay the starting top laner as V5. View coming in on talent, as we are going to bring up those clips now. Overall, having a solid series. I think View overall has looked, again, pretty solid in his time in the LPL so far. Definitely not one of the bigger weaknesses that the Suning team have. Him and Shanks working together quite well. And like you said, in this example, him just enabling View up in the top side. View's a jungler who is willing to play really aggressive, willing to get into these lanes, and also someone who is willing to pull out the more quirky picks like the Talon, which are meta, but still not in that same tier as the Lee Sin, Xin Zhao Jarvan, which we see every game.
Yeah, exactly. And it was, honestly, the funny thing about this game to me, it was just the sheer persistence with which he wanted to bully Invincible, and the irony of Invincible's name while getting completely annihilated in that form. But View is going to have his work cut out, because, you know, he actually did a good job of playing against Carcer in that series, but now he's up against Carcer's replacement, Xiao Peng, over the side of Top Esports. Now, Xiao Peng, we all have heard of this player. If you were watching LPL last year, you know of this player because he defines every team he plays on. Because, man, that was Peng. Or Peng, but, you know, it's at the end of his name, so I feel like you have to say Peng. But, man, this guy, he oozes mojo. He oozes mojo.
The thing I love about Xiao Peng is he comes in and you know what to expect every time. You know what champions he's going to pull out. You know he's going to go for these wild plays, which is why his stats are crazy, right? First, in kill split to 15, means he's super aggressive. That follows over with the first blood. Found a massive experience difference in the jungle in that series up against Ultra Prime, and he was always with his team. He's never farming. He's only looking to his enable his laners. And the third game of Top Esports versus Ultra Prime was just a Xiao Peng highlight reel. This man was popping off all over the map, early game, consistently going towards that bottom lane, later on giving some attention up towards Zoom. And yeah, when Xiao Peng ends up like 8-0 and whatever on Lee Sin, you are not going to win the game against Top Esports.
Yeah, I mean, this kick as well. Just look at it. Just look at it. My goodness, that is filthy. I don't know if we're allowed to show that on Twitch.tv. Yeah, beautiful stuff from Xiao Peng. And I have to say, people always talk about his Nidalee as well, because he is insane at Nidalee as well. But his Lee Sin, for me, is comfortably the cream of the crop. You know, that's the one that I look out for. When he locks in the Lee Sin, I'm excited for that game. But we've got to talk a little bit about the mid lane as well, Mr. Lyric, because whenever we're talking about junglers, the mid lane is always going to influence the jungle role, right? Whoever gets priority can move in and help the jungler and start all of those skirmishes. And we've got two pretty prolific mid laners here. Obviously, Knight from the side of Top Esports, but then we've got Shanks on the other side. And, you know, weirdly enough, Shanks has become the kind of center point for WE, which, you know, when he first joined the team, I don't think anyone would have expected.
I mean, when you look at the current WE roster they're fielding, since Beishang isn't playing right now, he is the... I don't want to use the term franchise player, but, you know, he's in the spirit of that. He's the name that you recognize. And I like that you hit on how these guys will impact the map and influence jungle. Because when you look at Shanks, he's not doing much of that early on. The Corki, the Ryze, the Orianna. He's doing a massive amount of his team's damage because he is picking up these hyper carries, but not so much aggression in the early game, mostly focusing on his farm. Knight is the complete opposite. We've seen the Sylas, we've seen the Tryndamere. Not as high damage numbers, but he is being very proactive early on while still doing a pretty good job in lane. So from Knight, we know exactly what to expect. He's probably going to be the one getting out of lane early on. What Shank's going to do to counteract that? Are we still just going to keep seeing the Corki Victor trade matchup? Please tell me the answer is no, Munchables. Just please.
I mean, the fact that for Shanks we're putting Corki, Ryze, Orianna, and then you look at Knight's champion pool so far, Sylas and Tryndamere are included. I don't think we're just going to see Victor Corki. I don't think Knight will let us suffer that. I think he's going to bring out some crazy pop-off picks, but we'll have to wait and see as we head towards picks and bans. We're going to head over to the stage, get these players sat down. You see View, the man himself, not the greatest in the world, but, you know, it's about trying your best. That's what we're here for. Keep your dreams. The WE motto, apparently. That sounds almost aggressive to me, Lyric. Keep your dreams. You keep those dreams away from me. You keep them to yourself, okay?
Well, I don't know what WE's dreams are. This flip, maybe making playoffs would be a realistic one. WE, though, not going to be changing out the roster that they've shown so far. Still going to be stay playing in the AD carry role. The other four members are still pretty set. Again, Beishang not able to play, so View is the one on stage today. Gotta say, not looking all too confident, which is surprising because we hit on this earlier. If there is a theoretical top team, quote-unquote, you're going to beat, it's gonna be Top Esports.
Yeah, I mean, I think it goes without saying. Like, the funny thing about Top Esports to me is that every single split, Rogue Warriors beats them. The fact that we have a consistent low team versus high team win every single split, it's always the same team.
You know,
And here they are.
I never thought about that much. The fact that since Rogue Warriors are technically gone, now anyone's
Yeah.
legend, TS probably having a better split.
Yeah. We'll have to wait and see. Power of the Panda. It's a hidden power, but it can come up trump. So, I mean, I don't know when that is in the season. Check on that one, but that will be a banger series. It's guaranteed every single time. It's week 9, so hold on to your horses for that one, guys. It's a little while away, but it will be a banger. But I'm hoping this one will be a banger too, because I feel like across the board we do have some interesting matchups. My big concern in this matchup, though, honestly, is WE's bot lane, right? Because, let's be honest, I don't know if you guys have heard of Jackie Love. He likes to be a little aggressive. He's got somewhat of a reputation for it. And WE's bottom lane, Kadaya has been pretty exceptional when he gets on things like the Leona and the Rakan. But I wouldn't say it's necessarily that they're the king of the 2v2, you know? And up against Top Esports, I feel like your 2v2 is going to be tested.
Yeah, W's bot lane has been questionable. If I remember correctly, I think they were the bot lane that did pull out the Jin Sona, which was not it. Did not work.
Yeah.
I don't understand how it works in theory,
Suboptimal.
and it
Suboptimal, I
didn't
think,
work
is the
in
phrase.
practice. Yeah, definitely not a bot lane that wins out in the 2v2. We have seen Stay be willing to pull out different champions other than things like the Jinx and Aphelios. That's 2 games in the Jin. He's pulled out the Kai'Sa himself, so getting a bit more personality out from their side. Even in top lane, BuBu bringing out the Scion. I do love people who are willing to bring out those tanks, play that front-to-back 5v5 style, especially for WE when we're saying, hey, look at what Shanks is playing right now. Shanks is the main damage dealer for the team by a huge amount, 31% compared to like 24% for the side of their AD carry. So I think just looking for ways to enable Shanks and playing more for mid and late game might be the way WE want to go, because you know how TS are going to play, especially when they are fielding Xiaopeng rather than Tian.
Yeah, it felt. I mean, let's be honest. TS are gonna be aggressive. They're gonna make things happen. This is always gonna be a fun series. Because the thing is, whenever Xiaopeng stepped onto the stage on his previous team, you already knew it was gonna be a fun series. And now he joined literally the team with maybe the most mojo in the league. But I mean, we'll get into that discussion later on in the show. Keep your eyes peeled. But I feel like now this team has. It's always going to be a great series. It's always going to be a lot of fun. It's not necessarily going to be the cleanest League of Legends you've ever seen in your life. This is not a team that respects macro necessarily, but it is a team that knows how to get an advantage. It is a team that is willing to try and make the highlight play. And I think that's the thing that I love the most about watching all of these players on Top Esports. Is I always feel like they're trying to get a clip for their montage, you know? That's the kind of play that you get to see. We'll have to wait and see if we get some montage picks, because we're going into picks and bans.
Yeah, and Top Esports already coming out with some of the respect that we were showing for View, taking away that talent, not letting him get out on the map. And for WE, they're doing the same. Xiaopeng is not going to have any champions this series. I wonder if they're going to take away the Xin Zhao, or they're trying to force that to be their first pick, or maybe make TES ban it, so then you're losing all the premier junglers, and then we're falling to the pits of... Heck, I don't even know. I guess Nidalee would be open for Xiaopeng. We would have really obscure things like the Kiana, but they aren't going to ban it out. They're going to leave the Xin Zhao open, and they are just going to target ban Rakan from Kadaya.
Yeah, I like that, though. Kadaya has been an absolute monster on Rakan. I respect that ban. But the Aphelios is locked in, which does mean Xin Zhao is available for Xiaopeng if he wants it. So's Thresh, so's Jinx. There's a lot of power picks available, and that's what I was thinking when we saw those first 4 bans. I was like... We're not banned any 80 carries yet. There's a lot of really good 80 carries right now.
Yeah, for TS to now have an option, if they do decide to lock in this Thresh, they don't necessarily need to ping Jinx now. You would think they could just go Thresh and Xin Zhao, save 80 carry for 3, make sure they get that priority jungler. That would leave them open to, if WE decide to just blind pick up mid laner and potentially getting banned out in second phase. But it's not something I think you have to be all too worried about for the side of TES.
remember that, you know, Xin Zhao has been comfortably the highest priority jungler. So if Xiaopeng doesn't go for that, then he's basically saying, whatever I picked, which turns out to be the Viego, he is super comfortable going into that Xin Zhao. He's happy with that matchup. And now the Rek'Sai hover, I feel like this is, like, Xiaopeng is known for Rek'Sai, so I wonder if this is View kind of just acknowledging his opponent there.
Oh, it definitely is. I don't expect the Rek'Sai to come out for the side of WE, at least not this early in draft when you do still have other picks open. There is the Xin Zhao that we were expecting. Now for the side of WE, you could match support. I don't expect for WE to pull out an Enchanter and oh, they are. I'm wrong. We don't get this. We don't get this in LPL Munchables.
I know. I was thinking it. I was like, it could be a Yuumi or a Lulu angle, but that's not what Kadaya has excelled at, you know? This is not the style that WE have gone for, but I'm up for it. Let's find out how they can do with it, because, I mean, look at the champions that Lulu's with. It definitely works.
Oh, I think it's phenomenal for the composition. Just LPL teams typically shying away from these champions. Lulu is the 5th most picked support in LPL right now, but still a ton of other tanks do surround her. I think you do have to play a bit differently laning phase, a bit more aggressive. I think does quite well into the Thresh matchup as well. TES answering with the Jinx is not all too surprising. They set up for that with the Thresh takeaway. And now we're going to be looking at where they want to go with champions in the second phase. When we've been talking about how impactful of a player Shanks is, I wouldn't mind for them to ban out more blind pick mids, and it does look like that's what they're going to follow suit with, taking away the Twisted Fate. Victor and Orianna are the other two I'm looking at.
Yeah, we need Victor banned, we need Orianna banned, we need Vex banned, and then we need Knight to lock in his Zoe. That's my my fortune teller of how this draft goes. I'm praying that we get a little bit of Knight Zoe action on the field, but we'll have to wait and see. There's the Vex ban that I called for, though. It could happen.
The other thing I'm keeping my eye on is maybe a potential Sinjar or something for the side of WE, something more aggressive in the mid lane to pair well for the mid jungle 2v2 coming out with Few, enabling him to roam early, shutting Knight down. For TES, I think it's a bigger question mark. I think you should typically draft mid on 4 and look to counterpick top lane. I think there's a lot of safe, blind pickable mids in the meta, but just the way top esports play, still not really giving Zoom too many resources. I wouldn't be all too surprised if they did just go for either a Renekton on 4 and then save your last pick for Knight.
Brave spanned away here. We'll have to see what top esports mentality with this is, though. But I think when you have Zoom in the top lane counter pick just makes sense, right? This is the kind of guy where if you set him up for it, he's gonna win his lane. The Victor, unfortunately, though, was not banned. And as much as I love Zoe, I do think that the Victor is probably the smart pick.
No, I completely disagree. We have seen pop-up performances, and we're gonna get the LeBlanc instead. Way better. You are going up against things like a Lulu. The Wild Girl is going to be quite annoying. Even a Xin Zhao, quite annoying once he does pop that ultimate, finding your way into range. Does open up the Lissandra counter pick, able to come out for WE. Also brings setup to your mid jungle 2v2 to allow you to, come and find those ganks, roam early on with the Lissandra. And then you're looking at what WE want to be blind picking for top side. No, they don't do it much. We don't get the classic.
No, gonna be the Rise coming on through. So Shanks sticking to his comfort zone for the time being and just going with these control mages that we keep on seeing from him. And now we just need the top lane. This is gonna be blind going through for BuBu, a player that has been known to sort of flip his lane a little bit, and Zoom, a player that has been known to completely demolish top laners that like to flip their lane. And he's gonna lock in an Aatrox. This is already feeling pretty aggressive from the side of Zoom.
Oh, I think it's really nice as well, just being able to play off of that range with your Q, contest the Gragas, he's going to be throwing out his barrels early on, having that W, you can try and force out his E, look for the all-in. So for the side of TS, we do have something a bit more aggressive, which is what we expected, right? LeBlanc looking to move and roam early on. Viego is going to be a bit slower, so I don't expect to see too much until he does hit that level 4 mark, and especially level 6 looking for the skirmishes, and maybe playing up towards top side for the side of TES. For WE, I think we are waiting a little bit longer before Rise is enabled with that Realm Warp, but we know that View will have a lot more options in the first few levels of the game.
So this is this Aatrox pick is going to be interesting. It's a pick that I'm just having a little look on the old internet. Apparently, very, very good into Dragons in and of itself. It's been played in the LCK a couple of times. This is going to be the first Aatrox that we get to see in the LPL. So I'm excited to see what Zoom can do with that pick and how this is all going to work out. But I have to say, interesting compositions. This is not necessarily what I expected coming into the series, especially the Lulu from Kadaya. But I am excited to see a different version of WE. They certainly have a lot of scaling to it.
And this is what we were hitting on coming in, right? That for WE, with the way that they've been playing, it should be more about scaling, maybe setting up for these front-to-back team fights. You are a bit more of a 1-4 style composition with the fact that you do have the Rise coming out. Still will be able to be effective in team fights, but up against such long range coming out from LeBlanc and Jinx, it will be quite hard. So we're going to be looking at the 4-man core of WE grouping up. You have the peel coming out from the Gragas, the Xin Zhao, the Lulu, and everything is setting up for Stay to be the big carry. And when Jackie Love's on the other side of the rift, I feel like this is a pretty good proving ground.
Yeah, this is a big moment for Stay, and I hope he can live up to that big moment as well. And I want to quickly mention that, you know, a lot of people at home will be seeing Top Esports as a heavy favorite coming into this series, right? But actually, in terms of the standings, they're really not currently. They're only 1-1, and if WE were to win this series 2-0, WE would actually overtake them in the standings. So this is, I think, logistically a bit closer than people would expect, because, you know, we are right at the start, so all of the teams are relatively close. But in terms of just sheer star power, there are not many teams that can match up to Top Esports. You know, when you just look role by role at the sheer phenomenons in each role, like especially with Zoom stepping in as well, I feel like this roster is incredibly powerful, and I'm excited to see, especially Xiaopeng this year, become a big name, because I feel like he's a player that we've talked about excitedly a lot, and like LPL enthusiasts know Xiaopeng, and LPL enthusiasts love Xiaopeng, but outside of the LPL bubble, I don't think anyone knows who Xiaopeng is, right? And this year, I think people are going to discover who Xiaopeng is, because this guy is a beast, and you can see the spirits are already high within the team. I just can't wait to see him get on the rift and start flexing.
Just thinking about where Xiaopeng started, thinking about that original Sino Dragon team going into DMO, playing with players like Gala, who have now won an MSI, Allah, who's went to Worlds with LNG, and now seeing that whole roster just spread across the league, across top teams, is super cool. Going back to Top Esports more holistically, though, I feel like one of the things we need to see from them is still incorporating Zoom into the roster. Even when we looked at last year's against Ultra Prime, pretty much just lane gapped them. In one game, Jackie Love took over. Xiaopeng set him up with ganks. He got really massive, like 10-0 on the Jinx or something. The last game, which we showed clips of for Xiaopeng, he became massive on the Ezreal. I don't feel like we see a whole lot of lane-to-lane transferring of pressure. Knight is known to just sit in his lane. We know for the bot lane, they don't really interact with the map that much because they do look to just win out in that 2v2. That's one of the things Zoom has brought. He has been willing to roam and interact with the rest of the map, but I don't feel like the rest of the map have done too much to utilize the pressure Zoom can get or set Zoom up. We've seen glimpses of it, like in Demacia Championship Finals, but that's about it.
I mean, even just the meta itself has gone out of its way to stop Zoom being able to impact the rest of the map, right? We've obviously had the teleport changes coming into this season. It does mean it's much more difficult as a top laner to be able to influence the rest of the map, at least before the 14-minute mark. And I do feel like Zoom is one of those players that, generally speaking, plays intelligently, right? Not just in terms of, you know, his wave control is always pretty immaculate. Like, in the 1v1, he'll always be very intelligent about how he plays. But there are two types of players, you know. There are those who think about the game and understand how their champion interacts in a great composition and all of that good stuff. And there are people that press buttons. Some of the people that press buttons are the very best in the world at pressing buttons, and that makes them exceptional. But I always value the players with the big brains. I feel like Zoom, he's a big brain player.
I feel like Zoom has both. I think Zoom, big brain player and is exceptional at pressing the buttons. I guess the difference is he's not someone who goes out of his way to just do it, to be like, yo, look at this really sick outplay I could do, and then, you know, throws the game away. Top Esports would probably be more exciting if he did that. Though, I guess it would just be the same as having 369 on the roster.
I was going to say they had that last year.
And it was phenomenal. It was great. I will always love that iteration of Top Esports.
ultimately, if there's a team for Zoom to learn how to be that player on, this is the team, right? If there's a set of players that could rub off on a guy and turn him into that kind of coin flip player, Top Esports or maybe old IG would be the squads to do that.
You know, even looking at the other side of the rift, it's kind of interesting how BuBu became that player for a year. When we think back to BuBu's old career on V5, it's like, hey, I'm going to sit top. I'm going to be a weak side top laner, absorb pressure. They're going to play around bot side. Then we see him go to BLG, and it's instantly like, yo, boys, give me Jace every chance I could get. Jace, Camille, Jax, whatever I can carry on, do it. And, you know, most of the time, it didn't work. But maybe 1 in every 4 or 5 games, he popped off and he carried. And this could be one of those games.
It's
Wait,
true.
he's on Gragas. I'm lying.
I mean, it could be one of those games. Maybe he goes full AP. You know, let's not count it out of the equation just yet. I always find it funny that when we saw like last year when UB was on BLG and we had Bin on Suning, who was like going absolutely mental in the top lane. I was just like, you know, these guys used to share a roster together, and I feel like when they shared a roster, they were both really not that exciting players. Like neither of them was particularly pop-offy, and then they both went their separate ways, and suddenly both of them became super aggressive. I want to win lane players. I don't know what happened. I don't know how that divorce went down, but I think they were both better off for it. We're on to the Rift. Apologies for the minor delay there, but we are going to get this series underway. It's Top Esports versus WE, game number 1 here. And we'll see what WE have up their sleeves, because this composition, I'm going to be honest, I think it's going to be really hard for like Zoom, Xiaopeng, Knight to have an influence in these fights against the Lulu and the Xin Zhao.
100%, right? You're going to jump in. You're going to have things to worry about like the Gragas E. We already talked about the wild growth coming out for Kadaya. View with the ultimate as well. I think for TS, you can't really be looking for those straight up 5v5s unless you get a massive advantage early on. We are going to say replay in the bottom corner. Knight did get a ward over with his distortion. And now we're going to see how Top Esports are able to use this to do what we just said, to find an advantage early, to get some of these picks off. Knight wanting to trade very aggressively at level 1. And then, like I said, I'd expect maybe putting some attention up towards the top side later on, but definitely going to be aiming bot lane early when you do have this stretch, and you can try and set up some of this kill pressure and try and burn some summoners from a very squishy bot lane in Aphelios Lulu.
Yeah, we'll see if Droll will actually find any angles to get in there. I will say, Droll, as far as Thresh players go, he's pretty up there with the aggression. This is the kind of guy that likes to go in. So even though it is Jinx Thresh, you can imagine that they'll still go for plays. And there it is. Hook immediately goes on it. Just a bit of trading back and forth. And it will mean that Jackalope should be able to force that level 2 first. And it should force Stay and Kadaya away a little bit. View pathing up towards the top side so far. Now, obviously, Top Esports, they had that ward from Knight on the red buff, so they'll know that he's pathed up towards that top side. Xiaopeng going the opposite direction, so Zoom will have to be cautious.
Zoom should be in a fine spot. BuBu does have the gank setup, though, coming out with his E. They definitely have the damage to take out Zoom earlier on. Later on, it could be a bit annoying once he does get his World Ender. Just a ton more sustain coming out, a bit of mobility. Will also have the E once he gets a few levels under his belt, sitting on level 2 right now. So both teams kind of trading sides early on. Wouldn't be surprised to see View switch it up after his first clear and play more for defending Stay and Kadaya. Because for the side of WE, I feel like a lot of your game plan is just getting down early vision, tracking Xiaopeng, and really just making sure Knight can't move. So a lot of vision around mid lane, control wards coming up, and nothing happening. If you're WE, you want nothing to happen, and you are super happy. The rest of us, probably molding, but WE will be the winners.
Yeah, so if you're a fan of WE, you want absolutely nothing to happen. But if you're a fan of League of Legends, then right now, you're supporting Top Esports because they want things to happen. And Xiaopeng is going to prove us right as he tries to make his way into the mid lane here. Knight going to start the playoff. Can he hit the chains? The answer is yes. And the root goes down, followed by the stun. Shanks over the wall. And no flash to follow, but hey, we'll take those ones. That's both summoners on cooldown now for Shanks. He doesn't have TP to get back to lane.
That's just really nice play coming out from Knight as well. Distortion's in, holds the chain just in case he goes for some kind of quick flash. Shanks doesn't do it because he knows Knight has flash as well to be able to follow up. We're going to see Xiaopeng now using that control mid to make his way down towards bot.
He's just making the rounds, isn't he? He's just, oh, here's another lane. Oh, yeah, I'll go for a gank on this one. This is what we were saying about Xiaopeng. This is the kind of guy that wants to make things happen. This is why I love watching Xiaopeng play. Great ward here by BuBu. Will spot out Xiaopeng when he's on that top side of the map and give his team a little bit more information to play around. And I am curious when we talk about BuBu about how this matchup is going to go. Zoom getting the, well, supposed counter pick. I don't really know the matchup myself, but I'm curious to see how this Aatrox versus Gragas pans out.
So much bulls. The sad thing about pretty much any Gragas lane in the top lane is unless you're pulling out something like a Vayne or another really oppressive ranged carrier marksman, I feel like Gragas is pretty fine into anything. Heck, Gragas can even go against some ranged champions like Jace was one he used to be picked into back in 2017. You just have so much sustain coming out from your W and your passive. You have your E to be able to get away. You can farm from a range with your Q. So I don't expect Zoom to be getting too far ahead, but you do have good trade patterns like this. I'm completely wrong, Munchables! Why is BuBu running it down?
Yeah, no, he's okay. He's fine. He's fine. And passive. He was just baiting him. He's just trying to look
I just
cool.
wonder if he E'd before we went up to top lane or why he was holding it for so long. Zoom getting a ton of free trading off of him. We hit on just Aatrox, the ability to tether range with your Q, be able to play off of it. I do think BuBu is not playing this optimally, though.
It's a very political way of saying what you're trying to say there, Mr. Lyric. Yeah, Zoom having a good time. So far, not that far ahead in CS, but in terms of health, doing very well in these trades. He's going to be able to force the TP out from BuBu here, and will get favorable reset off for himself. So nicely done by Zoom to find an opportunity to punish up in that top side. And I have to say, when we talked about top esports, we did say, look, this is the kind of team that when they win through gapping their lanes. Well, we're starting to see a bit of a lane gap in the top lane. There's a bit of a CS gap in the mid lane. There's a bit of a CS gap in the bottom lane. This is all going tickety-boo for top esports when it comes to that kind of... Oh.
Yeah, looks like...
Actually?
Oh!
Oh, it's a solo kill. Zoom just walks under the tower, wants to make sure that View doesn't get any of the action. But hey, we're talking about BuBu messing up. He's just solo killed Zoom.
I mean, he got a reset off before Zoom did. TP's back to lane, has a bit of an item advantage, throws out the cask. Zoom being a little bit over-aggressive. On the opposite side of the map, though, TES have gotten a ton of vision down. We were talking about how WE want to be the team to control vision around mid lane, at least try and deny some of his plays, just to counteract whatever moves WE wants to make. But Xiaopeng going to be stealing away a red buff, and it looks like top esports are trying to stack a wave down in bot, at least a 9 farm, because WE know that Xiaopeng is on this side of the map.
Shanks doesn't know he's there. Well, I think he's got an idea that he's there, but he hasn't actually seen him just yet. And Xiaopeng actually sweeps because he's like, does he know I'm here? But Shanks has to commit to this wave eventually, and Knight is willing to wait. He's willing to lose CS for this, but eventually has to give up View moving back into this bottom side of the map. Not quite in range of that ward just yet, so won't have been spotted, but Jakilov gets out on that lantern and he'll be A-okay. So very, very quiet early game so far, and you know, Xiaopeng has been trying to make things happen, and you know, Zoom massively overstepping in that top side to give us at least a little bit of action. But generally speaking, I'm surprised at the restraint we're seeing from top esports.
Top esports have still done a good job of getting control, right? They had complete vision control up until this moment where a lot of their wards were timed out, especially around mid and bot. We saw some counter jungling coming out from Xiaopeng. They've denied some CS down in mid lane, with Jakilov having a 10 CS advantage right now. But you're right, seems like waiting for that level 6 mark, especially for Xiaopeng to be able to have that ultimate, find the resets in the skirmishes. Now that Rift Herald is up, you know, this is what top esports are going to want to look for, since they do want a lot of these fights. For WE, I feel like the play would even just be to acknowledge that top esports should be stronger right now. They also have control, so it can zone you off and poke off with a LeBlanc. Just look towards the bottom side.
Looking towards Herald right now. His Knight is here. Sharpong already starting this one off. His View finishes his blue buff off, but with Zoom moving over, Jackie Love moving up from the bottom side as well. We're going to have 5v5 on our hands. Hook goes out from Joe, does find Shanks, but they can't follow up, and it's actually stolen by View, and WE will grab themselves a Herald. They'll grab themselves a bonus kill on the enemy top laner, and Bew got the Herald with Zoom down, no TP. He can just grab some plates.
Ooh, and yeah, he's going to drop that one right away for Stay. And Stay even has the best combination of guns to just be able to burn that tower down even quicker. I do got to say, it looks like Top Esports panic, which is sad. The rotation from Jackie Love coming up very late, maybe expecting him to not follow up. But hey, WE for this are going to be able to get a huge gold injection onto their Aphelios, who's going to be the primary damage dealer.
That feels really, really good for WE. He will get a third plate here. The question is, will he survive? Because Xiaopeng in on the Thresh Express and now stays in trouble, but the hook immediately goes through. Cleanse is going to help a little, but Knight's here as well. Rocket comes out from Jackie Love. Xiaopeng falls though. It's 1-for-1 thanks to Shanks, who's looking for a little more, but decides to back away in the end. With 3 plates and an even trade of kills, I think WE take that any day of the week.
WE definitely coming out on top in that play. They did have to burn a ton of summoners, though. Both flashes burned from Stay, and Shanks' Cleanse going down as well. Realm Warp utilized for him to be able to get there. I think we're going to go back to the Herald replay now, though. I think Top Esports panic a little bit with the fact of how far Jackie Love is, maybe even noticing that Aphelios is here, because that Smite came out so early from Xiaopeng and set up for the steal. Now it's just straight up numbers advantage for the side of Team WE. They're able to single zoom out and find the kill. So again, going back, I don't know if TS expected WE to just give Herald because of how far behind they were in terms of tempo to be able to get there, which is why they kept Jackie Love bot lane so long. But the rotation from Stay definitely mattering, and just Xiaopeng not on point with the smite.
I'm kind of impressed at the CS difference in this bottom lane right now, though, because Jackie Love is actually somewhat even in gold. He's only 300 gold down after all of those plates. Jackie Love managing to stay relevant here, but Drake down to 1,000. It's going to be smited. WE now looking for a fight on top of it, but a good flash from Xiaopeng. Knight trying to move in for a bit of damage himself. Shanks can answer those. Zap comes in. Top Esports aren't done just yet, and that hook is beautiful from Joe. Straight onto the enemy AD carry, and it sets up for Knight to finish him off. 2 kills from Top Esports, and they look for more with the slow onto View as well. Ethereal Chains looks for the root on top of everything else. Knight has to get out, though. Or does he? Grabs himself a double kill. Beautifully done by Top Esports.
And this is the early skirmishing we were talking about. Joao finding the hook. Looks like they still want to go for more. WE feeling quite confident that Top Esports can't go for a dive. They don't have a wave, so doesn't look like TS will even try to threaten it. Jackie Love is going to try and push us in quickly. Hopefully deny Stay some more. Yes, it is a cannon wave, so Stay's just pretty much fine. But for WE, they were able to pick up the dragon themselves, as we're going to see in this replay. If you notice, the minimap zoom is still not here. View trying to find the flash cast, but nice flash coming up from Xiaopeng. And keep your eyes on Chua here, because he's the man who sets this all up. Flashes in for the hook onto Aphelios. Zoom doing a great job of zoning the other members off. View even jumping in to all of the AoE and Aatrox damage coming out. Didn't really take any damage, but still just giving Zoom an even easier time of deleting people. And then Knight doing a pretty nice job of weaving in and out of these fights to delete people. 3-0 on the LeBlanc. You never want that when Knight's on your screen.
And the really brutal thing is, I briefly mentioned it before the fight. Knight is literally 1v3ing just to annoy them. He can't even get anything off of this play. He's just playing with his food right now.
Ooh, I mean, Hysterics were hitting on this the other day as well, but we have Knight once again going back to the whole, you know what? I'm going to buy Dark Steel every 8th. We're going to see if I can stack it up and get the Magi's or not. If not, he'll sell it. I think last game he did have to sell it, which is quite disappointing. So hopefully he can keep the pain train rolling, get that Magi's, and start showing up like he did last split, where he broke the record for solo kills in a split.
I mean, this guy is a monster, and we saw when he stepped onto the stage, he had a huge grin on his face. Clearly, the banter is good within Top Esports right now. And he's clearly feeling it. 3-0 so far this game. Looking good on that LeBlanc. And, we were questioning the LeBlanc pick, especially into a Lulu, especially into a Xin Zhao as well. Like, not necessarily a draft that is going to massively favor a LeBlanc pick, but when you're Knight, I guess you can pick whatever you want. and managed to make it work out. Jackulov similarly doing a lot of work on this Jinx so far, and Stay really starting to feel the wrath. And this is one of the things about Aphelios. Everyone talks about how strong you are in the late game, but they always neglect to mention the fact that when you don't have Calibrum, you don't have any range, and you can be bullied really easily.
Yeah, top esports, though, looking to bully him out like you're saying. They had the lean down from Knight. They've had vision control bot side this whole time. WE having to go for the cross-map play, making their way up towards top. Wonder if BBU has a wave. In this matchup, Aatrox should have a pretty decent time thinning it out, but no, they're going for it.
Okay, Zoom gonna pop the ulti. I don't think he can survive this one. The lifesteal though! Oh my days, he moves out of the tower again. He's actually alive right now. BBU misses the barrel. Can Zoom survive? Not anymore, unfortunately. Gets him all low, but can't finish him. Now the play on the bottom side, but the flash from Kadaya keeps him safe. And, you know, Zoom is 0-3 right now, but I take my hat off to him. The length he survived in that play was incredible.
Aatrox is a champion that I wouldn't say it's necessarily difficult to dive him post-6, but it is definitely more annoying. I mean, the 30% increased healing you get from World Ender. I think the bonus movement speed something like 50 or 60% at rank 1 ultimate as well. So just a lot of ways to try and weave in and out, dodging certain skill shots, healing up like you just saw. Did his best. WE still going to be able to get that one. We're going to go to a replay. I wonder if it's just of the dive itself. Task in immediately, no other members here. View going in. How does he get? Okay, so massive 2-man heal into the Iron Spike Whip. And yeah, just hits the sweet spots of the Qs that he needs.
Yeah, beautifully done, but does get hit. I think it was in the Q animation as that W came out from View. He tried his best, but ultimately, a well-executed dive from WE, right? Not missing too many of their skill shots and managing to pull it off. It may have looked a little dicey, but it doesn't actually matter how dicey it looks. All that matters is who died, who survived. WE come out on top of the trade. Does mean that they're trying to close this goal gap somewhat after the big fight down in that bottom side. It is still top esports 2,000 gold ahead, but WE not giving up yet, right? Still fighting for control. Currently, with Tempo on their side playing towards this top lane, as Knight is moved down to this bottom side.
TS realizing, hey, we just start stacking up these drakes for the fact that WE have picked up 2 themselves. So just more cross-mapping coming out for TS. I feel like they do have a little bit more pressure threatening these dives or threatening these cross maps because you are going up against Rise on the opposite side. Very squishy, a ton of burst coming out from your LeBlanc. Compared for WE, who are just going to have to keep utilizing the Gragas split push to potentially threaten dives on Aatrox, though. Top esports are trading a tier 2 bot for your mid-tier 1. Not a huge fan of this play coming out. This is going to open up a lot of control for the side of Team WE.
Yeah,
I think WE get
can't see
both.
the resets are now going to come on through. Jackulov needs to get resetting himself. Knight is behind the play, but this Herald is going to keep going. This will be a tier 2 in the mid lane going the way of WE. They obviously already got the tier 1 up in that top side, and you can see the team moving in that direction. I'm not sure if they'll actually have an angle to try and get that one. So the Herald does go down. Doesn't get the charge in the mid lane at very least. Now top esports playing Scavenger. Can they finish anyone off on the ripples? But not looking good for them, and there are so many blue wards in this jungle now. Top esports will not be able to move on the top side of the map without WE's knowledge.
I gotta say, though, that was really confusing coming out from TES. I like the idea of how the play started off. You're looking to go bot side, you're putting some pressure on Shanks, you're denying him farm and XP, to where Zoom on the opposite side was able to catch waves in mid because the top wave wasn't set up yet. TS, I think, shouldn't have looked for the tier 2 bot, though. Just rotate your core earlier, defend that mid lane turret. Potentially you find a skirmish, which is what you'd want anyway. And at the very least, if everything goes even, you have denied gold off the Rise in that situation compared to the Aatrox being able to pick up farm on the opposite side. But TES did greed a little bit as View looking for the aggression.
Jackulov's in trouble, but the Flame Choppers keep him alive for the time being. Juo, the sacrificial lamb, but now the flash onto Jackulov. Cast back, but gets behind Zoom. Is Knight trying to play distraction for his AD carry. Rocket goes in. View solo on HP, and Xiaopeng to the other side of the wall. Flashes open. The Wild Growth keeps him alive. Knight finishing the kill off. Resets for Xiaopeng. Jackulov still goes strong. He's autoing a ward. Hit the enemies, Jackulov. The ward finally goes down, and that means he can hit the chickens instead. But the Flame Choppers go in once more. It's a 1-for-1 somehow, as Jackulov finally throws an auto at the enemies.
For top esports, they were playing on both sides of the fight. Knight, though, really nice chain, is going to have to back off. I think it was a really weird formation coming out from TES. They were
Yeah.
trying to collapse from both sides, but when you are the composition with a bunch of squishy champions, and WE's comp is enabled by being grouped up as a 5-man, you all jump in from opposite sides. BB's like, cool, I'll E, I'll throw to cask, we have a wild growth. There's so many different ways, and obviously it's very easy for WE to just say, hey, we can just turn to one side, because they're all split. They find it onto Joa very easily. They get the first pick off. UVU trying to set them up for the second one does force out Jackal Summoners, which is pretty big. Knight on the opposite side, able to deal a lot of damage to allow the rocket follow through to pretty much set up this kill on UVU to come out from Knight. But in the end, nothing else able to be found. A ton of mobility coming out for both sides. But I feel like WE in a pretty good position. WE won the last rotation, the last macro play that we saw before this replay happened. They're going even in fights against the composition that does feel like it needs to have a bit more momentum than its opponent.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that one. It feels like WE in a really good spot right now. And again, they are a bit down in gold, but every time we mention it, that gold difference is shrinking more and more. The one big issue I can see for WE right now is the fact that right now their gold is not placed as well as Top Esports gold. Look at Jackal and Knight's scoreboards right now. 4 kills for Knight. Jackal massively ahead in CS as well, having a bunch of assists and that extra kill. So he's half an item up on his opponent right now. Knight is massively ahead as well. So the big issue for WE is just where that gold is sat in their team right now.
For WE, though, I mean, as long as you're just able to buy time and keep scaling up, Dragon's coming up in 30 seconds. They're the team that has full control of bot side River, so they should be looking at that one. Potentially getting on Soul Point against the comp that is going to be playing off a lot of range, the LeBlanc, the Jinx. So for WE, they'll be able to utilize that Soul, back off, heal up, and look for the engages they need. I feel like even just the position of the map right now, what we see on our screen is really good for them. Zoom is going to be able to push out bot, though, but I don't know if the other members of Top Esports will be able to get a handle on mid in time to look to contest this Dragon.
CW just stacking up mid here to try and find priority. Knight off on the side, waiting for an opportunity, but it's only going to get more difficult for Knight. As Kedaya starts to get items, he will become an absolute nuisance. The wild growth, as well as just the polymorph, doing a lot of work to stop LeBlanc having her way in these fights. Zoom flanking on the bottom side now, and you can see the way that TES positioned to try and force WE away from the mid lane. Well, having to flash to keep himself alive from BB's cask, but that's a big cooldown for WE.
A very important one as well. If you start getting LeBlanc distortioning in, coming out from Zoom to make sure he can get on targets, that'd be quite useful. Oh, View!
Oh, the knock-up on the Lantern. Jackal is down. Huge pick for WE here. This duo will surely fall as well. Zoom trying to buy time, trying to distract for the top side of the fight, but he just can't do anything. And forget the Dragon. It's a realm warp into the Baron Pit, and WE are coming up huge in this game.
And this is exactly what we knew would happen. We said it, right? Top Esports theoretically should come in as favorites. They're not going to 2-0 this series. There's no way. They still might win the series. I don't know who wins the series. But WE would take a game. They have the easier to execute comp, as we see in the fights. You just stack as a 5-man, and Top Esports like, what could we do? None of our champions really want to jump into what you're doing. And then WE able to pivot that to a Baron is so massive.
And it does just feel like for example, this LeBlanc lock-in. We said right at the start, this doesn't feel particularly good into the enemy composition. Victor was available. You could have just gone Victor here. That would have been great. But Top Esports being Top Esports, and now being punished a little bit for it is Jackal getting caught out of position. And that's twice in a row. That's 2 fights in a row that it all starts off with Jackal.
And we're going to see View goes for the Winds Becomes Lightning into the flash, just able to catch Jackal out, not able to get the Lantern in time. Then your carry that has the ability to the safest damage to what WE have drafted is gone, because we've been talking about it. Both Knight and Zoom, even Xiaopeng, none of you really have a great ability to jump on WE's carries. And their front line, if you do, Gragas will just be able to buy enough time for Stay to be able to delete you. So now for WE, we're going to see them controlling top side of the map, probably playing to push in mid, link up with Shake's top, take that turret down. And now for Top Esports, you're going to be the one buying time, maybe trying to find a pick with Knight in rotation, just keep using distortion to go in and force out a lot of these cooldowns or summoners.
See if they're going to be able to. I feel like we need to see Knight doing some magical stuff, right? That's ultimately what it's going to come down to is... I don't want to say it again. It's going to be Mojo did. It's going to be Mojo did.
It's Mojo.
That's the only way Top Esports to win this game at this point. And if they do manage to pull it off, I can't wait to see it. But right now, I'm hedging my bets on WE. They're feeling good. They've got the Baron. That's a tier 2 taking it to the top side. View, just clearing the waves in the bottom lane as well. WE in complete control of this game. And now with a gold lead as well for the first time in basically since that first kill that we saw where Zoom went down in the top lane. Since that point, it's always been Top Esports ahead. So fantastic to see WE showing up in this way. And honestly, I think surprising a lot of people. Remember, this is a team that is currently 0-2 in the standings. And yes, they had a good game against V5, but I was not expecting them to come into this series and look like they might just win game number 1 straight off of the bat.
And I think this point, 1K gold lead, it doesn't look as big, but with what we've hit on in terms of compositionally how this should play out, I definitely think it feels more like a 3 to 5K gold lead for the side of WE. Heck, it's still going to grow because they do still have the Baron up for now. The nice thing for Top Esports is that they were able to take away some dragons. Knight going to take a good fair bit of damage. Not
Got
gonna
red
get
like a
anything
book.
off that.
Yeah, Knight tries to go in on Bubu, just gets belly bopped.
I love how aggressively Bubu's playing as always. Walking forward, he's kind of saying, hey, come in. You blow your cooldowns on me. Gonna save time for his carries to be able to reposition, clear out these minions. And for WE, it just seems, okay, we're gonna keep controlling bot side. We're gonna see if we can catch anyone out off guard. I don't think they have a great ability at being able to threaten turrets up against Jinx. Does outrange the Aphelios. You have phenomenal wave clear. Maybe Shanks can do a little bit in bot side, but still not going to do enough to be able to take that turret. So just trying to make sure that Top Esports can't get any vision control bot side with the fact that Dragon will be coming up in a minute 20.
Yeah, the only minor concern I have is that this feels like the game has slowed down a lot. And it's 2 Drakes apiece, so Dragon doesn't really matter for another like 10 minutes basically. Yeah, it matters, but it's not like the game-winning play for a long while. Baron will be up in another 2 minutes, but the longer this goes on, the more Top Esports eggs start to rest in the Jaculum basket, right? He's the one with the range. He can play against an Aphelios very comfortably. He can play against the Rise very comfortably. If he doesn't get caught out, that is a big if, Jaculum can win those late game fights. It is Jaculum. And we all know Jaculum. He does get caught out sometimes, and he does just run it down sometimes. But the other times, he does 1v9. So it's like, I know, I feel like I'm reiterating the same point we made about Knight, just with a different player's name slotted in, but it's possible. And it's all down to Mojo.
Mudge, you made me realize the second you said Jaculum is the one who can play off range and, can kite this up. It's like, no. The second you're saying that Jaculum needs to be, like, tethering his range.
Intelligent.
And, trying to compete against the Aphelios. Staying right on the edge of when becomes lightning and knowing Bubu's effective range. That's not Jaculum. Jaculum's going to walk forward a bunch of bulls, and he's going to do that right now because both teams posturing for the Dragon. Knight playing off on a flank. He's the member we got to keep our eyes on for Top Esports. WE plays a 5-man deathball composition to protect Stay.
This is going to be a 50-50. Let's see which jungler's got the fastest fingers. It's Xiaopeng, and Zoom on the front line here goes for the World Ender. But he's got a Lantern to get him out to safety as well. Top Esports grabbing themselves the Drake. And without losing a single player either, but they've got to get back to base because the Realm Warp into the mid lane. It's time for a bit of mojo from WE's side as they barrel down towards this mid lane in Hip Tower. The recalls are so slow from Top Esports. They don't have the Baron empowered recalls like they would want. And it means it's a Dragon in trade for a mid lane inhibitor. That is huge for WE.
That was an amazing rotation coming out from WE to realize that they can go for that one. Not only do they use that Realm Warp, get mid, take an inhibitor, but also they'd set up their waves to stack up top side to where Top Esports were also losing a bunch of farm to that top lane turret before they were able to get there. I wonder if TS are going to start a Baron, realizing that some of these recalls for WE are going to need to come out.
I feel like they could, and I feel like it'd be a very Top Esports thing to do. But with that said, they're not going to do it. This is uncharacteristic, honestly. I would fully expect them to all just blast Cone into the back of the pit and go for it, especially with the Jinx, but so far, not being willing to pull the trigger on these kinds of plays. And again, I keep using this word restraint when it comes to talking about our teams this year. It feels like B5 is another team with a weirdly surprising amount of restraint when it comes to these kinds of plays. Top Esports playing it cool. I don't think I've ever said that sentence before.
You know what's also really weird to think about with LPL right now? I feel like typically our splits go that LPL in the start of the split actually looks decently strong. Maybe it actually comes in after Chinese New Year, but I feel like our teams typically start to taper off in level of wackiness. I feel like it definitely gets more wacky as the split goes on. You see more int moments, you see more aggression, you see more random Barons that shouldn't be started. So I feel like we just gotta wait a couple of weeks and we will be good to go. Chinese New Year break is gonna be coming soon as Knight gonna get a massive chunk onto Bubu.
That is some damage right there, and he's still only on 8 stacks of that Dark Seal. He's getting close to the Medjay as the reset comes in for Jackie Love. There's a Zap as well. Knight over the wall. Big damage on to stay there. And WE, dare I say it, it feels like they're starting to struggle a little bit in these fights. TP back in from Bubu. He wants to try and make his way in. He's just going to be that big brick wall on the front line. But Kadaya's half health. View is half health. Stay got forced away as well. He's trying to lifesteal off the jungle camps right now. And you have to wonder, with Top Esports in this position, maybe now is the Baron call instead.
And this has all been because of Knight, right? Because Knight is one who has non-committal damage, can go in, chunk people out, back away, and try and make the fight more even for them by lowering these health bars. I think they're just looking for a bait now. They know they can't go for this. WE need force and engage.
Moment of truth here. Knight over the wall could potentially find an angle, sweeping so they don't know where he is right now. Daya, Shanks all grouped up. Remember that Lulu can ruin Knight's day. It can stop him going back to his distortion with the polymorph. And Top Esports, they want this fight. They're just going to
They can't do this though.
Again.
WE can go mid-bunch.
There are pings in the base, but they're not willing to commit to the base. They're going back towards the Baron instead. It's going to be a 50-50 smite, and it's taken by View. Now the fight is on our hands. Drone trying to pull people out, but Jackie Love has already fallen, and WE will get everything their hearts desire. Knight has to flee 3 kills, and now WE can make their way to the base.
WE being a little bit indecisive there. Do we go mid? Do we go to the Baron? They decide to pull towards the Baron. TS are low, and they find the fight. And this should be them ending the game.
Yes, it should. I don't see a way that this ends a different way. Knight still the flawless KDA, but not able to do anything about the situation. He goes in, he tries to make something happen, but he ends up on his fountain. 10-5, and WE take down Top Esports for game 1 of the day.
I feel like it was a little bit of a draft diff coming out for the side of WE. I really liked what they had into the champions that Top Esports did pick up. TS definitely having windows where they could have taken over the game, right? We even saw later on in the game. I think Knight was doing his job phenomenally. Sit in brushes, stay behind walls, pop over, throw out a chain, throw out a Q, chunk them down, try to get them low enough to where then you can take a fight. Problem is that you have the shields coming out from Lulu. You have Bubi who's able to eat a lot of that damage. Recall, get back on the map. Just a lot of space being able to be built by WE. So WE played well. View as well. 2 out of the 3 smites, he beat Xiaopeng. And Xiaopeng won the what was it? The one dragon, and then View winning the Baron and the Herald. So yeah, we highlighted that View has been a member that has stood out on this WE squad, and he continues to do so.
Yeah, you looking really good in this game, and honestly, I feel like Top Esports are a team that like to make bad decisions a lot of the time. I feel like they needed to make more bad decisions in this game. I feel like with the draft that they had, this is not a long-term win. You've got to just flip the game and make crazy things happen and hope you can just win on hand stiff, right? Because for WE, as you said right at the start of the game, all they had to do was kick back, relax, put their feet up, hope basically nothing happens all game. That's sort of what they did. Slowly but surely, won through correct decision-making, making better macro calls. Like, for example, the tower trades, right? Where we saw Jackie Love staying the tier 2 in the bottom lane, while a Herald pushes mid. Like, just not a good call from Top Esports, and WE punishing.
No, and TS, I like how you put that, of having to make I like the way you said it as well. Having to make bad decisions. I'd say TS have this comp that it's like a knife fight comp. You want to make it hectic. You want it to be a little bit crazy. You want skirmishes all over the place. You're gonna have to flip a few situations, maybe going in looking for a pick to be able to cause that chaos. They definitely tried. I think we saw that in a few instances. At least I tried. But the rest of the squad not able to get on the same page. I think also very hard because Jinx is not a champion who thrives in those situations. So you have champions like Aatrox, Viego, LeBlanc who want to do one thing, and then this Jinx who wants to do something completely different.
I think, Lyric, the best way to word it is if you want to live by the mojo, you got to die by the mojo. So, Top Esports not committing to the mojo. We'll have to see if they'll bring more of that for game number 2, or whether WE are just going to be able to keep this rolling forwards. I'm excited to see what WE have up their sleeves. Find out in a few.
They're like, right, we don't have Viper, we don't want to rush into this, because that's probably our biggest opportunity to throw the game, is going for a 4v5 without a Predator.
Yeah. What were you saying? I'll let you finish.
Yeah,
I'll let
that's
you
why
finish.
EDG didn't want to fight without Viper, right?
No soul for you, Rare Adam. 4 members running away as Ala is a busy boy, spinning with the helicopter. He's flashed away to not absorb the damage as Lumau goes down. And wow! Super Mega Death Rocket with an absolute big one. Strive on the chase, the needlework. It's just a little tip. Tarzan the what? Strive is a madman! That target selection Lyric, that was insane.
He's going to TP for now. Yeah, okay. They have to be able to defend this. They've got the Infinal Sword. It's a big spike.
It's a bit of a pinch. It's a bit of a pinch. They've been able to jump on the people. There is the showstopper right on the cold. They're going to be able to turn this one all the way around. Look at the damage coming out now from the side of anyone's legend. This Jinx needs to get excited. Abel, 1, 2, maybe get some more. 3, maybe even another one. They're going to keep him alive, and Abel carries this fight. Absolutely insane play from the Jinx.
Tarzan's looking, and Hacker, you're taking so much damage.
Yeah, Hacker needs to ult, but I think Hacker's dead. Yep, Hacker did not respect the pure amount of damage that was coming out. Like, Hacker has no real tank items. He even had a Zhonya's or a stopwatch to use, but now we can see Tarzan behind the wall gets the Jinx, and that's the perfect combination that you want to see. Tarzan is just carrying this game. 5-1 and 6 on this Lee Sin.
Much has happened a little bit, but Corki is so overwhelmingly powerful when he does have this package. With his build, you just see what one of his rockets just zooms health bar.
They're down, but hang on, Ultra Prime, they're getting separated a bit, package back to Zoom, trying to close the gap, but into the back line. It's done because Hacker is taking care of business, and Elk alongside the Wayne. That's a triple kill, with Xiaopeng being the next Quadra. We're looking for the Panther here, ladies and gentlemen, as Elk has been so big in this game. He went from WE to stardom on the Nexus. Elk looking to get the final kill. Nice buy-in time.
But I know it's for the best. See, baby,
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we continue with our day. We're one game in, and I think it's a surprising result of the first game for a lot of the viewers at home. As WE are 1-0 up over Top Esports, and I'm not gonna lie, it was kind of clean. How much was? I'm joined by Jordan, and we need to break that one down a little bit because especially View looking really, really good in this one. He grabs himself an MVP, but WE as a whole team looking fantastic. And Kadaya, I guess he can play enchanters after all.
For WE, I like what they did. They kept it simple in terms of draft. They had this comp that just wants to move up. You have a very easy time of stopping the assassins on the side of Top Esports that want to be jumping in. 4View did his job, found a clean catch on a Jackal in the mid lane. He stole away 2 objectives, the Rift Herald and the Baron. And it just goes to show that this is a jungler that does have the potential to be in the LPL. We've seen him for a long time be a sub, specifically for Suning, where he didn't get a chance, right? Being under someone like SOFM, who does have so many accolades, who is such a cerebral player, doing his own thing with Warbogs. But so for View, he never got his chance.
As you say that sentence.
Hey. SOFM very clearly thinks about the game a lot, right? No matter who agrees with what he does, he spends the time. And because of that, View never getting a real chance to be a starter. Now, again, unfortunately, Bayshar not able to play. View is able to come in and show his stuff. And against Top Esports, completely clapping them in this first game. We're going to see if WE can keep it up in game 2. Teams are swapping sides. Top Esports moving over to blue. So we'll see if that impacts draft at all. I feel like Top Esports consciously chose where they went in draft. They could have taken away the Stinzao. They didn't want it. They could have gone for something like a Victor or a more long-range control mage to pair well with the Jinx, or even just changing up your top side as well, maybe going for a frontliner as well, so setting up her front to back. So there was a bunch of different options that TS could have chose. They ended up with what they did. They weren't able to find that snowball or that mid-game pressure that they did, so I feel like we're going to see them swap it up going into this game.
We'll have to wait and see. I wouldn't bank on it, honestly. Top Esports a lot of the time, I think they just draft on what they feel like playing right now. But we'll have to wait and see. Top Esports over on the blue side, again with the same bans. This time banning Xin Zhao as well as the Talon away from View. The Lee Sin removed. The Caitlyn, that is a mandatory ban. I think every single game of the LPL so far, Caitlyn being banned away. And maybe she got played once or twice, but I think she's just 100% banned. But now Corki has made it through that first pick ban phase. And it does mean, I'm not sure whether it will be Knight or whether it will be Zoom. We've seen a little bit of top Corki, but generally I think that is just being a mid lane.
bring me back to Season 9, when we had Bolt, Suning, and V5 running 2 mid laners on their squad, Mole and Windy for V5, Angel and Maple for Suning, and getting mid laners in the top lane every game. It maybe wasn't the best, but it was super fun to watch. For WE now,
RNG
we're going to get the
2021, by
Viego.
the way.
Yeah, RNG doing it last year. You would expect them to just go with the higher priority AD carry, which, in my opinion, is Jinx just because of how she does work into the Aphelios. WE did opt into the Aphelios in Game 1, so they're going to keep that pick up. Ooh, going straight to the Nidalee for Xiaopeng. We know it's a Xiaopeng special. You're going to need some setup CC, and instantly with the Renekton Munchables, the WE take the victor. Tell me no.
I don't know the answer, I'm afraid. I just don't know the answer. They could go for a Thresh, honestly. They have a Aphelios. It's not. It's the Graves.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there was two schools of thought. Either going with the Victor, so you don't get banned out in mid. There's a lot more playable matchups into Corki, though, than I feel like there are into Renekton, so WE may be making the smarter move than what I suggested. So we're at 4 top side. I feel like WE really only have Gwen and Gragas available that can do well into that Renekton pick, so they are going to opt into that. So both those champions are going to get pitched now. We have the Gragas coming out once again. Bubu is going back to his life that he had in 2020, where he is just going to play these tanks that are just meant to zone for his carry. Now for WE, very easy time, right? Banning away AD carries. Jackie Love going to be forced into something more uncomfortable. I wonder if WE want to take away the Ezreal, considering that is a very Jackie Love pick, and for top esports, they've already indexed heavily into poke with the Corki and Nidalee coming out.
Not gonna lie, I was not expecting a Yuumi ban here. This draft from top esports doesn't scream Yuumi to me, but maybe I'm just a Philistine. WE banning away some of the sustain, the Lulu gone as well.
I think they banned out the Yuumi as kind of sideways ban for the Ezreal, saying like, hey, we actually aren't too concerned about you pulling out something like the Ezreal if you don't have this annoying champion like Yuumi to not only enable him in laning phase, but also just go be a nuisance on Renekton later on. And that sets up for WE to pull out some engage of their own. Kind of funny enough, their comp is very flexible in terms of how it can play. You have the disengage coming out from the Gragas, setting up for some of the range from the Aphelios. But I think the fact that top esports have picked up Corki and Nidalee, W realized, hey, we're going to get outranged no matter what. We need to index into more hard engage. So they bring out the Leona and Varus Hover for top esports right now. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that long range poke that we're talking about alongside the Nidalee and the Corki. If you go lethality on this Varus, you're going to do some serious work. You could even go on hit, honestly, just so you've got somebody that can deal with the Gragas and the Leona on the front line and the Viego that'll be jumping on top of everyone. And then just a support pick required from the side of top esports. Every time I see a top esports player hover Braum, I have horrible, horrible flashbacks to Worlds. It's not pretty. But luckily, it's not the same player. I daren't mention his name on broadcast. Over to the side of WE for the final lock-in.
For the side of WE needing to pick up a mid laner, we still have things like Vex available. It's really rough. I think WE are a pretty tough spot right now. I like what top esports have drafted because TS have drafted a comp that is super good into anything wanting to jump into them, especially with the Braum to round things out. But we've already hit on, you have pretty much every champion on the side of top esports outranges both carries for WE. Corki, Nidalee, and Varus outrange both Victor and Aphelios, so this could be quite rough, but WE not having the best option, just going to go with the Victor, going to give them some early pressure in laning phase, and also give them 2 hyper carries to play around. And if this game does go to, you know, the 30-35 minute mark, regardless if top esports fundamentally should be able to outpoke you on objectives and try and run out these team fights, right? One fight at 35 minutes, you turn that into a Baron and the game's over. So I don't think the pick is atrocious, but yeah, I definitely favor a bit what TS have put together.
I mean, that's high praise from Lyric as well. Anyone that wasn't sure there, he said he doesn't think the pick is totally atrocious. That's high praise. Like, you don't get a compliment like that very often.
Especially for Victor.
Especially for Victor. Hates Arcane, does Lyric. Absolutely hates it. Just doesn't like a television, unfortunately.
I gotta say, actually, I don't mind Victor. It's really just a Corki. So, you know, I apologize, Shanks. Phenomenal pick. And now Munch, I'm gonna ask you as the guy who had a WE pillow, can WE close it out? Can they 2-0?
Oh, well, the thing is, you're asking me to predict a top esports game, which is, I mean, it's never going to be easy, is it? I think that the thing is, top esports, when they were at their best back in like 2020, they always just played ranged comps. This was when they were the best. This is what they did really well. They have a super long range comp. I feel like top esports are in their comfort zone. And also, when they lose the first game of a series, they usually have like 30 minutes of clarity where they play seriously and will win. And then it's game 3 where it goes a little bit clowny again. So right now, I'm leaning top esports.
Okay, we all know where Munchable's favors. And speaking of TS, looking for that level 1, trying to spot out WE going to fight for bot lane prio with the brush ward, but they didn't.
So I know you want to talk about the game, and I know that's what we're paid to do and all of that stuff, but just bear with me a second. I figured out how this series is going to go. Top esports wins this game through like the whole poke battle we've been talking about, etc., like a scene out of Star Wars. But then, miraculously, Teacher Moss subbed into the mid lane. Galio locked in. WE bring Elk back over. Everyone ganked bot lane 100 times a minute. Suddenly, WE wins the LPL.
You know, I gotta tell you,
it pans out.
With your theory, I am totally fine with you saying they somehow trade for Elk right now in the middle of this match. That's acceptable. But saying that Teacher Mod doesn't play ASOL or Nocturne, not gonna happen.
I mean, let's be honest. Galio was comfortably his signature, actually. Everyone talks about the ASOL because nobody ever plays ASOL. And people talk about the Nocturne because that's what he went to when Galio was banned. But Galio was the actual pick. Galio was the only one that was actually somewhat successful for the team.
That's because Galio's actually good pick. We don't care about good picks. I don't want to think about a good pick for someone. I want to think about the niche, strange picks. As Shanks, out trading Knight. I think that was a good transition considering we were talking about mid lane. And yeah, Munchables,
Yeah.
for WE, thinking about mid lane, nothing's gonna happen. This is Victor versus Corki.
Where are you going with this?
There have been
The
many
least
solo kills in
interesting
the LPL.
matchup you could have picked to talk about is Corki and
Is
Victor.
it the least? We have Leona versus Braum in the bot lane. We have a Gragas going up against Renekton in the top side. I feel like they're all pretty equal in terms of like, hey, these champions probably can't kill each other.
I feel like we've entered a new era of League of Legends where everyone always used to talk about Corki versus Azir being like the most miserable mid lane matchup, and I feel like Victor has kicked Azir out of that conversation. Arcane came out and Victor stepped up. He's more famous now, so Riot's buffing him, and it's like, well, this is now the boring match. This is what we get.
I gotta say though, I preferred Azir because at least with Azir, you can do the famous Dagda swoop and boot, you know? You can go in for that Shurima shuffle. There's some playmaking available, but you know, for now we don't get
And he
any of
looks
that.
really cool.
He does.
He's the
He
Emperor of
does look good.
Shurima. He has a whole subreddit.
It will be especially cool when we get Shurima in Arcane, hopefully, or some other, you know, Riot series. Who knows what Riot's going to do with others, but Bunch, we got to talk about the game. I just want to point out to you, both junglers clearing Cryo in pretty much all lanes for the side of TS. Xiao Peng maybe going to look for a gank, but you can't because Shanks is under tower and he's on Victor. How does it make you feel?
What is this, therapy? I don't know. It makes me feel good, I guess. Top esports doing what top esports does. Winning lanes. That's what this team is for. Jackie Love is actually going to be going for the on-hit Varus, by the way. Has that lethal tempo, not the Hail of Blades. So deciding that they do need someone that will be able to deal with the front line if a proper team fight does kick off. And I think that's reasonable considering the amount of poke that you have in the rest of the squad as well. Xiaopeng will be spotted here by View, and View is happy to take this 1v1, gets himself the Krugs, and will be happy with that. Not going to chase for anything more. Xiaopeng kicked out of View's turret.
And now View's going to have a window, right? He has Krugs, no other camps up on the map. He can try and set up a gank. There are wards topside. View should know that from the fact that Italy was showing. No Corki in mid, so sadly for View, not going to have too much of an opportunity to make anything happen, but at least going to cycle through his camps a lot faster since Xiaopeng went for the counter jungle. Is going to have to recall before he can get to his Raptors and Krugs of his own. So for View, feeling in a pretty good spot by forcing Italy off that one. I feel like for the side of TS, they are the team who We talked about sitting and waiting for W last time. You're kind of in that territory. The nice thing, though, is that you do have more options considering you have the Nidalee or Nectin combo, so you can look more towards that top side. The annoyance is that you will be looking for that combo onto Gragas, so unless Zoom can continuously find trades like you saw on our screen just now, we know he's about to be 6, he's going to get Cask, and it can be quite annoying to look for those plays.
Hidaya's moving towards the mid lane alongside View here, getting vision. They want to just stop Xiaopeng playing League of Legends. That's going to be a stun down the Glacial Ornament as well. Xiaopeng will be fine, just gets a couple of spears out. Not having a bit of a hard time in this mid lane. Is getting pushed out. 10 CS down right now. I just feel like having the best of times. Drake up onto the map as well. We are beyond that 5-minute mark. It is only going to be a cloud Drake to start us off, but, you know, realistically, the first couple of Drakes of the game, it doesn't really matter what they are necessarily. More just matters of what soul they lead to. So a cloud Drake being first, probably a positive thing for WE ultimately, if they're getting first.
Yeah, it's all about cycling right now. As top esports going to look for the aggression on to stay.
In big trouble, flash for flash. A spear goes wide as well, but in the meantime, View is grabbing the Drake for himself. Does mean Xiaopeng can make an attempt on this Scuttle Crab. He's just trying to push it towards the rest of his team here. Can't smite early though. Flash over from Kadaya. The slows are there. The root is there. Xiaopeng walks away. Top esports haven't even lost health yet. Braum is a champion. And now Xiaopeng looking for more flashes for the stun, but it times out. Oh, it's a disaster for Xiaopeng. And he'll have to just retreat.
Oh, Zoom's moved down.
He's ganking the mid lane, and he's forcing a flash as well. Nicely done here by the top laner of Top East.
See, Munchables, this is our only hope, because we just saw what happened when skirmishes happened bot side. You're like, okay, we have Leona versus Braum. No one is hurting anyone. Both sides are going to be able to walk away. But if top laners start roaming down, potentially things can happen. Zoom, like we said, has definitely brought more allocating pressure from lane to lane on top esports than they had with 369. We know top esports in the past 2 years were all about all 3 lanes, focusing on their laning phase individually, and Karsa trying to tie it together by running all over the map. Zoom, in his stint with top esports so far, has actually made quite a few movements towards mid lane and has tried to set Knight up for success, and we're going to continue to see that. So for Zoom, would be nice if we can see that capitalized on, the fact that you have an immobile mage in mid lane without flash. Bring Xiaopeng over, bring Zoom over, and try to find those kills. But top lane right now, being held near Zoom's tower, so potentially trying to set up a gank opportunity top side, but BB did have a ward, so he should be fine.
Interestingly, Knight going with a Hex Drinker as the first item. Is this, I don't know the matchup super well. Is this a common item, or is this just pressure from Shanks onto Knight, who currently Shanks is winning pretty handily in CS?
I don't feel like a Hex Drinker early, especially with the way the matchup's going in terms of how much EP threat WE has. I'm a little bit surprised. I'm not sure if he should be worried about BB roaming over with the fact that you do have Renekton Italy as your topside combo, but this definitely has not been common or what we've really seen in the matchup in LPL.
Bit of a first time. And I can, you know, it makes sense. Get a bit of AD, get a bit of MR for yourself. Have to see how it's going to pan out. Certainly going to slow his build down on a champion that does need a few items to really come online. In the meantime, though, Herald started off by WE. They won it in game number 1. Top esports this time the ones late to contest, trying to move in. Knight is here with the package. Herald's down already, though. WE now getting packaged on. Now the fight kicks off as Joe backs away, goes down for his trouble. It's 1-for-1 as the Gragas falls as well. Stay in the middle of everyone. Has red and white Knight. After Valk over the wall, will survive for the time being. Desiree coming in though. Jackie Love off to the side. Can he finish these health bars? Everybody getting low for WE, and Top Esports collapsing, looking for more. Stay in trouble. Knight needs one more rocket to finish the kill, but he's out of ammo. He can't quite get it. Now he gets his rocket available. Can't quite find his mark, and Stay will survive.
Really close fight for the side of WE, able to pick up the Rift Herald. I feel like is a pretty massive win with how many resources were committed on both sides. Had TS been able to pick up a few more kills in the back end with Jackie Love, definitely would have been a different story. Now for WE, they're going to come back out on the map first, so they are going to have a bit of a window to try and establish vision control, maybe potentially find opportunities. We're going to go straight into the replay Munchables. WE were the ones to start off this Herald. Of course, this was a package timing for Knight. Jackie Love, though, sadly still not here. And Zoom being forced out by both Shanks and View before being able to get into the fight. Luckily, though, Knight saves it a little bit by knocking Gragas into the rest of his squad. We see Joa getting zoned out on the opposite side. I think this should have been a lot worse for TS, considering, once again, they're trying to play the fight on both sides, and it allows WE very easily to turn onto one target. For Top Esports, this is so unfortunate, like you said, not having another missile to shoot out to finish off that kill on stage.
So close, and yet so far. But it is what it is. Top Esports at least getting themselves a kill or two, but WE, once again, finding themselves an advantage in this early game. They are slightly down on gold right now, but once you factor the Herald in, if they can use the Herald in a good way, should be just about equalized. So once again, it will come down to where that gold ends up being placed across the team, because if you can get a Herald down to stay, get a good chunk of gold onto that Aphelios, that's going to be a real good look for WE.
Yeah, bot lane would be nice. I feel like I'd love mid lane as well, considering that I feel like Shanks' E is ultimate. A lot of these abilities from the Victor are going to do the key damage. Munchables, nothing is going to happen. You have two dashes on your you have a dash on each top laner. Both will be able to escape. You do even sell in the cask as well, just in case he did mess up maybe a little too much. Both teams now going to posture for Dragon. Zoom making his way down. BB still has TP, but it's not unleashed just yet.
Can't believe Dragon's up already. I feel like we only just talked about the Cloud Drake, but Ocean Drake gone down as well. And now a Mountain Soul. And that's honestly kind of rough for Top Esports. Like, when you're trying to run a poke composition, Mountain Soul makes that a little bit more difficult to achieve later on into the game. Certainly will give View on this Gragas a lot of tanky stats to work with if they can stack up a bunch of those Drakes. But that is going to be a big if. And I feel like the mid game is going to be very telling because, you know, Top Esports, while they've got theoretically a lot of this poke, with an on-hit Varus and Corki, you're going to take a while before you can really do all or too much. So I feel like this composition sort of goes against the early game skirmishing style that I'm so used to. Jackie Love just walked under the tower for no reason. Jackie Love, what are you doing, man?
Munch, I don't know what you expect at this point. This is why last game when we were talking about Jackie Love having more range or things like this, Jackie Love is always going to walk forward and look for those aggressive plays. Another setback for Top Esports. WE finds something else. You having the Rift Herald, they can get some plates onto Victor like we talked about. You're getting your mid lane ahead. Top Esports is getting the WE bot lane ahead. And it just wins all around.
Look, I know that Jackie Love does this. It's not that I don't know. But, like, Jackie Love, you've played AD carry before. You just auto-attack the enemy AD carry that has Graviton and a Leona. Which part of this was going to go well? Like, at what point in the thought process did this end well? Why was that one auto-attack worth dying and cost both his summoners? It doesn't make any sense. It's not even a Jackie Love thing. That's just...
Whoa,
this is Hinge.
But what if Stay didn't auto and didn't rescue? Then that one auto would have done like 100 damage or something. Actually less because we have resistance and stuff. Point is, there would have been damage dealt. And Jackie Love plays to have the highest damage percent in the LPL. He's not there right now, but usually he is sitting number 1. So here's a bit of catching up to do.
Well, thanks to that 100 damage, Jackie has just got himself 3 solo tower plays in the bottom lane. What a legend. It was all part of the master plan. They're racing for first tower of the game, and Stay's going to be pushed away by Knight, which means Jackie Love actually also can't finish the tower because he ran out of minions. And the race continues.
Yeah, very interesting that WE decided to rotate their bottom lane towards mid. With the fact that they had Herald, maybe wanted to break that one down very early on, try and open up the map. They know with bot lane going up against a mid laner, they would be able to zone that one off. TS react accordingly by having both Xiaopeng and Joa hover up towards the mid lane. They can't just sit here forever. WE do bring other members, and they are able to solidify first turret to their side. and now they're going to start getting pressure up towards the top half of the map. Second Rift Herald coming up. They already have some wards down, but TES are making their way over.
They certainly are. We will not have a single Herald this series that goes down without a fight, or so it would seem. Zoom going to kick this one off, and looks like actually WE maybe not willing to contest it all. I was totally wrong. We are going to see a Herald without a fight. This Top Esports is just going to take this.
You know, we were just talking about this during the break, but it's very easy to be wrong in the LPLs. Kadaya being massively chunked by Knight.
Oh, go on, Knight, go
careful,
for it. He's
though.
got the package. Come on, mate. Ah, coward. Absolute coward. Now, to be fair, it would have been really in to go in, but it would have been cool. You have to admit it would have been cool.
It would have been great, once again, buffing up, pumping up those damage numbers, which top esports motto. But for WE, they don't care about damage numbers. They're here for the win. View trying to play around the spot side with you to set up another turret going over to their side. Gold is just about even, and Zoom has a massive advantage in that top lane, which really feels like where a lot of that advantage is coming from, but it still feels like WE have been playing as a unit better than TES have.
Yeah. I will say it's not the greatest achievement in the history of the game. Top esports, not exactly
Not a high
renowned
bar.
for their team play. But I definitely agree that I'm going to take it. I'm going to give it a positive spin. Instead of it just being compared to Top esports, I'm going to say WE are playing well as a team. This feels like a unit right now. It's not one star player that's trying to win the game and the rest of them dragging them down, like, for example, Knight in Top esports. This feels like a real team that we're getting to witness, and they're going to start this Drake off. This is going to be a fight for sure. TP coming on through. There's a knockup coming out from Draw as they try and get onto BuBu. Bit of damage from Stay. 50-50 on the Drake once again. Let's see who gets it. It's Xiaopeng. That's 2-2 on the smites this series now. There's BuBu on the front line. Kadaya low on HP. Flashes out to safety. Zoom surviving. So Xiaopeng stuck in the pit though and will get finished off. View gets a bit of revenge. And now Draw has to tank for the rest of his squad. Moonlight Vigil goes wide. He's got a stopwatch well. View's the one in trouble all of a sudden, but their health bars are low for Top esports. BuBu trying to collapse, trying to finish off more. It's a 2-for-1, all things considered.
That was all over the place. WE, a ton of mistakes on one side. TS, some people getting caught out. Now for TS, they're the team able to pick up Drake. WE finding more kills off the back of that. No other neutral objectives up on the map right now, so both teams just gonna go back to catching waves. We're gonna see the replay here. I feel like this is already such a weird time to start because we already saw BuBu use explosive cast for really no reason. Gets zoned away. This gives Top esports the time to get some damage out on Kadaya, but more importantly, just turn onto BuBu as a unit. Now Xiaopeng stuck in the pit though. Really nice flash coming out from View to be able to lock him down. It enables the reset to come out to keep following forward. Knight trying to put massive damage down. Really nice flash to get out of that gravity field, make sure he doesn't get locked down to keep putting out more DPS. But ultimately still, View, the person that set up the opportunity to find the reset to get the picks that WE needed.
Yeah, the only kind of weird thing about that fight is I think Xiaopeng could have just flashed over the back of the pit. He had flash up that entire time. And like, obviously he'd run out of pounce and maybe felt like, I'm not allowed to flash over walls. I'm only allowed to flash for kills because I'm a pounce. But I don't know. I think he could have just survived that one. And if he survives that one, well, then it's a Drake and no deaths from esports, right? So, a little bit of a misplay from Xiaopeng. You know what? Like I said, you live by the mojo, you gotta die by the mojo. And that's who Xiaopeng is.
But also, to be fair, I think View's timing was super fast. Fast fingers coming in for that flash. For TS, though, they have been the team picking up the neutral objectives. They still have that Rift Herald that went uncontested before. So they're going to be able to get some damage down. Kadaya!
Finds from Jackie Love, and he's going to get knocked back. What a cast from BuBu. That'll be 2 picks for WE in the mid lane. And sure, the Herald gets a charge, but it does nothing. The tower's still fine, and WE in complete control now. That's 2 massive picks in the mid game that should be able to snowball them to safety.
You know, maybe we've criticized a few of BuBu's casts coming out these past few games. But the thing I love about it is BuBu uses the ability pretty liberally. Zoom trying to go in. Zoom, you're just gonna die, bro.
Yeah,
oh no, never mind.
Wait, what? I'm not even quite sure. I think that must have just been a Sharpbug spear, right, to finish
It was.
Stay off. I can't believe they pulled that off, honestly. You were still talking, so I was just going to allow it because it looked like Zoom had just completely sprinted it. But apparently not. Sharpbug is going crazy for this one. Bit of damage from the laser, though, and Sharpbug goes down as Shanks finishes him off. I don't know what's happening in this game anymore, Lyric.
I think Xiaopeng thought my top laner didn't just sprint it like was scripted and he was supposed to. I now must make up for his sins. I must show why I am a true member of Top Esports and going for it. We're going to go into a replay. I'm not sure which one. Okay, it's the mid lane replay. The Leona ultimate coming out onto Jacula. Really nice Zenith Blade. Bam! The sniper Bubu coming out with that cast straight into the E to guarantee these 2 kills. And what I was saying before is I love how liberally Bubu's using this ultimate to set up these picks. And this one, ooh,
that didn't even hit.
Going right through the minions, the hitbox. A little bit wacky, but we take those.
Yeah. That's, if anyone's not sure what Mojo is, that's Mojo. You can't explain it. You can't, there's no logic. There's no...
The
it's
spear
just magic.
turns.
That's what it is.
It curves.
Yeah. It's like a Nautilus hook, but niddly. This has been a weird game. It's 7-4 in favor of WE. They have actually a slight gold deficit somehow. I'm not entirely sure how on earth they're 200 gold down right now, but well, it is what it is. The one thing I will say is last game... True, yeah. The one thing I will say is last game they had the Realm Walk, and that I feel like was a big crutch for them when it came to making these macro plays and being able to use that Realm Walk to punish Top Esports. This time around, we're on a bit more of an even playing field in that regard. By the way, Stay took another spear there. That was half of his health.
And this is the setup that we were harping on in Pick Ban, right? The fact that Top Esports can just slowly try to take control of an area, throw out the Varus Qs, throw the spears from Italy, make their way in like we saw now, and then once they get into position to fight for an objective, timing the quirky packages around that and making it very hard for WE to walk in. It's just going to be a free third Drake for the side of Top Esports. WE going to try and respond by getting control of top side. They definitely can't threaten a Baron at this point in the game, especially with Knight having that package up, but still, at least decently quickly recognizing that they can't fight, but Top Esports using their setup and using their composition quite well.
Yep, Top Esports gonna have a bit of control here, and the crucial thing is that's the third Drake in a row. That is gonna be sole point now for Top Esports as well. So in case these long potential poke battles do end up happening, well, having a Mountain Soul is certainly gonna help Top Esports out in that regard. And you can see slowly but surely Knight is starting to get into that powerful position. He's headed towards the Ludens. He's finished stacking his Muramana. And honestly, off of this reset, I expect he'll finish that Ludens off. So we talked about the Hex Drinker kind of slowing that build down. But when you have more than 10 CS per minute, well, you got plenty of gold to win.
Especially when you think about it, right? The enemy comp is going to be getting online quite slowly as well when it's all based around Victor and Aphelios. So definitely not setting him behind too much, and has panned out, making sure he's not taking too much damage and keep coming out from, we'll say 1.5 AP threats, considering that Bubu is playing the tank version of Gragas. Chemtech, as well as the Fimbulwinter already being bought. Just kind of looking across the board, right? I wouldn't say any unexpected items coming out just yet. Stay going to be paying a lot of respect. Realizing he's mostly going to be hitting frontliners on the side of Top Esports, Zoom and Joie, with going with that LDR second. And yeah, everything else stock and standard. Shanks as well, Banshee's Veil. Those Nidalee Spears, as Munchables highlighted earlier, are hitting like an absolute truck right now.
Certainly are, and we're seeing both teams actually potentially posturing for a fight. Stay does have red and white weapons. That is a really good angle for WE. The concern I have for Stay is whether or not he ever gets in range to use red and white weapons in this kind of fight, right? You're against the Varus, the Corki, the Nidalee. Top Esports never really want to be in a long enough fight for Aphelios to be able to do Aphelios things.
We did see in the last potential engagement from Zoom that, you know, he could get a fair bit of damage out on Zoom, and as long as Zoom doesn't flash really before, he will die. Ooh, the poke's coming out though, Munch!
Oh, the stun comes in as well, and that's going to be one finished off already. Zoom just buying time for the rest of his squad as it's 2 kills for Jacula. The reset for View as he tries to escape. The spears are insane. The rocket from Knight not quite finding its mark. is View managing to block it for the time being, but that will be a tower and more control gained for Top Esports.
Top Esports find the angle. They're kind of hovering around mid. We see the stare off come down. We know Top Esports should be able to win those. Again, a solid 90% of times. We're going to see how the replay happens here. Throwing out the long-range spear, some rockets coming out. They whittle them down low enough to find the engage with Zoom. Zoom follows forward in, gets a ton of damage and distraction onto multiple members. He will die because the champions on WE do quite well into Victor. And Xiaopeng doing a pretty nice job landing these spears this game.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to miss, and it's worth mentioning quickly as well. JackeyLove's hit 3 items. The on-hit Varus thing, we talked about how he needs a few items. He's got the items. He does damage now. He's real scary in these fights. So any opportunity that Stay has with the whole red-white, like, you know, getting enough auto attacks off, well, JackeyLove can pretty much match that at this point. On the Varus, he is going to be doing massive damage himself. So this is starting to feel like Top Esports composition really coming into its own. It's Ignite. Has that blighted jewel as well, so headed towards a void staff for himself. Zoom, we saw in the last fight, is tanky enough that he can buy space and time for the rest of his squad while they whittle down the health bars.
Yeah, for all the Renekton naysayers who you know are out there, we respect you. Zoom's only job, stand in front of his carries, and guess what? Any champion can do that. It's WE gonna go for the El Classic LPL Baron.
They certainly will. They're doing what we should have seen from Top Esports last game, but the Chain of Corruption goes in. Xiaopeng up on the top side of this one. It's just damage across everyone, but Stay has fallen, and the carries are strong from Top Esports. They're looking for more as well. Flashes out from WE. And Top Esports, they just say, hey, thanks for the leash, guys.
You know the thing that's strange about this Baron, though, is that I feel like typically teams do Baron with some level of thought of like, hey, the enemy team just reset, or hey, the enemy team just pushed, so they have to reset, or maybe one man's down in bot. W are just kind of like, we really don't know how to fight them with the way that our champions interact. Screw it, let's go for it, see what happens. We have AoE damage, that can work.
What you're saying is WE straight up just went, go next. This one's doomed, lads. Let's just flip a Baron and see what happens. Hey,
I don't even
it didn't
feel
work,
like that was.
but I respect it.
I don't even feel like that was like a burger flip Baron for WE. I feel like that was WE like literally making some kind of like Gordon Ramsay gourmet burger for the side of Top Esports, because this is just so easy for them, right? They're already getting chunked low by the Baron. Zoom pops the Dominus, jumps in. All the other members of TS are like, oh, I just get to spam rockets, start on a phosphorus bomb, and they're all funneled into this little choke point. Sweet. And yeah,
Also,
Gordon Ramsay approved.
Varus. Like, no one ever talks about Varus. Oh my day, what? That was one rocket. Stay is 3/4 of his health gone. What on earth is current
And
version of
let's
Corki?
remember, this is also like not super heavily indexed into his full AP build right yet. Ludens also being close to Void Staff, but still delivering that amount of damage.
Insane. Absolutely insane. Yeah, I don't know. I think this one's stupid for WE at this point, and I think they know it. I think you're absolutely right that they're kind of accepting this one. And Top Esports, they love delicious burgers, and they're going to go for another one here as Stay just gets completely one-shot again. He's already out of the fight at this point, just forced away from a singular rocket from Knight, who, by the way, 0-0-10 this game. Doesn't have any kills for himself, but it's not about kills. It's about sending a message, and Stay is receiving that message loud and clear.
And for TS, they're just going to be able to keep going in, sending that same message over and over again to the side of WE. And it's very easy for them to stay comfortably in this position, right? Because they do have the range to play with, because they can siege down these towers and allow the Baron buff to give the minions what they need to take them. So I expect 2 inhibitors now for the side of TS.
Yeah, I don't think there's a way. I mean, how does how does this team actually engage, right? Kadaya needs to just find a long-range solar flare. That'll do it. It's a good cast. No damage has happened because Dwo is playing Braum. He just blocks absolutely everything. Oh, it looked so good. It was such a good cast from BuBu. Stay is kicked out of the fight once more by a single skill shot. There's the solar flare. Can anything happen? Dwo just presses unbreakable, and it ruins WE's hopes and dreams once again. Mr. Lyric, we're going to 3 games. We knew it was happening right from the start, and it is definitely happening. 12-8 as Top Esports pushes to 3.
Top Esports able to steal away WE's homework from game 1, saying, hey, just picked a bunch of champions that have long range and want to group, and it's time we're going to do that. And when WE indexed into the same thing, it's just like, okay, which comp does this better? Will 90% of the time be the team that wins, right? Top Esports comp definitely has the same skill set as WE's, but does it better. Sadly for WE, we talked about their last pick about maybe going for some kind of all-in mid laner. We highlighted things like the Vex and trying to index more into your Leona and your Viego pick. That potentially could have been a better avenue, but I think by that point, Top Esports comp was just very solid. Corki continues to reign supreme in the LPL, and I need someone to stop him. Sadly, Munch, the only mid laner who could have, isn't with us anymore. Was a former WE player, though, so it's relevant.
Are you talking about Mole?
Yep.
I'm not sure you... Yeah. I don't know if Mole has the power to change game balance. I feel like Riot needs to help us out with this one, honestly, because I think Corki's just in an obnoxiously strong position at this point. Knight doing insane damage. Shank's actually topping the damage. But that is the power of Chaos Storm when everyone groups up. I will say it's pretty easy to do a lot of damage as Victor. I feel like we've kind of talked this game out already, but again, just lots of long range damage, lots of poke, great stuff. This is... I think what we can do here, Lyric, is use this game as a case study. This is what happens when you blind pick Aphelios in competitive against a team that has played Aphelios before. They just lock in range, and there's nothing.
Yeah, and it's really nice to see, right? This was the big complaint of 2020 of when teams play against Aphelios, and they did opt into things like the Renekton, but alongside the Renekton, there were Samiras, there were Silas's, things he loves to play into. Teams now have learned they don't just index into all those champions. Sure, Renekton was still here, but Renekton was kind of like a bridge to set up the Nidalee and enable those spears, and overall he still did his job, and Top Esports came out with the W.
Beautiful stuff from Top Esports. It means we're going to 3 games. We're going to jump to a break, and then we'll be back with the conclusion of our first series.
随着我们 LPL 的发展，我们 LPL 的用户越来越多，影响力越来越大那我们其实也去有一个品牌上面的策略的转变，就是我们希望能够更加体育化和专业化。
因为在目前可能从整个英雄电子竞技去发展的状态上来看，我们不再是去向 S 赛学习，不再是可能持续的大面积的去向传统的体育的转播进行学习的这样一个状态，而更多的是我们需要不断的去突破自己。
So with the LPL, we knew that we were going to have to dig really deep and find what made this league really different. And so to do that, we started immersing ourselves really deeply from a distance into their world, into their community, their culture, spending a lot of time with different team members, players, fans, shoutcasters, both present and past.
Something that we found out is that the LPL's approach to the game is crazy. It's almost next level madness. But to the LPL, it's almost genius. And this unpredictable, intense, fierce, wild, and being always one step ahead was something that we wanted to tap into. Together, we defined crazy as our game. It's a proud statement that really speaks to this bold mentality of the LPL players and the LPL community.
那么在整个品牌刷新的过程当中，我们也和 DS 团队保持紧密的沟通协作。每一个设计元素都经过我们仔细的考量和精心的设计，希望能够将更好的体验带给玩家。
在设计风格方面，把 LPL 打造成为建立在专业和竞技的基础之上，融入新颖的视觉创意，给我们的玩家带来新鲜的体验。同时呢，也融入了中国的传统文化元素，创造属于 LPL 的全新视觉风格。
We then began to think LPL's crazy energy as this dragon mode. But this dragon mode had 2 key behaviors, tension and eruption, an ability to flex between calm and controlled to hyper-energetic and loud.
Every one of our elements is designed to supercharge our visual system. They become expressions of the crazy energy that the LPL unleashes on the Rift. And this gives us this great opportunity with our colours. They're both inspired by fire and water. We created a custom headline typeface in both English and Mandarin, with every detail designed to reflect the veracity of how the LPL moves on the Rift.
我们这次品牌刷新，也以中国古典哲学当中的五行概念和 LPL 赛场上不同的战况进行了结合，去体现 LPL 竞技为上、无畏拼搏的精神。
Each of these elements were a dynamic manifestation of the crazy energy that exists from within the LPL. Flow, frenzy, focus, explode, and regenerate.
Every element of the brand had to be designed taking motion into account. We needed a system that allowed us to dial up and down the amount of movement. So when the fans need to read the stats or they're waiting for the match to start, for example, the gradients can function as a living hold. But on the other hand, when something extraordinary happens during the game, the visuals can explode and take over the screen in the most powerful way possible.
所以我们还是希望通过这样品牌刷新以后，给我们更大的压力和动力，去给行业和用户创造更好的一个价值，去传递具有中国传统文化特色的 LPL 的体育竞技精神和品牌形象。
而到今天，我们在制定我们今天的整个从我们的品牌的核心理念到我们最后呈现出来的视觉风格和我们的 slogan， 其实体现到了我们现在整体的一个新的风格，也就是 Chris is our game， 无畏进巅峰。
Lord have mercy on my wicked soul. Nobody told me what makes right from wrong. Came from the shadow with an eagle eye, leaving all my thoughts and my fears behind. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from.
the stairs. You're trying to take your last breath in a room without no air. Pull back the curtains, let the street lights hit the wall. Then maybe you can explain what's been behind that bedroom door. You said I can't lie to you, just try to avoid the truth. Your eyes are burning, pretending you're crying. Takes more than tears to put out this fire. You're acting fuel, but darling, that's nothing new. You sank my heart as it came to the surface. What you did, I hope it was worth it for you.
Welcome back to the LPL, ladies and gentlemen. I am Lyric. I'm joined by Munchables, who has his gamer drinks and gamer snacks ready. I won't say which ones because we're not sponsored and I don't want to get in trouble.
Unbranded.
But Munchables is ready. Are you guys ready? Because Top Esports, they just won a game, Munchables. We knew this would go to 3 games, and as the messenger of Mojo himself, I feel like you're the person who has their hand on the pulse of what happens.
Yeah. So we'll actually go over to our MVP correspondent, who's coincidentally also called Munchables, and it's also me. And he's going to tell us about Zoom, who somehow got MVP. He basically was Renekton, jumped in the middle of everyone, pressed Gore Drinker, pressed Q. It was incredibly impressive. But he did get that one really good stun. It was the play in the mid lane, right? Where they're under the tier 2. And we're like, oh, Zoom's sprinting it. Turns out he was just getting a stun onto stay so that the spear could land from Xiaopeng. It was actually beautiful, and that's how he got the MVP. Fantastic stuff.
Ooh, Munchables even predicting the clip. Beautiful to see. Even this fight as well, right? Able to get on all the other members. Sure, he's going to go down, but he's pulling away their attention, absorbing their damage, giving time for Top Esports to kill BB first, and then make their way in. So definitely feels like he had a massive impact. Even there, another stun onto stay. Zoom's team fighting has always been impeccable. He's easily able to find key targets, and now it's going to be about if he can do it again in Game 3, because we are switching sides of draft once again. Blue side has won both games, and now W are going to be able to comfortably get back onto that side, and I wonder, again, what's going to happen with things like the Corki priority, because we saw Top Esports first pick that one. W still want to go towards the Aphelios. Are Top Esports going to ban out Corki themselves? Are W going to be allowed to first pick it? Is the Xin Zhao going to be taken away? Munch, there's so many questions that I can't answer, because I can tell you what I think should happen, but I don't know what they're going to do.
You know, you've thrown a lot of questions at me there, Mr. Lyric, and you're actually the analyst. So now we're in uncharted territory. But I do have answers for you, because the pick and ban has started. And the answer is that Corki will be banned by Top Esports. So there you go. You're welcome for my deep, deep analysis.
This is why I throw it at you, because you are the master of hindsight. And if I throw like 10 questions and sentences at once, I can buy enough time for draft to start and you to be able to answer those questions. So, okay, Corki off the board. We're going to see Xin Zhao left open once again, just like it was Game 1. I would like to see TS index more heavily into it this time around. For WE going towards the Aphelios, with the fact that Corki is down, I think makes a lot of sense. Not going to have to worry about as much of that long-range poke coming out. And for Top Esports, you can go Xin Zhao plus Thresh like you did in the first game. Go for that Jinx pick later on. Or you could just go for the Jinx pick right now. Again, I think it all comes down to how comfortable you are with your mid-lane champion pool. With the fact that you do have Knight as your mid laner, I don't think it's too big of a deal to just index into your jungle and bot side in first rotation.
I love that Samira hover, just to laugh at the conversation we had before the break. The idea of potentially locking the Samira against Aphelios immediately after we discuss how Aphelios can be beaten. I'm thinking this could be a Jay Zoe angle from Top Esports. I would love to see a Jay Zoe locked in. It is a bit early to be talking about that. I'm getting a bit ahead of myself, but I would love to see it. The Viego locked in. This is the same matchup we saw. I think it was game number 1 of the series. Just the other way around. The opposite players playing these champions. So we'll see how the reverse of this matchup goes. But I think support going to be necessary here for WE.
And shouldn't be able to have the comfort to be able to go towards that Lulu once again. Be my guess. Blind taking Lulu can be quite rough. We do still have the Thresh open. Thresh Prio has definitely fallen off. And no, they do. They actually just feel comfortable enough to take this champion out straight away. I wonder for the side of TS if you just go back to the Thresh yourselves and say, hey, we're fine if Lulu does have certain ways of being an annoyance to Thresh with things like the Whimsy, or if you yourself want to opt into maybe another Enchanter support as well.
I will say, Nautilus has been a staple pick for Draw. If you think back to when he first joined the league, it was Nautilus and it was Alistair. These were the two picks that you thought of for Draw. So this is definitely comfort for him. Certainly ticks the box of hard engage and a bit of protection there for Jinx as well. So we'll see how it's going to work in that bottom side. But we have matching picks. It means that the solo laners remain for each team and the Rise band away from Shanks this time.
I think we need to pay attention to what happens with Gragas in this fan phase. Do Top Esports just ban it out right now and say, hey, you're already setting up for this comp that has a lot of appeal, has the disengage to go along with it. BB's play two games of the Gragas. So I think Top Esports either ban it out here, and if they don't do that, which they didn't do, I wouldn't be too surprised if TS just decide to opt into the pick themselves.
This is where Top Esports now lock in the Gragas and play AP, full 369 style. To be honest, though, I actually think Zoom is the kind of player that is willing to play tanks, you know. I think Zoom is more than happy to go for a tank himself. We'll have to see what this last banner is going to be. It's the Graves, actually. But it's likely that mid will be the blind pick as opposed to that top lane. And this time, no LeBlanc shenanigans. They go for the victor.
So at least key learnings from their first game in terms of how they could have drafted differently. We already just hit on how Top Esports, if they didn't want BB to have a Gragas, probably should have looked to take it away themselves. They don't. I would expect for BB to lock this one in himself. Again, you're just adding more peel, more disengage for your Aphelios composition. Now for WE, you have Victor on the opposite side. Right now they're hovering Orianna. This is the pick I would expect to come in with no Corki available. Is a champion that can just go even with the Victor in lane. Victor will, be a little bit annoying with those lasers coming out, but both champions should be able to just farm with less of an annoyance than the typical Corki matchup. Oh no. Ooh. Let's go, Munchables.
Like
Shanks.
I like
Shanks being the one to pull out something aggressive. I think it does. It doesn't fit their comp all too horribly with the fact that since we did talk about peel and disengage, LeBlanc does function a lot as a poke champion with the way that she weaves in and out, just supplementing that damage. So W, I think, very clear idea of how they want to play. And now for Top Esports, bringing out the set, their composition wanting to run full force in finding these engages. So they're gonna want to bring WE into them, get on neutrals first, even try to find flanks with Zoom and get on top of Stay. Those will be the keys to success for TES.
I just love that we get to see the set for Zoom as well. This is just a classic. This is vintage Zoom right here. When set first came out, I think Zoom very quickly separated himself from the crowd and became, in my mind, the best set that we had in the world at the time. Like, he was just so
Best set
exceptional.
of 2020.
Yeah, like, he played it pretty much every game he got the opportunity to do so. And, like, the amount of horns that he threw into the enemy team and one-shot everyone, it was just beautiful to witness every single time. But I will say, this is a totally different draft to what we've been seeing for the rest of the series. It's been all about range and poke and things like that. Feels like both teams more than happy to go for a team fight.
I still feel like both teams have obviously indexed into that range, right, coming out for mid and AD carry, but that is every draft these days. The only thing that's different in terms of how they want to look for fights, right? I feel like for WE, it is pretty hard to engage fights for yourself. Sure, you have the Gragas, but you only have the Gragas. Then you're trying to function of getting like Lulu and Aphelios in range have an impact. For the side of TS, having Nautilus, Sinzao, and Set means they will be able to dictate a lot of the fights that are happening. And for WE, it's about kiting them out and whittling them down before they can find those fights.
See if they're going to be able to actually get that damage in preemptively. That would be the big question. And so much of this series has been down to controlling River, right? When it comes to the neutral objectives, that's been where all of the fights have been going down. And I think WE honestly have been doing a really good job in this series of doing that. And even in game number 2, I think... Oh, wait, hang on. Shanks. Oh, you're in big trouble. Does get back over the wall, but... Whew, that was... that felt dicier than it was. Still had his distortion, so doesn't have to flash. He gets away with it, but that could have been real bad. The point I was going to make...
Nice read by TS.
Sorry, go on. You go.
I was saying... Munchables, I'm sorry for taking away your thunder. But I was going to say, nice, right? They did this in game 1. They were the LeBlanc themselves on the side of top esports. They went for that distortion over the wall to find the ward, so they realized Shanks was going to go for this. Not able to find anything. It's not really going to impact the game. Shanks will still be getting to lane level 1. With Victor here first, when minions are hitting, maybe it gives you a semblance more of control. But both teams trading vision on both sides. You're going to know starts. I would expect very standard full clears coming out once again, like we had in game 1. So not too much action to expect in the first few minutes.
Yeah, and I want to talk a little about game 1 as well, because it feels like WE were very intelligent in game number 1 in the way that they played the map, in the way that they set up objectives. And then game number 2, you know, they had that moment where they just started Baron, and I feel like that was actually just them acknowledging the situation they were in the game. It feels like this WE is becoming quite a cerebral team, which is not the historic view of WE. This is not the view of WE that they nurtured for themselves back in 2020, you know. I'm kind of excited to discover more from this team over the course of this year. I'm genuinely really interested in how this series ends now for WE, on whether or not they can keep up this somewhat intelligent play.
And it just makes sense, right? A completely new team, View coming over from BLG. View, of course, as we talked, many years sitting as a sub under SOFM. Stay coming up from LDL, Kadaya from LNG. So this will be WE's time to forge a new identity. For TES, they're keeping their identity tried and true, being strong in the laning phase. Right now we see Knight Victor, in terms of just isolated 1v1, is super strong. Your Q at level 1, I mean, the amount of damage plus the shield makes it very hard for enemy laners like LeBlanc to be able to trade back. Get yourself set up at level 1 to be able to trade aggressively at level 3 with your laser. And all 3 lanes having prio, we're going to see if View is able to find a gank, or actually might just steal away the Krugs.
Yeah, moving up towards that top side. You can see Xiaopeng on the top side as well, though. He's moving up to the river. Be able to grab himself the Scuttle Crab at very least. We could have a bit of a topside 2v2 at this point, a topside tussle, if you will. So the Crab will go down. View, I don't think, has vision either. I'm not sure either jungler knows exactly where the other is right now. Xiaopeng will be able to get the double Scuttle off the back of this one as View walks away with the Krugs. Doesn't find an angle to go in on the top lane, and has now been spotted on that top side of the map.
So I think what Xiaopeng did was pretty smart, because remember, both teams warded at level 1. So they knew View pathing towards that top side. Xiaopeng preemptively saying, hey, I'll save Wolves for later. I'm going to go take away the Scuttle Crab, make sure he doesn't get it. If he's here, we can look for a fight, because Knight was winning so heavily in mid. And even Zoom, when Xiaopeng started moving up, had pressure. So make sure he can take away those Scuttle Crabs. We need to remember it doesn't mean as much anymore, because the XP of level 1 Scuttle Crabs was nerfed quite heavily, but still finding ways to find small advantages over View. Though we did lose out on Krugs, so we'll see if Xiaopeng can steal away the enemy Krugs.
And you can see in the bottom lane as well, Draw trading his health essentially for priority, right? While Jackulov hits away at those minions, make sure that they can crash this wave. Because Xiaopeng is down in this bottom lane as well, taking those Krugs. So they need to make sure the WE bot lane is stuck there. But Xiaopeng now going to be alone as he jumps onto Kadaya. That's going to be a slow coming through. A knockup is there. And a flash forced by top esports. Nicely done here. Try and clear away some of these wards, but the Gravitum in play doesn't have mana. Stay completely so he can't.
And for the side of TS, I think it's fine, because Xiaopeng was going to back off anyway, so Stay not able to follow up. I don't know if they would have been able to secure the kill anyway, with the fact that Jackulov did have those Flame Chompers there. They were flashing very aggressively, and that would have been a bit of a flippy play that could have gone either way. When we look in terms of the map holistically, Zoom bringing out this counter pick, bringing out this pick that he was so well known for in 2020, completely dominating the matchup. And even Knight has just been doing such a great job of maintaining pressure mid, but I don't care about mid right now much. We might get a skirmish in bot.
He could be in big trouble, but actually it might be Dwo that's in trouble. Has to flash away, keeps himself alive though. And the Flame Chompers are huge. Only going to get one route here, but the follow-up is massive from top esports. That'll be one, and now resets for Jackulov. Traded back though as Shanks goes in for the play. Still has his flash available. Dwo misses the hook, but he still gets onto Kadaya. But the white weapon is going strong. The shuriken's booming as Dwo pulls him in, but goes down himself. Stay taking over the fight.
Stay just completely untouched in that skirmish, being allowed to deal damage for free. Huge fight win going over to the side of WE. We're going to go straight into the replay of see how it happened. WE being the aggressors, looking for this fade into the enemy jungle, realizing they just forced the spot lane away, instantly getting on Joa, forcing the flash out. Huge flame choppers with Dracula to make sure they secure this first kill. Knight even doing a nice job of following up. Shanks, though, on the assassin, does bring more early burst than his counterpart does, while also missing the hook, so it does delay the CC, delay the damage to follow up. Like we said, Stay pretty much allowed to enact his will the whole time. Both able to get away, both sides picking up some kills, so the game state not going to flip heavily in one way or another.
Yeah, and it felt like Stay managing to just free fire with the crescendo there for a good while. Definitely a huge influence in that fight, but with Kadai going down as well, still relatively even. As you say, we're almost neck and neck in gold off the back of all of that, so feels like action pretty much out of nowhere, right? Off of the back of an invade from View. It's not like Dragon was up or anything at that point. Like, nobody's taken a Dragon off the back of it either because we had so many casualties on both sides. It feels like we've had a bit of a tussle and we reset to exactly where we were before.
And where we were before was farming, but one difference this time. That Rift Herald is coming up in 30 seconds. And we love the Rift Herald because you know what it means? Whichever team is pushing bot is going to push that in. They're going to move first. Zoom has pressure on top side, so you would assume for TS they should be able to get that one. But WE trying to stop this from happening. View leaning down towards spot, not allowing for Jackie Love and Joel to find that push, and this opens up for Kadai and Stay to move first. So nice adaptation from View to make sure that their bot lane is prio. This isn't just a free Herald for the side of top esports.
Yeah, but now moving up towards that top side of the map to try and set up for the Herald. But if the rest of this series is anything to go by, neither of these teams is going to give Herald up without a fight. This time around, Jackie Love is moving in time. We saw him move late earlier on in the series. This time he'll be here with his team. TP comes through into that mid lane as well from View. Shanks looking for a pick onto Knight. Step too far forward. The Ethereal Chains will lock him up in a cast to finish it off as Stay. Grabbing himself some kill credit. It's a huge pick for WE, and surely it's a Herald with a bow on top.
Big mistake coming out from Knight, aggressively walking forward. You look at Vision. WE had full control over the top side river. You don't necessarily know if they're already on Rift Herald or not. Go for the cheeky brush play. No flash on Knight from the prior skirmish spot. Sets up for the pick to come out, and this is going to be a free Rift Herald for the side of WE. Good thing for the side of TS, Munch, is the fact that the other members pivot down bot to be able to get a Dragon.
Yeah, so at least they can trade an objective here, but again, WE really smart with the way that they're playing the map. That's the thing that I'm taking away from the series, honestly, is that WE, this is a team that gets how to play macro. As you say, View moving to the bot side, getting prio. I'm going to hold that thought because Zoom is being real sneaky here. He's just cancelled his recall. He's an alcove gamer, to say the very least. Knight is moving up. Shanks is off in the wings as well. This is still an outnumber in favor of WE, but with Zoom behind enemy lines, he can go for the play underneath the tower. View having to use that ulti, the wild growth, keeping him alive for the time being, but he's pulled back under the tower and finished off. A great pickup here from Top Esports, and Secret Age Zoom setting it all up for you.
The power of patience, Munch. You would never assume someone is crazy enough, someone willing to risk losing so much time to just sit in alcove for a full minute. Zoom is that man, though. The big brain that you were hitting on, I think it was in game 1 or game 2, I don't know. We always talk about Zoom's big brain, so it all blends together. Nice by TS to be able to find some gold back. Still, though, WE have cemented a bit of a lead for themselves with the kills that they've picked up so far, and they are still sitting on the Rift Herald as well. So for WE, you'd expect more to come out. I think this time around, it does make sense to put that gold onto your Aphelios. The only logic I could see otherwise would be them going, hey, there's a Victor Jinx on the opposite side. Let's try and break down mid lane turret because it could be extremely annoying if we don't do it now.
I have a lot of wave played, and I mean, there's not that much to explain from this play, right? I don't know why Stay Flash. But, yeah, why did Stay Flash, actually? He just flashed pretty much on the spot. Great ult from Zoom there, great positioning, great play, great presence of Mines. Troll tries to stop Kadai, taking away some of these wards. Herald going to be dropped in this top lane, and that will be the first tower of the game taken by WE. And once again, massive amounts of gold being just slammed straight into Stay's pocket. It's 2-0 and 2. That's a tower going down right next to him as well. This is fantastic news for WE. This is a fantastic position for them to be in.
Especially when you consider the fact that WE are the comp that have the LeBlanc against the Victor. So longer side lanes can enable more of those pick situations to come out, to force Victor out of lane, to maybe blow summoners if you can land one of your chains. So WE definitely feeling good about having one of those longer lanes. The silver lining for TS is in terms of side laners. Set definitely will win at all points in time against the Gragas. We saw in game 1, actually even game 2, how this Gragas wants to function. It's just all about giving up sides, grouping with your team, using that cast either aggressively or peeling for your AD carry. So we're keeping our eye on Shanks for the side of WE, Zoom for the side of Top Esports.
I'm always keeping my eyes on Zoom. That giant brain. I just can't keep my eyes off it. The proverbial brain. Because I can't actually see his brain. Not without an X-ray. I don't think an X-ray can see brains. But there is some kind of brain scan that you can do that gives you a look at someone's brain. And I'd like to see that for Zoom, because I think we'd see great lane control on that scan. I don't know where I'm going with this one.
I don't know.
You know what?
You're kind of leaning into hysterics territory right now.
I know. It's because I'm casting with you. I feel like I've got it. You know, there's like there's a role to be filled here. I need to just talk absolute nonsense. Apparently. Here we go. Hook in the bottom lane. Flame Choppers comes in. There's a knock up from the depth charge. That is playing Lulu, you see. So no matter what they do, they still can't get a kill.
They are able to force summoners coming out, though, right? We get a heal off of Stay. You have 2 ultis down. Dragon up in 1 minute, so I think getting these key summoners now can be critical for being able to win that fight later on. I don't think Top Esports should keep pushing the issues. It looks like they're finally going to back off because Shanks was not showing in lane. And now I think resets come out. We're going to start seeing teams grouping up towards that bottom side once again for Dragon. And now we're going to see, hey, no Moonlight Vigil, no Wild Growth coming out. Can TS utilize this to find a fight?
That'll be one of the big questions. Importantly, Knight not finishing a Mythic just yet could be huge. You know, Shanks hasn't either, but I feel like Victor is one of those champions that pre-Mythic feels pretty normal. Whereas LeBlanc, you can still just execute. Recall will come on through here from Shanks. Does have TP before the straight comes back up onto the map, but has to cancel that recall because Knight is staying. And I guess just waiting for this next wave. Going to try and push this one in before the recall, but it's 8 seconds until that dragon comes up. Doesn't feel like either team is really posturing directly for that to happen right now.
No, both teams taking it slow. I think for WE, it's the fact that your mid laner needs to recall with how heavily he was chunked. We do see both top laners making their way down now. So both teams kind of handshake of like, hey, we're not ready yet. Let's all reset. We don't need to waste TPs on our top laners. We can all just walk down. Mid laners, though, did reset too late. Going to start making their way over. Oh, Shanks might be in a bad position. Doesn't get caught out. And Top Esports having first push on mid should be able to force their way into River.
Certainly should. That'll be the cannon taken. Zoom and Knight moving over as a pair. Sharpunk already in the river alongside Duo here. Stay! I don't know why you think you need to face check that one, but you are not the tank on this team. Wards being cleared as Zoom moves in, looking for an engage for the rest of the team. This will be a great opportunity to start the Drake off on the side of Top Esports. Stay has no summoner spells, and yes, he's got red and white weapons, but it's going to be difficult for him to get into this one. Cask is a bit of a whiff. But the spite! How does Mew get away with that? Ults away as well. Depth charge gonna knock Stay up. Gale Force having to be used just to survive from the side of Stay. They will be able to get away with the heist of the century. Honestly, I don't know how Mew got away with that.
I mean, in terms of smites, View has been completely destroying Xiaopeng today. And you look at the setup for that fight. You just pushed it mid, you complete river control, AD carry just face checks, now it's no flash. Like, literally, stays no summoners. On the opposite side, there is a Xin Zhao and a Set with flash. If he walks too far forward at any point, he is just dead. And somehow, people aren't really getting zoned away. View able to walk forward and just smite away a dragon. It doesn't need to make sense much.
Yeah, I know. I mean, at the end of the day, this series was never going to make sense, and I'm okay with that. I feel like this top esports squad has a lot of figuring out. You know, this is a team that I think, oh, Shanks in trouble, Xiaopeng going to chase him over the wall, but it does land. I feel like a lot of people put these guys very high on their tier lists, very high in the power rankings. Right now, this team has no idea what it wants to do. This team has no idea what its identity is, aside from let's all just do stuff. And it feels very, very rough. Whereas WE, even though they're newer players, they may not have the superstar lineup that top esports has. It feels like they know what they want to do. They know how they want to play the game. And it means that they're honestly looking like the better team.
Oh, I think 100%. For TS, it's surprising with the changes they made for them to end up worse than they were in summer, but Engage comes out!
Maybe not! Stay's been found, Wild Growth keep him alive. That's going to be 3-man Moonlight Vigil with a Gravitum. Stay is completely fine. Don't worry about it, guys. He's got a Lulu.
And it's just so tragic, right? Because there's an enemy AD carry with no summoners up. You have flash on set, you have flash on Zinzel, like we just highlighted, and you're still not able to finish him off. Heck, he's already pretty much back to full HP and comfortably farming in the mid lane. TS not being able to find that burst effectively. You highlighted Lulu. He's doing so much with that ultimate able to come out. And, you know, Mushables, I stand by my statement. It's only been a few series so far, but the fact that TS are looking worse now, though it is the beginning of a split, and they did when they didn't make it to Worlds last year, kind of rough. And as someone who put them first in their power rankings, very disappointing.
Yeah. I will say, gotta wait till Chinese New Year, right, to make any giant judgments on any team. Generally speaking, the league changes pretty dramatically over the 2 weeks of Chinese New Year, and a lot of teams start to figure things out in the scrims during that time. But with that said, it's not a good starting point for top esports this split. There's Shanks actually going to go under the tower here, taking a huge amount of damage. Gaston just going to chase him away from the play entirely. And Zoom looks like he wants a little bit more. Shanks, oh, that was his clone. I was looking at the top side of the fight and I thought he'd just like DC'd or something. He's okay. 25 gold the way of Zoom though. I'd say that's worth the teleport. 25 G. But
25 Gs. And luckily, Munch, we're in game 3. There's some level of tension going on, I'm sure. And both teams are even. Gold's even, Dragons are even, kills pretty close. I'd even say in terms of like fight setup and win conditions, I don't think I lean super heavily one way or the other. Top esports obviously now forcing Prio in mid with Knight TPing in. They're going to get a tower off this. But WD have shown they have a really good setup for fights, and they have a lot of ways to keep Stay alive with the Lulu and with all the zoning tools they have in their top side.
yeah, it does feel like a lot of this is going to come down to teamfight execution. As we said before, both of these teams drafting to play the team, drafting for these competitions that do want to group up and brawl. And let's be honest, both squads have been more than just start an objective off whenever they fancy, with no regard to whether opponent is on map. So we are going to get fights, no matter what. It is happening, I guarantee you. So we'll have to wait and see which team's going to be able to pull it out on top. So far, as you said, pretty much even in gold. And I think the majority of people just by default on face value of the names on the rosters, most people. But over the course of this series, I'm leaning more and more towards WE.
WE have shown they are willing to tussle with the best and few, looking for another cask, and once again, not the best, but hey, again, he's very liberal with his cask usage. It'll be up again at some point. He'll throw it out. He will hit a key target at some point. They are at least forcing TS away.
Oh no, he's got way too far forward. He just gets one shot, and now the rest of the team's in so much trouble. Wako's already on cooldown. Kadaya goes down. The resets for Jackie Love. And everybody just getting wrecked here from WE. Pew steps way too far forwards. And well, Baron's already on the cards. They've got a Jinx. They've got a Victor. Top esports go for the worm.
And instantly it becomes very clear why Top esports didn't ban or take away the Gragas like I predicted. Pew coming in, not fighting the best of engages, not fighting the best of caps. Again, his philosophy, I respect it. If you just keep throwing them out, you're going to hit a key target at one point like you did in the last game. But still, sets it up, goes too far forward, setting up Joel for that hook, and now the Baron coming out like you said. WE may be able to get a turret in bot side as well, but doesn't feel like that makes too big of a difference.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. That fight has soured my view of WE. I don't know why he walks up there. And then Jackie was just
Yeah, Jackie loves it's strange, right? You force them out of bot side river. You can tell they're scared because TS were angling for top side, so maybe they were threatening like, hey, you push us out of here, but we're gonna go do Baron so you can't do Dragon and do this bit of a dance. But like you're saying, BBU overcommitting just a little bit too much, even in terms of WE setup, right? I feel like it is very crucial that Shanks is able to land a decent amount of damage or force out some summoners with his chain before you do directly posture for a fight like that. So we need to see Shanks having a bit more of a proactive role. We see BBU not messing things up. Straight to the point.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. We need to see them not just walking into the enemy. Have their ulti. That is a good observation. We've got a 3,000 gold lead. We were dead even just a second ago. And off the back of that fight, it's now a 3,000 gold lead with a Baron in favor of Top Esports. And they may be able to win fights, but Lyric, they're not that great at it. Trying to give that one over to Knight, but it resets as they're going for it. They will eventually finish this one off. They got the tier 1 in the top side, and now look for a tier 2 on top of that one as well. Do have the Jinx with 2 items, so pretty quick on the towers, but BBU is up behind the squad. So they chunked pretty heavily there. BBU, you've got to be a little careful, mate. We've just seen what happens if you go too deep by yourself. It's going to be BBU starting to swap draw. Flashes away, uses ulti. Shanks finishing the kill, beautifully done. But look at the damage out from Knight as well. The Chaos Storm burning everyone on that squad. BBU being chased, the laser underneath it. Rocket is blocked by BBU though. Oh, if BBU doesn't get hit by that, that could have been like a triple kill on a Rocket. But it doesn't matter, because in the meantime, Zoom is pushing mid. That was 4v5. And now Top Esports will blast this base over.
The Chaos Storm just means so much when an enemy's funneling into you. Oh, they're getting caught again!
This might be the end of the game if Top Esports can win it, but Jackie Love's already down. Zoom in though, slams Aphelios onto his face, and Kadaya takes a haymaker to the dome. It's going to be 2 more kills for the top laner of Top Esports. Will at least be a top lane inhibitor.
I would expect they do need to back off after this one. You know what? I don't want to break these down. A replay is going to come up. We need to give credit where credit is due. We all need to appreciate my analyst, Mr. Joe Munchables Fenny. He said in the last game how this series will go. Game 1, TS lose. Game 2, they come back with a win. Game 3 will be the messy one, but you know in the end, the Top Esports will somehow pull through because that is typically what happens. Munch, you nailed it. I should probably break down this replay, but take it away, brother.
Oh, well, there was a group, and then you hit the abilities, Shanks took the kill. And then Knight just one-shot everyone. Like, I'm not entirely sure where all of that damage came from, honestly, but literally everyone suddenly in front of me was 1 HP. If that rocket hits, if BBU dies just a little quicker there, I think that would have just been an instant triple kill for Jackie. It's kind of gutting for the guy, because that would have been such a good kill.
And that could have been the end of the game. A little bit more damage coming out from the side of TES. They are able to get an inhibitor out of it, though, as well as it being a topside inhibitor, which is pretty cool because it's going to be a lot more pressure on the side of WE when dragons do come up, which will be in 1 minute. So WE going to need to keep BBU up towards that top side clearing so it doesn't get too far pushed into their own base. He has pushed it to the side, Top Esports side of the map now, so they shouldn't have to worry about it too much. But it is opening up Resume to threaten this bot lane turret and has allowed for Top Esports to get full vision control of bot side. Luckily, though, we're not close to Soul Munch, so let's be real. Dragon probably not going to mean too much.
I don't think this Dragon's going to be taken at all. I think Top Esports is just going to brute force a fight and maybe just win the spot. It's possible they don't. BBU is currently in the top lane. He's just finished the recall now. Shanks. Banshees on draw. Passive here. His view looks for a stun. Did hit Jackie Love, but there's no follow from his squad right now. I think Shanks stuff was still on cooldown as he messes his W up a little bit. One thing I will say, Shanks is getting some good poke out onto this team. They don't have a whole lot of sustain to work with. Zoom just trying to maintain vision control in this choke point. And this is going to be a long siege. This is a battle of attrition.
is. We did highlight, though, that Shanks is the critical member on the side of WE, right? Playing with Fog of War, going in and out, chunking these health bars, though, trying to make it a 4v5. Problem is, damage gap is pretty big at this point, but Engage comes
Go
out.
underneath the tower, great ulti from Bew, but the damage is just huge. Knight flashing underneath to finish them off. Bew chased away, rocketed down by Jackal, but he can't quite finish the kill. Oh, he dies to the burn anyway. Red Buff finishes that one off. And Top Esports, they dive the inhib, they don't lose a single player, and after such a messy series, it's looking like they're going to finish in style. Jackulov having a great game to round things out, despite having some questionable moments across it. Jackulov will survive, even from the last play from Shanks at the end of this one. The stun comes in onto Kadai. Actually manages to survive that one. The laser's not enough, but it does not matter. Top Esports, at the end of the day, take the win. WE, once more, they get so close, but they just can't find the win.
We did see some good things from WE. We saw some growth. We talked about the game once, some of the macro movements they made in terms of trading off for the mid lane, using out the Realm Ward. I feel like in terms of individual skill, Shanks still showing up pretty well. View overall, Smite king in this series. You know, maybe BB and Stay especially still have some key areas to improve. But point is, I think good takeaways for a very young squad on the side of WE. And heck, when you compare this to expectations, if anything, WE are overperforming expectations and Top Esports underperforming. Still a win, so I don't want to like detract from it. Top Esports coming away in the end, and like you said, after Chinese New Year, I feel like is where a lot of teams do start stepping up their game. But right now, Top Esports definitely looking a little bit shaky.
Yeah, a lot to be desired, I think, is a good way to word it for Top Esports right now. It does feel like they are unsure how they want to play the game. Certainly some of the drafts are really questionable. But I will say, even when Top Esports are at the top of the game, the drafts are still not exactly the thing that Top Esports are renowned for, you know? They like weird picks. They like to do things differently to other teams. They like to play based on what they feel is going to be good, as opposed to what's black and white on paper going to be the best pick for the situation. So, to be honest, if you're a fan of Top Esports at home, I'd be okay with the form they're currently in. They don't look that good right now, but at least they're still Top Esports.
Yeah, I think very good point. And even some new things being added. Like we've highlighted, we've seen a lot in the games we've seen so far of Zoom early roaming on the map, making his way towards mid, trying to influence Knight's matchup, linking up with, again, either Demacia Cup when it was Tien or now Xiaopeng. There are new things that Top Esports can build on and grow from. We did see this game. Some things stay the same, though. Knight, Jackulov still absolute damage monsters. Knight having pressure in lane pretty much this whole game. Was bullying out Shanks early, utilizing his level 1 well, turning that to an advantage and just consistently moving around the map. And then Jackulov given a lot of room to play the game when you have Set, Sinzao, Nautilus going in on the enemy, and the enemy is having to react to you. That's also one of the tools we talked about with Top Esports drafting their game plan this game, was the fact that with the comps, they are the ones who will typically be dictating a lot of the moves. They are the ones with the agency. WE kind of have to play a bit more reactive.
Yeah, and it felt like Shanks and Bew were the players with agency from the side of WE, right? We saw both of them making attempts. Bew's attempts maybe less successful than Shanks were, but yeah, it felt very difficult for them. And honestly, one of the big problems it seemed with this composition from WE is like, even if Bew does get a cask, there's very little follow-up CC on the rest of the squad. Like, unless you just one-shot the person, they can flash away to the rest of their team again, and there's really not a lot that you can do about it. So, felt like there wasn't enough ability to make things happen. Top Esports can just have their run of the map. Well, they're going to take it.
It also goes to the fact of, like, if you don't have enough agency, right, typically it does go back to the philosophies of the previous two games. Do you outrange? Can you kite them out? It's like, sure, you do have really good range with Aphelios, and obviously LeBlanc, as we said, functions more as a poke champion, but you don't really have enough damage to, like, burst someone out, like you said, if you hit that cast. And secondly, Top Esports just have so much engage tools. Like we said, the second you burn Aphelios' flash, no matter what you do, let's say you trade Set Flash for Aphelios' flash, always worth, because then you still have the Sinzao, you still have the Nautilus, and now Stay's gonna be like, man, what the hell do I do now? This game is so hard. Sure, I have a wild growth, but what does that even do? So I think we saw draft have a massive impact on the series, which is super cool because I don't feel like it does all the time in the LPL. But this game we got to see how teams adapted from game to game, and in the NTS pull it out. In terms of MVP, we haven't been told who the MVP is yet, Mitchables, but I feel like we both know who the MVP is, right?
Yeah, we'll have to find out. But first, we've got an interview. We're going to head over to the stage where we're going to hear from Mr. Jackie Love himself.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and now we have invited Jackie Love from Top Esports to join us. So congratulations on today's win, and my very first question is about your champion choice in Game 2, because in Game 2 you have chosen Varus, but this champion is not popular in the current meta, so tell us more about the background in choosing this champion. 那首先恭喜阿水获得了本场比赛的胜利。那第一个问题也想问一下你们第二局的一个英雄选择，因为你是直接拿出了一个维鲁斯，那他在现在版本其实并不是一个非常火热的一个下路英雄，所以能问一下当时选出的契机是怎么样的呢？
因为第一把我们输的时候，我就在想，因为我们阵容如果是选锤石的话，就是开团这一方面会有点不够，就是像第一把那样打的有点难受，所以说我觉得。后面他们英雄搬的差不多了，我觉得维鲁斯就是有开团，然后也有伤害，就试了一下。
So after the loss of Game 1, we made some feedbacks about the loss of Game 1, and we think that if we would like to choose Thresh this champion, I think this may lack of some engaging skills. So because of this, I would like to give Varus this champion a try, because I really feel Varus, he can really have a very good hard engage skills, and also he can do a bunch of damage. So because of this, I would like to pick this champion in my Game 2. And definitely Varus plays super good in Game 2, and we feels like in Game 2, WE would like to rush the Baron in the late game, but Top Esports, you guys were able to seize a very good engage opportunity to win the Baron teamfight, to get the Baron and cleanly close up the game. So tell us more about the short calls around there. 那其实说到第二局，感觉 WE 在后期是想要去 rush 一波大龙的，但反而被你们抓到了一波很好的机会 ，rush 到你们是赢了那波大龙团，然后拿下大龙，很干净利落的终结了比赛。所以说，能问一下当时那波大龙团附近的一个决策是怎么样的呢？
其实我觉得就是今年两把就是前面输，就是可能就 run 大龙这方面的话，就是很容易犯失误嘛。然后当时他们状态跟位置都不好。然后我们就说着就不要想着打龙了，然后就先开人，然后后面赢下来了吧，意思是。
So I really feel based on today's game, to be honest, it's super easy to make some mistakes around the Baron pit or around the Baron team fight and around in game 2. I think Team WE, they didn't have a very good condition, they didn't have a very good health, and also for their positions, it's not that good as well. So we would like to just stop rushing the Baron and try to target on the opponents to try to make the hard engage. And after winning the team fight, we feels like we can easily close up the game. And my next question is about Game 3, because Game 3 you were able to get the MVP, and my question is would like to target on the main lane team fight around 20 minutes, because you guys would just find a super good angle to make the hard engage. So tell us more details about the 20 minutes team fight around the main lane. 那其实，在第三局，阿水表现也非常亮眼，也斩获了 MVP。那我的问题也是想问一下，20分钟左右的一波中路的团战，因为感觉中路的团战是帮助你们也是再一次的拿到了整场比赛的一个节奏。当时你们也是很果断的完成了开团，能问一下当时是一个怎么样的情况呢？
其实就中路那波就想着对面就九筒给了我们机会嘛，然后我们觉得一套能打死他们，然后就上。然后后面就追着追着就赢了，就说实话也没有什么特别细的沟通了。
So to be honest, we didn't have so many detailed communications around there. The opponents, Gragas, he made a few mistakes around there, so we feels like we can just easily kill him, and we just chase the falling opponents, and luckily we were able to just win the team fight. That's all. Yeah, definitely. You guys have shown the super good team fights in Game 3. And my last question is about next game, because on Sunday, you are going to face against Victory 5. In the previous matchup, they have shown a very good condition as well. So tell us more about your thoughts towards next matchup. 那其实你们在这周日的时候也要面对上V5嘛，上一场V5也为我们展现出了也很好的一个竞技状态，所以说对下场比赛有怎么样的一个期待和想法呢？
其实说实话，因为 vivo 的兄弟都是比较熟的，然后跟我们关系也比较好，就希望就他们打其他赢的还是蛮开心，但打我们的话，怎么说，就一起加油。
So in fact, I have so many close friends in Victoria 5. So I'm so happy for them that they can got the win. They can have a very good condition in facing other teams. But facing against us, I would like to say let's all fighting. Let's all try our best. Yeah, definitely we're all supporting you and also supporting Top Esports, and also we would like to see you guys can have a very good matchup on this Sunday. So congratulations again. 那再次恭喜你们，也希望你们下场比赛也为我们能呈现出一场精彩的对决。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you very much, Wendy, and Jackie Love as well. I have to say, I'm excited about that V5 matchup, specifically for Jackie Love. This is a big one, right? Because obviously Carcer used to be on Top Esports, but he won the World Championship alongside Rookie, and also he replaced Photic on Top Esports. There's a lot of history in this V5 roster for Jackie Love, so I don't know. That's going to be a very exciting matchup. Let's talk more about Jackie Love, though, because he was the MVP at the end of that game.
You know, I'm a bit surprised. Jackie Love definitely having a pop-up performance, extremely high kill participation, even damage. Just in that, I guess in that one fight alone, Knight looked like he did so much damage that I thought maybe it would skewed a bit differently, but no, Jackie Love throughout the game having such a massive impact. Like you said, highlighting that V5 matchup, even Carcer, right? Carcer playing with him last split, a lot of cool storylines going on in this game. I think Jackie Love did show some good moments. There were some typical Jackie Love moments, like when you face-palmed at him walking under tower, but you always expect both sides of the Jackie Love coin. If Jackie Love can keep putting in performances like this game, and I believe it was game 1 against Ultra Prime where he popped off, then, you know, TS have nothing to worry about. The thing is, can we rely on that yet? I'm not sure. Still early in the split, that will be the excuse, that will be the thing that gives us hope going forward, but like Wendy said in that interview, we just all gotta believe in Top Esports.
I mean, if you're a fan of Top Esports, it really is about belief. I don't know, Top Esports fans, it's almost religious, you know? It's a different type of fan. You really have to believe with your soul, not with your brain. So, Top Esports still doing Top Esports things, but ultimately getting themselves a win, climbing up those standings a little bit, and honestly a crucial win for them because, you know, they were 1-on-1 at the start of today, and they did not look that fantastic against WE today, to be quite honest. So being able to get that second win in the books, that'll push them up into the top 10 again. That'll keep them nice and safe as they move towards Chinese New Year. With that said, we are going to jump into a break, and then we'll be back with another banger. We've got LNG up against IG right after this.
To the fallen, leave me to be with the broken one last time before I go. Hold the last burning ember, let us never surrender. May we rise up to the call for the glory and the
saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, close my eyes, sense your vibe, being alive just feels so right. We are flying out of space and time. Sparks spraying between us, colorful clouds of dust. Coincidence might be divine. Wanna sing your melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with you. Skin to skin, wondering, landscapes we're discovering, whole new world so new and welcoming. Am I dreaming? Are we here? Just imagine how it feels. Stop believing that it could be real. Wanna sing a melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with me. Oh. I tell my lover not to stop. Oh, I don't wanna recover. Believe me, I know what I want. I can show you the way. Be tender to me, babe. I feel that you are here to stay. Can you focus on me this time? Even though you're back in line, I just need more time. Cause I wanna fly high underneath the stars. My mind till the sun goes down. So high, but baby, I was waiting for this day to come. You and me together alone. I only advice for you. Yeah, tell me not to stop. Oh, show me how it's done. I'll show you how it's done, baby. Just listen to me. Believe me, I know what I want. I can show you the way. Be tender to me, babe. I feel that you are here to stay. You just need more time, cause I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Till the sun goes down. I wanna fly high underneath the stars.
everybody, to the LPL as we move towards our second series of the night. My name is Bunchables. I'm joined by Mr. Jordan Lyric, called me the half-man sage of the mountain himself, as we move into what could be an absolute banger of a series, but also could really not be. We're just going to have to wait and see how this one pans out, because it's LNG versus IG. The ceiling for these teams is very high, but the floor is also very low.
Yeah, it is all over the place. And when you have high ceilings and low floors, it leads to our most over-discussed topic that viewers are definitely tired of hearing about. And Munch, it is Mojo once again. We've been on a Mojo tirade tonight. This is why me and you can't cast together anymore. What Mojo are we seeing here?
Well, we're talking about the Mojometer, you know? The Mojometer. It's time to figure out who the teams of the LPL with the most mojo are. The reason we're bringing this up is because it's LNG and IG playing. IG, historically, would be right at the very top of the Mojometer. Right now, we're not seeing the mojo. LNG, though, I've got them in 4th place on the Mojometer. I think this is going to be one of our highest mojo teams, especially with DoNB, Tarzan. I think these guys are big mojo. Top esports, I think I've overrated. After watching this morning, I'm not so sure about the top esports.
Also, to explain to people out there what mojo is, pretty much clutch factor. You know, the crazy high highs where you can just take over a game by yourself. LNG definitely have it. And by definitely have it, they have DoNB and Tarzan, 2 players who can just take over a game. They aren't outclassing my boy Hung, though. But sadly, Hung's not playing today. One of the people he didn't replace but joined the team of DoNB is. And yeah, Munch, I have less faith in them than you, but they still should beat IG, who didn't even make the cut.
Yeah, IG not making the top 6 for mojo. We're going to return to this later in the split and see how our teams are doing. See if we think we nailed Mojometer or whether we got it wrong. We'll return to that one. I feel like this was a last hit segment from last year, honestly, more than it was a segment for the series now I think about it. But it doesn't matter. Let's talk about LNG, because this is a team that is not clean, but they are confident. This is a team that is very fun to watch right now. And a lot of that down to Tarzan making things happen around the map.
Not clean is the perfect way to put it. When you look at their games, it's all over the place. Very slow. 13th in terms of game time, very low in champion kills per minute, so their games aren't super action-packed. They're typically behind at 15 minutes, which is pretty insane when you have Ala and DoNB as your solo laners. The way they bring it back, though, is a pretty solid objective control. We can see both Dragons and Barons have been able to come out on top, and a large part of that is Tarzan, like you just highlighted. I feel like we've seen Tarzan steal objectives in almost every game he has played. Up against Rare Adam in their last series, that was definitely the story where RA pushed them to the edge. It went all the way to 3 games, super back and forth. RA found advantages, LNG found advantages, but typically ended up in scenarios like this, where LNG are the team that is behind, but LNG are able to capitalize on mistakes like we see here, or find crazy moments where they are able to pull it through.
Yeah, it feels like this is a team that, again, similar to top esports, right? Where when you look at the face value, when you look at the potential of the team, it's insane, right? This feels like it should be one of the best teams in the league. And they have got 2 wins on the board. They haven't lost a series just yet, but they've definitely left something to be desired. And a lot of these fights, like you're saying, they win from behind. They manage to make these miraculous situations occur. This is obviously Tarzan managing to get that miracle steal and get away with it, mind you. But still, things could do with being tightened up. You know, they could be a little more consistent and a little cleaner with it. So we'll see if they can improve on that across the course of today. But their opponents as well. IG, so far 1-1 in the standings. And this is a team that has shown signs of greatness, right? They've shown that they do have players that can pop off. They've shown that they do have good moments, especially in the early game. But unfortunately, they've not really been able to make it something consistent.
And one thing we got to remember about IG is IG are one of the youngest, if not the youngest team in the LPL. The oldest player on this team is 20. Everyone else, 18, 19, very, very new players to the league, very young players overall. And we've seen things in their past 2 series, right? Whether it was against TT or whether it was against OMG, where it's like, hey, against TT, they came out ahead. They were able to pick up the win in that series. Up against OMG, they did end up losing out, but things like their early game were very good. We've seen individual pop-off moments from players like Yuakai in this LeBlanc game. We've seen Shouldn't have good series. Nani had a 1v2 on Gwen, which we're going to see in a few moments. So there have definitely been moments for these players individually. I feel like as a unit they struggle, which does make a lot of sense in terms of just where the players are coming from, right? I know both Lucas and Shun, not massive shot callers on the IG roster last year. It was very dictated by the veterans, so them having to step up into a new role, and even talking about new roles coming into today, where they're going to change up something once again. Xiao UAG is not playing. They are bringing in their other AD carry on, who did play on the Rare Atom LDL team before, so we're going to see if this change in the bot lane can spice things up a little bit for the side of IG.
Yeah, that's going to be one of the big questions, is how well that AD carries can be able to do. But honestly, just like how this team is going to draft, because like I feel like drafting for Nani has been a pretty solid way to go, getting him something like when we just saw the 2v1 clip. Nani is a player that, over the course of last year as well, had many, many great moments. But that was while he had, supervision from some serious veterans, and a lot of guidance. This year, it feels like both Nani and Shun are now like, they're off on their own. They are the veterans of this team. And when you think of them as like the brand new rookies last year, that's a lot of pressure to be put on their shoulders. So I feel like it does need to be Nani and Shun that are the ones to step up and lead this team. And so I'd love to see focus on Nani once again, like we have seen a couple of times before. But the key thing, honestly, it's not even just about who the players are or how long they've been playing or anything like that. In terms of the actual gameplay itself, I just want to see IG having a better idea of how they want to play the game later on, right? The early games we've seen are pretty good, but once it gets to the mid game, they're all over the shop.
I feel like there's 2 things that stand out to me with IG in general, which is one, they are very disconnected in how they play the game as a unit. Their whole top side all have below a 60% kill participation, so they're not really linking up too much. Only Lucas is above, and even Lucas isn't hitting 70%. So all their kills, all their action is happening independently. The second is their damage profile. Both Nani and Yuakai have about 30% of the team's damage, which means their AD carry has been just getting outclassed. We haven't seen in terms of laning phase. In their first series, Xiao UAG and Lucas got 2v2 killed, but also did get a solo kill in one of the games. Up in their last series against OMG, did just get a little bit outclassed by the bot lane of Abel and Cold. So with a different AD carry, that's at least one, I don't want to say problem fixed, because we don't know how On's going to do here today on the Rift. One potential band-aid on the team. Now it's like, okay, fixing how you bring things together early on is much different, right? That's going to take time. It's going to take scrims. It's going to take reviews and kind of getting things in motion. So if IG can do it today, if Shun can link up the map, if we can see more transferring of pressure from lane to lane, maybe we can see good signs from IG to take a game off an LNG, who we said have not been very clean despite being 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing, right? Like, on paper, this is an insane LNG roster, and yes, they've got 2 wins. It has not been clean so far. With IG stepping onto the stage, Nani always looks so nervous to me. He always looks so, like, I don't know, intimidated by the whole situation. He doesn't on the
best
Rift,
thing?
but in person he does.
I remember in the first interview he did that we had, where he looked so nervous. I remember asking Wendy of like, oh, he must have been so nervous. Or he's like, no, he said he was super confident, not nervous at all. And it's like, I don't know if Nani, the most self-aware individual, or, he's just prime innocent boy at heart.
I don't know, but certainly adorable. I'll give him that. Over to the side of LNG here, as they're over in their arena, going to be playing online for this one. And you can see the squad step in on our Lumao with a bit of swagger in his walk, I have to say. And I love that they're sticking to Lumao here. Lumao has been receiving massive amounts of blame in the Western community. I like that they're still just committing to this. I love, Lumao is one of my favorite players, regardless of his recent performance. Like, back in 2020, this guy was an absolute legendary player. I'm hoping we get to see a bit of a resurgence of that kind of form from Lumao instead of some of the shenanigans that have been occurring more recently.
I do gotta say, even though I think it's just very obvious, and in terms of current form of what we saw throughout 2021 and what we're seeing in Blue Mount now, Iwandi's the obvious choice to be a starter. I at least respect the philosophy that LNG are going with of not just being like, hey, this guy's had a few bad games, let's sub him out immediately, right? They're going to give him some time. They're giving Lumao really a chance to show up on the roster. Clearly, the other members of the team like going to be really heavily believe in him. So, yeah, we're going to see how it works out. Maybe if things start to go a little bit sideways or they start losing more series leading up to Chinese New Year, maybe that's where you take a step back, review which support you want to bring in, and then come in with, you know, your strongest roster. But for now, they're still going to use Lumao. They are definitely favorites up against IG here today. But we know being favorites doesn't mean anything. And, you know, we had the Mojometer, but unlike the 3-game-ometer, Munchables, I feel like we're pretty high up there. I feel like there's a decent chance.
Yeah, I knew it with the first series as well, that there was no way that Top Esports wins a series 2-0. It just doesn't happen. They're just not. They can't take 3 entire games seriously. They need to pick random stuff and, I don't know, do whatever Top Esports does at some point in there. And I feel like LNG versus IG, there's enough gumption there on the side of IG and enough potential shenanigans on the side of LNG that there's always going to be potential for a game here. We'll have to see though, because I mean, ultimately, when you look at this team, if they do just, you know, if they could just get it together, like Tarzan and Do and B alone, you could put any other 3 players there. I'm going to believe in that roster, you know. So I feel like this is the kind of squad that, in my mind, they absolutely should win this series, hands down. Even if they lose one game, like there's no universe where IG should win this series, right? But for my money, it should be a comfortable 2-0 if this team can just stop with some of the silly stuff.
I feel like the biggest places we need to see improvement are obviously just in terms of individual skill in the support role. Their bot lane has struggled a few times. We have seen them 2v2 killed just off of mistakes coming out from Lumao alone. And then later on in the game, it's a lot of coordination mistakes coming out. And it's in a bunch of different areas, right? Whether it's in things like side lanes and matching up your waves, if you're going to have both Doonbi and Ala pushing out sides and trying to do the like push and pull of pulling the enemy across the map, or whether it is things like team fights coming out and your engagers going in at the same time, because we've seen this problem with LNG where members will just kind of funnel in at different points in time, and it'll allow for these early gold leads to be stacked up by the opposing team. So coordination and then bot lane. LNG, if you can shore that up, you will have a solid win on your hands in the series. For IG, we've already highlighted some of similar things, right? We talked about AD carry and transferring pressure. So I think very clear goals for the teams to improve on. And yeah, hopefully we get a close series with tons of action and back and forth and no Corki.
Yeah, fingers crossed for the Corki bans. We'll have to find out because the draft is underway. So we're going to head back to the stage once again and get this one going. And I am curious whether or not that synergy can happen. The Gwen being banned away from IG. We talked about Nani's Gwen. You can see the little grin on his face as well. He knows it. He knows that he's being target banned and he knows it. That's a bit of respect from LNG.
Nani playing Gwen in 3 out of the 4 games that they played so far. He has been stepping up to be a massive damage dealer with the fact that their bot lane has been playing more of a role-playing job on the squad, so at least going to limit him in that potential. Also sets up for something like an early Renekton to be able to come out. LNG just going to instantly go with that one with the Gwen band away.
Renekton first pick. It feels like it's always the way, you know. It's always the Renekton. It never leaves us here in the LPL. No matter what the meta, no matter what the players, like, Renekton is the constant in the LPL. But as you say, the Corki gone. Surprised to see the Nidalee having such respect. But honestly, I feel like while we have a couple of players that specialize in Nidalee, like, you know, like Xiaopeng and Shun, I feel like Nidalee is also just becoming fairly prevalent in general in the LPL.
He is, but I want to pivot really hard to point out that Caitlyn has not been banned. Neither team so far.
True.
Neither team so far going towards that one. Aphelios actually the thing taken away. Both Jinx and Caitlyn left open. IG not caring about it at all. Going to instantly go towards a Victor first pick on their side. And I'd say pretty interesting so far. Renekton first pick blue side. Okay, not the craziest thing. It happens sometimes. And then Victor Jin coming out on the opposite side. So IG to me are still spelling out that, hey, their bot lane is still taking more of a backseat role. It's going to be more about the top side. But phase 2 bans can get super weird if both sides just pick completely different roles.
I mean, this is already getting weird. We've got a Diana locked in. We've got the Leona locked in as well. This is a big all-in comp from LNG. I'm liking what I'm seeing right now because it could be Diana jungle, it could be Diana mid. Both are doable right now. Neither are, you know, top of their role. But if it is a Diana jungle, Yasuo could be an option for doing it.
So I also want to highlight the fact that Tarzan and LNG were one of the first teams to bring this out in summer, which is why they went on that crazy 7-0 run, where Icon would play things like the Yasuo and Tarzan would play this. I want to highlight going into second draft phase, I would expect both teams to target different areas, right? You should be taking away mid laners that enable Diana for the side of LNG. So things like Twisted Fate jump to mind in terms of like being able to bring the gold card, being able to set up for the Renekton top side. So where for LNG, you're probably taking away top laners. The generic tank support pool is probably open enough to where you are fine. But, surprising, IG actually banning away the Camille, so signaling, hey, it is Doinby on the roster, right? Probably going to be a Renekton mid, at least in IG's mind.
I think that's a reasonably fair assumption, honestly. But also, you know, IG are used to Camille being a jungler. You know, all those years ago, that was the IG pick. So maybe just haunted by their own past. Maybe not. Rakan going to be banned away here by LNG as well to remove that from the support pool of IG. Remove some of that hard engage since they have the Leona already as well. Could even get rid of the Thresh if you so wanted, but with a Jhin in the bottom lane, the Thresh not quite as high priority.
They did ban away the Rakan because it is Lucas's go-to so far. You still do have things like the Nautilus left open. Rel could have a massive amount of impact into a bunch of champions that want to jump in to be able to get a really easy ultimate. Again, I feel like there's just so many different generic tanks left open that Lucas can have the pick of the litter. I'm curious to see where they go with top lane, but it makes sense. You're going to leave that for last pick, considering that the Renekton pick is a flex.
Okay.
And I like this a lot, Munchables. I love it a lot. Taric into a bunch of champions that need to run into you. That ultimate is going to get so much value in these team fights. As long as IG don't get bursted right away, they're fine. They should be able to take these extended fights.
I like it. I like the creativity. We've got a Taric locked in against a massive all-in composition. LNG now have to decide how they're going to fish this one out. Obviously, the Jinx locked in here for the bottom lane. Question is, where does this Diana go? Where does this Renekton go? Jace being hovered would mean it is that Diana in the jungle, and it would be... I'm going to say would be Renekton mid. It could be Jace mid.
Yep.
Either, honestly, either one is workable.
I do expect it to be the mid lane Renekton coming out right. A historic Doinby pick. And on top of that, having Allen top side, I feel like Jace definitely fits his repertoire much better. Oh, we can get really spicy right now, and I would love it. The wombo from IG would be massive. Malphite, Taric ultimate with him, Chaos Storm following up, On sitting far in the back, opening up the curtain call, and we get it. Malphite shows his face once again, and this is what we tune into LPL to see, these types of drafts.
I'm not gonna lie. When I said I want to see the team focusing on Nani, I didn't necessarily mean a Malphite pick, but I guess the focus is definitely on him now with this Malphite pick. Taric and a Malphite locked in by IG. We came in saying that this team didn't have mojo, Lyric. If that ain't a draft with some mojo, I don't know what is. Look at the flexibility that this team is bringing to the table. They see your comp and they raise you one hard counter comp. I love what I'm seeing.
It's really cool, right? Because I think there's things about IG's comp that definitely counter out what LNG want to do. We already hit on the Taric and how the ult is super good against champions jumping into you. Even the stun just becomes so telegraphed, and it's like, oh, I just need to wait for Tarzan to jump on my carry, bam, pop the E, everything's good. And then Malphite, gonna be solid in that top lane matchup, gonna have high impact ultimates able to come out. The thing that scares me for IG is they don't have a lot of damage. You're relying on Victor. Victor won't have, that damage like you said. You feel very underwhelming before your mythic, and even on top of that, you want to get to your second item. So at least for LNG, they have a solid amount of damage. You killed Jace or Diana, it's fine. The Jinx is still there, or one of the other two. So Yeah, Munch, I think this one's going to be a super interesting game. We're going to see how these two comps interact and who executes better.
Honestly, I'm just excited that both of these teams, they want to go in. This is not going to be just who can stay at massive range for the longest and poke out. Although, that said, there is Jason Jinx, one of these comps. But there's a huge wombo combo available for both sides. I feel like we're going to get some big team fights. I feel like this is going to be a fun one. IG's early game has been pretty good so far in the split, and I'm hoping that they can show us that here today, show us a better mid game than what we've been seeing, and bring it to LNG. On the other side as well, LNG leaving something to be desired in their gameplay. They've been getting the wins on the board, but it's not been clean. Let's see if they can clean that up just a little.
And for the side of LNG, we're going to be keeping our eyes on mid-jungle. When we highlighted on the Mojometer that this is the duo that brings that skill set, I'm super happy to see LNG leaning into this, getting Olive back on a pick that can take control of his lane, will at least be able to have some early pressure and maybe try and enable that. And then Light's like, cool, I'm going to be sitting in bot, I'm going to be scaling. I don't know if I expect too much action pre-6. That is really where Diana comes online. You want to be letting her farm, giving her camps, and getting her nice and strong. Where for the side of IG, I think Shun definitely has a lot more early access to his lanes. Both Nami and the bot lane can enable good gank setup, so we're going to be seeing where Shun paths, and it is to the top side first. So we've been trying to set that Jace behind, and yeah, setting Nani up to just be a tank. I guess I know where to go with that, because Nani's not going to carry on this Malphite Munchables. He just isn't.
I don't expect him to go AP Malphite. Let's just put it like that. So,
it would be amazing.
It would? Well, would it? Would it actually? I honestly think AP Malphite is one of the worst picks ever. Like, even if you want to play Malphite, why would you not just go tank? You still pretty much one-shot carries anyway. The difference in damage is not that substantial, and you're actually useful outside of just one-shots. For my money, don't go AP Malphite. You're just a burden to your team. Thank you.
I gotta say, Munch, you're just an ult bot either way, so getting the big damage out of that, I enjoy it visually.
Think about it. You can be an ult bot that's also a Renekton in a team fight. Just a giant brick wall. No? Think about it. Whereas AP Malphite, you're not even that. Don't be... It's getting kind of destroyed in this mid lane so far in these trades, but it's not surprising against a raged laner. Yukai doing a good job. Shun pathing towards that top side. And I want to point out as well, Tarzan started on this bottom side. He started on his chickens as the bot lane from LNG cleared the vision. So IG don't actually have any information on where Tarzan is, despite an early ward.
No, but he's getting pretty massive. And going back to the mid lane point, tying it into jungle, right? For Renekton, this is how the matchup works. If you want to get prio and push the wave, you need to trade health for that. You can play a bit more far back and play safe and not get as punished. But you're going to be making a conscious choice to fight for this prio to enable his jungler. And heck, even right now, pivoting up towards the top side, forcing Nani off the wave. He has to be afraid of a potential dive because, like you just said, they don't know where Tarzan is. They know Doinbe's hovering up. And just overall, nice by LNG to coordinate this map movement.
Yeah, Doinbe getting some good trades in. Yukai's actually completely out of mana. I guess from just trying to push the wave back, right? Trying to contest what Doinbe's bringing to the table. Stun onto Light in the bottom lane, a route to follow it up as well. There's not a huge amount of damage available from this IG bot lane this early on into the game, but can become quite a devastating combo, landing those skill shots together, one setting up the other. Definitely work out.
I love that you hit on damage, because I really just wonder if this IG comp will ever come online in terms of damage.
Yeah.
On and Lucas not going to do much. I feel like IG will be able to survive the initial burst of LNG for sure, right? Like no doubt in my mind, if the skills hit at the right time, the ult comes out from the Taric, Nani can buy space with ulting to the backline. But the thing is, again, LNG still a follow-up DPS, even if you do kill one member. So I'm kind of leaning towards LNG in that regard, despite the fact that IG did bring out some of these interesting counters. But yeah, there's still definitely room to punish mistakes, and we've hit on that LNG have definitely been making a fair amount of those.
Yeah. I will say, maybe this is finally the time for Lethality Jhin to make his triumphant return to competitive League of Legends. Maybe that would be the damage they need.
This is so rough.
So, oh, Ale, is he gonna find it? Is he gonna cancel the recall? He doesn't quite spot him. Okay, the recall comes out from Nani. Look at the gold difference in that top lane already. 14 CS.
Look, we've already seen top laners get massively bullied this split. New got completely wrecked by LNG. We saw Invincible earlier on in the day getting destroyed by View. But I don't want to see Nani getting this treatment, Munchables. If hashtag protect Nani is not trending on Twitter in like 30 minutes, I am solidly disappointed.
I have a horrible feeling that you're going to be solidly disappointed, my friend. Yeah, poor Nani. Poor Nani. He is not having a very fun time up with that top lane. But regrettably, I'm not sure that Shun is going to be looking up there until level 6 at very least. And oh, hang on. Doombee's all-inning in the mid lane. Uakai 1 HP. Doombe doesn't flash for it. I feel like there was a kill angle there, but maybe Shun could have punished if he went underneath the tower. But one more auto would have done the trick. Doombe getting so much pressure in this mid.
100%. Doombe could have killed him, but he also would have definitely died, right? Chaos Storm was there for Uakai. I mean, Shun was already making his way over. Is Engage bot?
Yeah, this is a big engage as well from Lumar. Big damage out from Light to proc all of the Sunlight as well. Won't turn into anything too much, but it will fight for Prio so they can get that reset. It's a minute and a half until Herald Dragon on the map. Not sure if they were going to stop the recall then, but it's going to just be able to get that one off. Shun up on the top side right now. And Ala has been pushing so aggressively all game. I feel like Shun, he's in the right spot to try and make a gank, but Nani's already so low on HP. Does have that ultimate available. Maybe there's an angle.
I think even with the low HP bar, they could definitely go for the gank. Doesn't look like they will, though. Maybe conscious of potential wards that could be down from the fact that Allah has kept pressure up this whole time. And we're getting to a point where, just in terms of laning phase, LNG are outclassing IG. Makes sense. They do have strong laning matchups, having the Renekton in the mid lane. Even if he wasn't finding these potential kill angles, you can ignore the Victor a bit early on and just clear the wave. Again, at the trade of your HP, the Victor still shouldn't have the damage to kill you outright. We knew Jace would win early on in this matchup against Nani. You are looking for your items where you can survive that. If he really was scared, he would have just gone straight to Bramble Vest and played Steel Caps. He is going to play more for the team, though, and just make his way towards his mythic.
Oh, Lucas has been found, and immediately the Moonfall down. That's a first blood for Lumao, no less. Beautifully done. They steal the blue, and now they can look towards this bottom lane as well. On, there isn't anywhere for you to go. Then again, Lumao not going to commit. Will not get the CC. Oh, that actually hits. Okay, they don't commit.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, Light is just hammering away at this tower.
LNG overall, I think their map movement just coming in really clean in this game so far. I feel like this has been the best first 10 minutes as a unit that we've seen from LNG, right? We've seen games where LNG have just stomped games through laning phase so far, but so far they're walking and working as a coordinated unit. I love that they realized that Lucas would have to make his way down from mid lane because he was hovering. And yep, I didn't think there was an angle there for the all-in. And now we're going to be looking up towards the Rift Herald. With Lucas walking straight towards bot, this will give LNG a bit of a window, but IG have 2-man in bot, which means they can also secure Prio if they do want to hover over.
Yeah, we'll have to see over the next few seconds. Let's take another look at what happened here. Obviously, set up in the brush. Not sure there's much to analyze on this one as Lucas just is wrecked.
Just really nice play, right? Because typically supports coming out base do start walking towards their mid lane, especially in a time like this where your mid lane is getting pushed in, so you're wondering where jungle is, and they just use that as a trap to catch him out and find that kill.
Oh, dive in the bottom side here. Light's in trouble. Shun actually saves Luma's life, and now he's stuck under the tower, and he's eradicated Lucas. He blocks one tower shot, flashes over the wall. The rocket goes wide. On trying to escape as well, and I think he will, but that did not go how IG wanted it to.
No, Doinby just so proactive. This man on Bruisers is one of, if not the most exciting player in League of Legends. You always love to see him on these champions. Did give up a wave to go make that play, but hey, he's still up/even in farm. He's feeling fine. He made sure his bot lane didn't die and even picked up a kill himself.
Oh. Nani with the all-in on the top side, but that's all he's got. He is playing vampire at the end of the day. So Ala gets to just bully him out of lane again. We'll just crash another wave. We'll just get more of a CS lead, and we'll even get another plate on top of that. This top diff is brutal right now.
I got to apologize to you, Munchables, because this action keeps happening out of nowhere, and you're not getting to do your job. We pan to bot lane. Bam! Shooting randomly flashes under tower. We go to top. Instantly, Nani ults in. It's just the LPL style. You know, maybe we're rusty as well. We're just like the teams.
No, Rusty was one of the casters quite a while ago.
Sure.
It's a different guy.
He's
different
still
guy.
a caster.
I have been told that we look alike, so maybe you're just getting confused because of that. But no, yeah, different guy entirely. Yeah, he casts over at the LCO, the Aussie League. I don't actually know what LCO stands for, but I'm going to assume it stands for Aussie League, and they're just not very good at spelling. Looking at this game, though, I'm pleasantly surprised by LNG. I'm going to stop this point, because they're going in again. Tarzan trying to find picks, trying to find opportunities. Ward comes down. This is exactly what we wanted from LNG when we saw this roster. When you see Lumao and Doonby on the same roster, you think everyone's just going to roam, everyone's just going to dive, everyone's going to make things happen all the time. I feel like we're finally seeing that this game, right? We get that clean early game we were looking for. We get the smart map play that we were looking for when we saw these players listed on a lineup together. And now we're diving the bottom side as well. And Shun is just eradicating the Moonfall on 3 as well. Tarzan is popping off, and Light's picking up all of these kills. The resets are there, and Lucas will fall as Tarzan gets himself a double. The king of the jungle is here.
LNG not trigger shy at all. You look at the item difference, especially coming out the Hextech Rocket Belt. LNG just know they can go for that dive every day of the week. They turn it into 2 towers. Looks like it might even get a 3rd charge. And when we were saying, hey, LNG on paper are massive favorites, but we expect a close series, this is refreshing from LNG.
This is beautiful to witness. This is what we should have been seeing from LNG the entire split. This was the expectation, and it feels so good to finally see it coming to fruition. And also, Lumao having a great game so far. We are only 12 minutes in. I may be speaking too soon on that one, but comparatively to what we've been seeing from him so far, this is maybe the scrim performance we've seen. Oh, the flash from Ale. Beautifully done. Now doing B, maybe looking at a dive here. Shun could be the target as they make the dive happen. Under they go, Renekton tanking for the time being. That's a teleport being channeled, though. That means Ala has to back away. 1 HP, but he does survive. Luma trying to block. Oh, the laser over the wall to finish him off. Fancy footwork, but not fancy enough. LNG finally punished.
Nice reaction, because I feel like the rotation by LNG was super nice, right? You take 2 turret spot, you move your bot lane mid, opens up Doonby to roam up to the top lane and threaten that dive, but IG coming out of base themselves, committing enough resources to counter it out, picking up a bit of gold, still are almost 7k gold behind. So, you know, 1 kill, not much of a reprieve, but still the fact that Ala isn't in lane, just, you know, getting free resources, it's a moral victory.
You know, I hadn't actually looked at the gold difference until you just mentioned it. And I knew LNG were winning. I didn't realize quite how hard LNG were winning. I can't believe that's 7,000 gold ahead at 13 minutes in. That is just mind-blowing.
Look at the jungler score lines in CS, Munchables. Look at top and mid CS. It's a tragedy everywhere.
I mean, there's 3 towers gone already. Plates haven't even fallen. Plates haven't even fallen off. The only plates remaining are in that mid lane, and that's because it's a Renekton mid. He's not exactly a plate machine, is he? So, a rough start to this one from IG. And the painful thing as well is that the thing we've praised from IG, the thing we were looking for, was that good early game. The early game hasn't existed this game, Lyric.
No, they didn't even get a chance. I mean, LNG came out, they drafted strong lanes once again, drafted like strong setup. Sure, their jungler didn't really have the opportunity to interact with the map until a bit later on, but it was still enough. The second he hit 6, we saw LNG just pulling the trigger left and right and Doonby covering all the bases up until then. So, also pretty fun to see this combo come out from LNG. I remember seeing a clip of Doonby talking on stream about, you know, if he expects teams to play Diana, and he pretty much was like, man, having Diana jungle as a mid laner is not fun, because you need to give up all the jungle camps that you would usually take to your Diana. I can't go steal enemy raptors. I have to let Diana steal enemy raptors. I can't take my jungler's raptors, they're hers.
I mean, when you're famous for your Rise CS hack, it makes sense that he's upset that his jungler gets to take jungle camps. Like, that's kind of Doonby's signature move at this point, so I can get why he would be upset about that. but that is kind of hilarious to hear regardless. And honestly, it's kind of insane the fact that he is still maintaining 10 CS per minute as Renekton mid that has been roaming around the map like crazy as well. I don't know how he does it. Like, I know it is a copy pasta and a meme, but he is legitimately insane at CS.
Yeah, I didn't realize that either. Like, think about how many times this guy's been top lane twice. He's invaded the enemy bot side jungle like 2 or 3 times. He's been bot to dive twice, and he's still keeping it up. Dwinby, massive performance. And now for LNG, I mean, when we talk about like what map play should come out or what macro, it doesn't really matter, which is weird to say because you put your 3 laners in each lane, you're going to push, you're going to win in the 1v1s or 2v2s. Tarzan can do whatever he wants. The ball is in IG's court. IG are the team who needs to make LNG care, need to, make something matter. And the way they're going to do that is you need to give up 1 lane. You need to wait till LNG are doing what they just did, where they're showing on 3 lanes. Be like, screw it, I'm going to give up CS on my Malphite, move him towards the mid lane, create a numbers advantage, and try and find a pick somewhere. That's the only way IG have a hope of even a little bit of closing this gold gap.
I mean, I think even if they make that play, they might lose on a 4v5. They're 9,000 gold down. That is such a ridiculous amount. Like, it's to the point where, consider how much gold an item costs, right? Everyone on LNG is on like an item and a half. 9,000 gold is far more gold than 1 champion is currently worth in the game. So a 4v5, I would say LNG maybe are at an advantage at that point with the level of gold lead. Just trying to put 9k in context at the 16-minute mark. It's completely bonkers. The Shun will be able to steal himself a red buff. A small consolation prize here for IG. But Arn, oh no. He's been found in the jungle. He's been spotted. But Lumao cannot quite find the Zenith blade. Good little Gale Force there from On to dodge away. Get himself out of safety. But now another Herald comes down. This time it's in the mid lane.
Look, Munch, I like you putting money in context. Context is cool, I guess. But let's just say other members of LNG are showing on sides. Light walks a little bit too far forward. Oh, hey, Nane's here. Bam! Smashed by a giant mountain boulder man. And then suddenly, oh, guess what? Yuakai's here as well. Bam! Chaos Storm drops on him. Doesn't matter if he's a full item or a full item and a half above.
The problem is, and here's the fundamental problem with Malphite. Professional players are quite good at League of Legends, generally. Light is a professional player. And one of the things that Malphite does is he presses R. And when he does that, it makes this big noise and his character starts flying in a direction. And if you're a professional player, usually you're good at pressing F, dodging that ability. And the second that that ability is dodged, IG no longer have a top laner. And it's all good.
No, Munch, I don't like you coming in with your analyst hat today. But,
it's more of a cynic hat than an analyst hat, honestly.
See, Munch, I told you, TPing on sides.
Okay, here we go. LNG making the play on the bottom side. Yuakai is like, I've got a gravity storm. And Doomy's like, I don't care. Okay, good call. Can they make the play happen elsewhere? Nani, let's see the ult Lumao. The target. They've got a pick for themselves. Lumao goes down. Maybe this is the window. Only 9,000 gold down. Surely IG can turn this into a win now.
For IG, they got a kill. For LNG, they got a kill and a blue buff. Which one is more valuable? We let the viewers decide. But yeah, for the side of IG, would have been nicer if you could have gotten the AD carry. You did get summoners out, so the next time that play can happen, Shun's dead.
Yeah, Shun is very dead. That's going to be an easy kill. Picked up by Light, gets himself a red buff off the back of it. That's a tier 2 tower down in the mid lane. And, well, that's just unfortunate, isn't it? That's just, if anyone was voting that IG had won the trade before, if you add the tier 2 tower mid and the extra kill, I'm still going to let you guys at home decide who won that trade, but let's just say it's a little more.
We have Light walking forward. This was the scenario we set up. Has the Gale Force flash and heal away. Curtain call to blow Lumao's flash as well. And bam! Nami goes in, finds the kill, and they walk away happy. I do gotta say though, I know the reason why IG are losing. Because no one hashtagged protect Nami.
No
Wasn't
one?
protected, Munchables. No one.
You know what? even though we're currently casting Lyric for you, I'm gonna tweet it right now. That's all I can do for you. That's all I've got at this point. That's all anyone can do for IG.
You're showing your bias, but you're trying to make this game more competitive, which I respect. I feel like the viewers respect. And LNG gonna pick up another dragon. I don't know how much dragons are gonna matter in this game, considering we're 20 minutes in. Both teams only have one. Actually, we're probably getting to the point where LNG can maybe try and, you know, get vision topside, try and pull IG out. Not force Baron, but make them question, blow wards, blow TPs, all that jazz. I feel like LNG, you definitely want to be trying to force IG into and finding that fight. Breaking down their turrets can be quite hard. You don't have amazing siege potential coming in. You do have Jinx and Jace, but typically they are going to be playing in different lanes. And as we see every game, there's always a Victor. Victor presses E. Victor uses his ultimate. The wave is gone. So for LNG, you got to be pulling IG out of your base if you want to try and get the speed run wins.
I love that Yokai has gone for the Lich Bane as well. Like, this guy wants to one-shot. This guy wants to do some big damage. This guy wants to have an impact. If he can ever get close to Light, he will one-shot Light. It's just whether or not that can ever happen. But, Yokai takes a good chunk of damage up in this top side. And LNG, they're just completely and utterly in control. And I will say, like, when we go back to what we were talking about at the start of this series, about what we wanted each of these teams to achieve, like, we said we wanted LNG to be cleaner about it, to know what they wanted to do, to play the map better. They have ticked every single box. I feel like they took it as homework and have gone away and been like, okay, here's how you masterclass League of Legends.
I just love how you do it. Your statement of what we wanted LNG to do was just be better. That was pretty much the sum of all your points. Ooh, okay.
I mean, they definitely are being better.
I do want to say, right, two of the specifics we hit on were, one, Lumao, if we're being frank, not running it down, having a better performance. He not only didn't, you know, die a bunch this game, he was moving around the map with his mid laner, with his jungler, having a nice impact as well. Not high kill participation, but his presence was known and appreciated. And second was the coordination for plays. And we've seen great coordination coming in this time around, especially around a lot of those dives and a lot of those plays where they were just forcing enemies off turret and stacking up these CS advantages. So I definitely feel like LNG have hit the nail on the head of the things we needed to see if we wanted this kind of performance coming out from them.
Oh, Yuakai's in big trouble. He's in big trouble. A TP gonna come through as well. Doomby doesn't have flash. Bit of a weird E from Doomby actually on that one. And now Chaos Storm burning away. But he's got a blast cone, so he'll get out second. That blast cone literally just spawned there as well. That was incredibly lucky for Doomby. He gets out with his life on that one. And incredibly unfortunate for IG that they just cannot find anything.
Some people are just born with it, Joe. You're just born with being able to have 10 CS per minute on Renekton. You're just born with the plant spawning right when you need it. That's the kind of man he is. That's how he's a world champion.
Would you say that he was born with...
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Oh, God.
Maybe
I will
a little
say,
bit.
LNG, guys, you've been 11,000 gold up for a good while now. I feel like they could be a little more aggressive here. I feel like they're sort of just clearing waves. I'm going to be honest, I think this game could have been ended by now. If they just wanted to dive and inhib tower, I'm certain that they could. They are playing this very, very safe.
I still would just like to see them try and force a Baron. It's rough because there's a Malphite on the opposite side, but having Doinby zone over the wall, and if they do get close enough to where Doinby can engage, just commit for and engage yourself. Again, start Baron with the intention of not committing, but looking for a turn. And if IG don't come out, get the Baron, look for the end. That is the push and pull that we saw RNG do perfectly last year as Light might die.
That flash was the last split second from Light to dodge the shot. I cannot believe he got away with that one, honestly. But that is two ultimates burnt from the side of IG. But there's Nani coming in from the side. Ala in big, big trouble here and likely will go down. There's a kill. Spot on. As Doomb maybe looking for a re-engage. Tarzan's there as well. The Zonya's coming out from Yukai to keep him alive. Doomb in the middle of everyone. Tarzan trying to get involved in the fight as well. Doom's completely invincible. And now the Moonfall comes in. LNG just straight up gold diffing the enemy team here. IG getting taken down as Tarzan finds 3. And it's kind of brutal to watch if you're an IG fan, but if you're a fan of LNG, you are loving every second of this.
It's just great to see LNG realize, hey, we don't know how to force a fight. We don't want to put the Baron. We don't want to dive inhibitor turrets against Taric and Malphite. Let's just make our AD carry almost int, give IG false confidence, and then they will come fight us. Brilliant play coming out from LNG. We never doubted them. That was definitely what happened. And we're going to see here as Nani, I mean, for IG, right, there's never going to be a better opportunity. You've already forced away the AD carry. Just go for it. They find the initial kill, and then Doomby having, the confidence to go in, because like you said earlier, LNG could win team fights 4v5 with the massive advantage that they have. The damage not in the fight yet, but the second Tarzan gets in, the Moonfall follows up. He can just keep running forward as well. Flashes in, gets the dash, lands a few more kills, and for LNG, everything is good. Now that they have a Baron, because before it's like, hey, you guys pushing against IG's comp into inhibitors is quite hard. With those Baron buff minions, though, they will definitely have an avenue to get into the base.
Yep, beautifully done by LNG. And, it's a difficult strategy to pull off, mind controlling your opponents into doing what you need for them to be able to fight them. But LNG, if there's one team that's good at mind control, it's them. Nani now just narrowly dodging that solar flare. Got slowed but not stunned. Will mean that he survives, at least for the time being. Doomby just trying to get some damage down onto the tower. Light is here to help him out as well, as Aleph pushes in the mid lane, but the dive is going to come on through. Nani's in trouble. He's not even going to get to ult. Just gets one shot by the team. Light finishes him off. The 3-item jinx is really starting to hit hard. And now LNG will make their way into the base of IG. And it might just be curtains for Invictus Gaming here, as just 4 people strong. I'm not sure they'll be able to defend. As Tarzan moves up, Light is here trying to get damage down as well. The mid wave being pushed by Doomby, who has teleport available. He's going to rejoin this fight, doing it in the mid lane to get a second inhibitor as well. Feels like LNG might be able to just snowball this into a win, but they might play with some restraint. They've had a lot of restraint so far this game. Will back away again.
Yeah, LNG playing this one by the book. Okay, I guess.
Why are you even teleport? LNG, just complete disrespect at this point. Alan tried to teleport instead of recall, and then gets stopped by the captive audience. Oh my goodness, that was funny. Okay, now time for a final fight. I mean, at this point, Tarzan is doing half of Taric's health with a singular Crescent Strike. In with a Moonfall. Yukai actually flashing away from that one, does survive for the time being. Chaos Storm is going to miss, though. Ala went too deep, and he goes down. And actually, I'm not sure LNG can end the game anymore. 2B will be able to block the shots from the curtain call, but the game continues, Lurie.
Maybe LNG just really wanted to see Chemtech Soul in action and actually be able to use it themselves, right? They have 2 minutes, 40 seconds till that one. I feel like you probably could group up, try and force an end before that with the fact that, I mean, your gold lead is now 15,000. Think about that, 15,000 gold. That is absolutely huge. An extra 3K on each of your members of the squad over their adversaries. So I feel very confident saying that they could look for the end, but we're going to get a replay of whatever just happened with these shenanigans. We see Tarzan trying to go in onto the Victor, does have to back out, and then Ala feeling himself just a little bit too much. Really nice Gale Force coming out from On to be able to secure that kill and lead to the winning trade coming out for IG.
I just love that. I feel like this game for LNG is like, okay, we've been really serious all game, and we've got to win off the back of it. We need to get the shenanigans out of our system before game number 2 So the start of game number 2 could be good as well. Here we go, Nani on the front line. Will just be finished off. Light getting the resets, and now we're about to see a Jinx shred through some health bars. B have to tank another 3-man moonfall. Tarzan just doesn't miss, man. 17-4 is the scoreline, as the towers will be ripped off of the face of the rift, and IG go 0 points as LNG grab themselves a win.
It does not matter how far ahead they are in gold. It will always be pleasing and funny to see a multi-man moonfall that just deletes everyone. Tarzan coming out with a spectacular game. Junbi as well. Just the amount of pressure that Junbi was able to put on the map early by himself while he was just allowing Tarzan to farm, while Alo was just winning in the 1v1. It was insane to see. Like you said, Munch, keeping up his farm as well. The second Tarzan got online, had his ultimate, we instantly see them making proactive plays. The 3-man core of jungle mid support roaming around the map, typically towards that bottom side, and just finding a ton of kills. Really great game to see from LNG. If you're an LNG fan, these are the types of games you want to keep seeing. Did get, get a little bit rocky later on. Like Munch said, I feel like maybe they just tried to let loose. Yeah, you don't want to go into game 2 and do that. So just do it now.
Exactly. Well, you've got a 15k gold lead. May as well just have a bit of fun with it. Get that out of the system. The game number 2, they can look clean again. I know Gulborg somewhere is going to be over the moon with how LNG looked in this one. And I just want to say, I said it before the series, and I'll say it again. Lumao actually looking pretty good. I think this guy is a great player. You can understand now why Lumao has been played, right, over I1D. There had to be a reason. There had to be something going on behind the scenes for Lumao to be being played over I1D. And I feel like this game, we're going to see a little taste of that.
I'm not going to double down on your point. The opinion, though, is there. Lumao fans will appreciate it, but damage numbers, not all too surprising. Victor coming out massively. I'm a bit surprised maybe at On's damage, but for LNG, I didn't expect super big damage numbers to come out right. It's mostly about those one-off fights that turn into huge objectives. That's what these type of comps that rely on the Wombo combo coming out from the Diana typically do. It's like, hey, we won this one big fight, turn into objective. Now we're not really hitting you guys for the next, 10 minutes of the game. And now we're going to see if LNG can keep that up. And more importantly to me, do we keep getting these types of drafts? Because this is what League of Legends and what LPL was supposed to look like.
I completely agree. I cannot wait to find out and give you an answer right after the break. We'll see you in a few.
我的 LPL 家人和我的撸啊撸朋友，新年快乐！
熊捏左尿。
Ming looking to just deny the TP. Xiaohu onto the Nexus, and Xiaohu wins the game.
Ryan jumps in over the wall. Beautiful Gragas cast from Xiaohu. Putting that DPS into the tier 2. They're already going in. Go!
Let's go, baby!
Ale, if they want to go for this fight, in he goes. Move forward.
Oh! He gets him! No!
Sonya's trying to buy time. There's Kingslayer. Ivory's in trouble as well. The E dodged away from Flash.
Well, looking forward, trying to end the game. But he needs to hit it. No, they hit it. They've got it. The satchel charge to secure.
Tarzan there with the kick. It's a 3-man 2. But FBM still firing out. And goes Viper. Turning it around. No!
Huge! He just can't do enough. It's a clean ace.
Weibo on and EDG, the last of the LPL are headed.
I just believe more in the Dom 1 bag of tricks based on everything we've seen this tournament. So for me, it's a 3-0.
This scout that is finding these picks, able to weave in the queue.
Viper is still alive though, flashes in, Showmaker dashes forward, Showmaker goes golden, but it's not going to keep him alive.
They've actually done it. The LPL is back on top. Thaddeus.
What's wrong? I'm waiting for some time so long ago. I just need somebody to call my own, yeah. Lying in my bed, I feel your hands on me, they're everywhere. But it's just a dream, it's all in my head. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I need to lose the demons from the past. Why can't I recover? I am waiting for love. 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 My friends, they're telling me, go out and lose control, just let it be. Instead, I'd rather meet you in my fantasies. More and more I get, I wanna feel alive and not regret. Even though it hurts, I can't go back. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I wanna lose the demons from the past. How can I recover? I am waiting for love. I am waiting for love. I am waiting for some love, baby. I am waiting for love. 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 I'm not saying forget all your sorrows. I'm not saying don't look back. I'm not saying act like there's no tomorrow. I'm not saying leave what's holding you back. You're spinning round and round. You've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a little?
hello, you beautiful people. Welcome back to the LPL. We're in Suzhou, China. I'm never good at the Chinese city name. I always find them very hard, but my name is much regardless of how good I am at Chinese. And I'm joined by Lyric once more as we head to potentially the last game, but there's still space for IG to innovate here. We did say right at the start, both of these series today are very possible to go to 3 games, so we'll have to wait and see what IG have up their sleeves. I liked the draft we got from IG in game number 1. It was creative. It did not work in the end. LNG just completely smurfed them. And Tarzan especially, he gets himself an MVP. His Diana was just unbelievable, honestly. So many 3-man moonfalls. Every single fight, it felt like he was just one-shotting the whole team.
And let's remember a few things about Tarzan, right? When Tarzan was starting his career up with Griffin, he was known as one of these junglers that is just going to hard focus on his farm and is going to be better on these carry-style champions. Let's even move back to last year, where we said him and Icon were the ones who started pulling out these Diana combos in the LPL. He was the first person to do it. They started on a 7-series win streak in summer because this man is so good at this champion. Found so many great moonfalls from the early game in the bot lane dives, whether it was later on, and just completely carried the fights. Again, maybe at this point, a little bit ahead in terms of items. Can just one-shot everyone, but he kept going. He saved key abilities, found access to the backline, and he just completely took over with the help of his team.
Yeah, beautiful to see. And the rest of the squad doing such a good job to set him up. Like the early game, seeing him and Lumao pairing up in the jungle to find that pick for first blood. And like the way that him and DoNB were roaming around the map together to find those dives. Really good to see LNG working as a bit more of a unit. I mean, that one is just egregious, honestly. That last clip was disgusting. But yeah, good to see this team finally starting to mesh together a little bit more. Starting to show us, you know, what's happening in scrims. The reason that they're running this version of the roster, the reason that they're being successful so far. And if they can just get one more game, that'll be 3 wins back to back. They'll be tied for first place in the LPL.
And that was one of the expectations for this team. Most people rated them quite highly. And let's even think historically. LNG before last year, even going back to when they were Snake, never been very historically successful. They had moments like when they first came into the league, running people like Crystal, Baka back in the day, where it's like, okay, this team has glimpses, obviously Flandre. But up until last year, bringing in Tarzan was really when they started to see their success. Now it's nice to see them continue to build on that roster, find the improvements, keep other people like Light, deciding, hey, if we're going to have this other carry up the top side in Ala, we want more of this like role-playing AD carry who does his job, puts out the damage, can step up. And overall, on paper, it looked like pretty smart roster building. It's just like, hey, when are we going to start seeing that come out? And we did this time around. So now we're going to be looking over at IG on what adaptations they can make. I don't necessarily think in terms of draft, I'm looking at anything in particular. Again, these drafts were a little bit crazy going to both sides. And speaking of draft, we're apparently in draft. LNG going to keep up the Gwen ban. They are going to respect Nani and then decide to destroy him in the game. And Renekton not able to be first picked because IG don't want to touch it.
The Blanc taken off the board as well as the Corki. So not standard bans, but understandable bans in this series, right? I think is the way to think about this. The Rise being respect banned away from DoNB. He has an entire copy pasta named after his Rise, so I can totally understand that. Final ban for LNG. Caitlyn is still open. Maybe you just have to respect ban the Caitlyn. Although I'm pretty sure Caitlyn wasn't banned in game 1 and also wasn't picked.
Nope. I feel like we've seen 2 different philosophies on drafting coming in, either, which is one, typically one person bans Corki and then the other person will ban a high priority AD carry, the other 2 bans their targets, or you're just banning out everything OP and really trying to open the pools. This team definitely leaning more towards the first one, though all AD carries still left open. IG can opt into that, but seems like with the fact that you can trade them quite evenly in terms of, hey, if I get Caitlyn, it doesn't matter because there's Jinx and Aphelios in this. They are just going to keep indexing into the Victor. IG did first rotate this on red side before, so it seems like they have a lot of belief that this is the go-to champion on 12.1 without Corki.
Okay, Caitlyn does get locked in here for Light. This is already a powerful rotation, right? Caitlyn and Lee Sin, this feels really, really scary for IG. But they do have themselves that Victor, so maybe they've got something more to work with. I'd love to see the Jhin. Jhin historically does very well into Caitlyn in the laning phase. He can match her push. He can do a lot to maintain presence in the bottom lane. So we'll see.
Yes,
where IG
Munchables.
goes.
Give me the Ashe, brother. Give me the Ashe, the Hawk Shot, the Enchantress
gonna
Arrow.
happen.
No, we get a Samira. So, gonna be a lot of action. I will say, I don't know how well this synergizes with your mid lane pick coming in. Samira gonna be dashing in forward, trying to be the aggressor. Victor playing back. We're going to see IG needing a lot of heavy trading, a lot of heavy fighting towards that bottom side. Whoever Shun decides to lock in the jungle role, I think you're going to be wanting to funnel all of your resources down towards that bottom lane. And for Tarzan, it's going to be, hey, playing to react, playing to cover, looking for some of these counter ganks, and allowing for Caitlyn to just have the safe and easy laning phase and being able to poke from a distance.
It does feel like LNG, even though they have an Alistar and Elise in, I'm imagining they're going to draft for like slow and steady macro win, right? That's how you play with Caitlyn. It's very similar to when you draft a Ziggs, right? You want to play for siege, you want to play for taking towers. You never actually want to be skirmishing. You want to be setting up somewhere and then fighting, right? Caitlyn needs time to set up her traps. She wants to have kind of long battles of attrition. So anticipate more long-range picks coming out from LNG in the second phase. Hence the Jace ban coming out from IG. With Xin Zhao banned off the board, it's going to be nearly taken away from Shun as well.
I'm curious to see where Shun wants to go with this, right? Because you can think, hey, they already have some early pressure or early prio champions that want to snowball like Samira. Maybe they index their jungle into that area as well. Something like a Rek'Sai Jarvan, theoretically still open as well. Can be quite annoying to play into that bot lane against the Alistar, who can just headbutt you away, not give you the access to finding the targets that you need. Viego has been something that we've seen a bunch of even today, and just going more towards that skirmishing and being like, hey, we have all these champions that can pop off and can reset and look for these team fights. So I think those are your three potential options for IG. I don't know how you link everything up together with a top lane option with the fact that you have the Victor. But on the side of LNG, I think they're keeping things pretty cohesive. I would expect this TF to be locked in. We know it's one of Doinby's best champions. You can set up to make sure that these powerful plays for the bottom side, for the side of IG, don't happen.
Yeah, we'll have to see. The class, though, Doinby, Twist of Fate, as you say, locked in here, and it means that huge priority towards that bottom lane if they want to go for that. A lot of dive potential, especially alongside an Alistar. And let's be honest, we know Lumao likes to go for a dive. That's well within his comfort zone. It is going to be the Diana locked in, though, for the side of IG, very likely going towards Shun in the jungle role. So Tarzan going to be given a taste of his own medicine here in the jungle.
And it does follow up on the all-in potential that we've hit on for the side of IG. And I love it right now, hovering some potential AD options to pair alongside the Diana and give some setup. They aren't going to go setup. They are just going to go with more damage. So you're relying on either just Diana setting herself up, finding her own windows in like Tarzan did last game, or it's all on Lucas with the Nautilus. IG's comp is kind of interesting because you have a lot of all-in, but you also have a lot of non-committal damage from long range, right? You can have Diana Nautilus jump in to where it's like, hey, Graves just throws collateral damage, and maybe a Chaos Storm comes out from Lucas. There's a ton of burst, regardless of how they decide to play out fights, though.
Jax, to finish this one out. You know, while Jax may not be super meta right now, it is an absolute signature for Ella. I feel like this is one of the picks that you'd love to see this guy take over the game on. Very good against the Graves because he can dodge a lot of the auto attacks and dodge some of the damage that will come through. I'm liking what we have here from LNG, the pressure that they can put on around the map. It does feel like they never ever want to fight, though. They only ever want to fight if it's an unfair fight, right? And you can find those with the Twist of Fate, but the Caitlyn and the Jax, they want to be pushing lanes.
Two very distinct styles, once again, like you're saying. For LNG, this is going to be the test. It's going to be all about playing the map, like you're saying. The rotations coming out. Caitlyn always described as an artillery champion, right? Sitting in front of turrets, being allowed to hit it, not being disrupted by enemy junglers or enemy mid laners coming around. Jax as well, playing the split push role. So, bit of a 1-3-1 coming out for the side of LNG. For IG, I think that makes them very happy because it means, hey, if we're ever face-to-face in a 5v5, we should just win. It should just be that easy for their side with the amount of AoE damage, burst, and lockdown that they have brought to the table. So IG looking at bot lane to get that going. For for the side of LNG, I think early game, it's about covering some of these lanes, maybe catching things out with CC, like the Twist of Fate gold card to set up release in, and then post 6, looking to split the map like you were just talking about.
I'm just looking at the numbers on the screen there, and they are all positive for LNG. Everything at least 51% in their favor. I don't know what bearing that has. I don't know what the accuracy on those stats has been so far. I'd love to actually... I wish I knew whether or not those have been accurate in the LPL so far. But regardless, they all look very LNG favored for game number 2. We'll see if IG can do anything from the blue side. Wards down in that bottom lane to kick us off. And it doesn't look like either team has been able to get a deep ward in the jungle just yet. Shun, though, toying with the idea.
Shun maybe going to feel the confidence to walk up. We do see Nani hovering down now, but nope, doesn't want to go for it. He's a level 1 Diana. I would not advise you to be looking for any of these skirmishes early on. When we take a look at rooms, everything looking pretty stock in standard so far. Junbi, of course, going to go for the Unsealed Spellbook, give him a lot more utility later on in the game. Not necessarily looking to be fighting in laning phase anyway. We know Yuakai should be winning out in terms of these trades. Stronger level 1, stronger once he hits level 3 as well. Has access to his E. Junbi wanting very much a non-interactive laning phase.
Yeah, and I mean, the exact opposite down in this bottom side from Arn and Lucas, right? You've got Samira and Nautilus. You want to be fighting, but that said, not doing so hot in this level 1 so far. Both supports just getting chunked massively, but the longer this fight goes on with lethal tempo, standing in brushes, Caitlyn will win this fight, stacking up their headshots at double the pace while increasing attack speed the entire time. You don't win that.
It also just doesn't help that, sure, you get like a nice trade-off level 1, but the second you're disengaging and walking away, right, Caitlyn's going to have way more agency and range to get more return damage on the way out from IG. So LNG already controlling the wave, already finding nice trades as well.
Worth mentioning as well, Alistar has some sustain. So if you both go to low HP in this lane, well, Caitlyn and Alistar will win in the long term. So not ideal from the side of IG on that level 1 trade. Is Nani, nice little dodge back, bit of damage onto Ala as well. Doing a good job in that matchup so far. And a nice ward here from Yuakai moving in to make sure he knows that Tarzan is on the bottom side of the map.
Both junglers are going to play around their strong side on first clear, right? Graves going to be able to push in this Jax, even though Ala is looking for these aggressive trades and coming out pretty even. Ooh, no, not even now, Munchables. Nice.
I'm not sure I'd call that pretty even. That was a hell of a trade from Nady.
He has the biscuits.
He does have biscuits, I'll give you that. I'm not sure that's enough for anything to happen. Tarzan maybe looking towards the mid lane, though. Yuakai trading pretty aggressively. Doing his best to look juicy. Could get a wild card out here, but not going to go for anything. Not going to look for the stun. Tarzan going to move up alongside Dude B here. Nani will reset, but look at this. That will be Scuttle Crab gained by Tarzan. And they could move towards the bottom side as well, because Light has priority in that bottom lane.
LNG using the pressure from some of their early lanes to be able to make this happen. Tarzan leaning over mid to help gain priority for his mid laner. Yuakai having to back off, making this advantage possible. And for IG, it's kind of what you'd expect. Even though we hit on like, hey, once they pick the spot lane duo, they want to play towards it early. They want to be aggressive. Well, then you opted into a Diana in the jungle. And it feels like it would be such a risk versus reward situation for Shun, looking for that gank. If it doesn't pay off, how far behind you fall in terms of XP and gold, that it just has not been worth it for him. So for IG, I think that is really the only awkward thing about their composition is in terms of when it spikes and how. Again, once we get to mid-game and we're standing 5v5 in front of Dragons, I still think IG will be feeling pretty good. But both junglers right now coming to the bot lane.
They certainly are. Tarzan making his way in through the brushes. He's already here. Hasn't been spotted just yet. Looks like the cannon's gone maybe forwards into that next brush. But I think LNG are just going to clear this wave so Tarzan can move in, sneak a little bit further forwards. If he'd gone all the way around the alcove, he could sneak one brush further in. Cautious for now. Shun moves around through the river here. Try and find an angle themselves. But Diana pre-6, definitely not going to have the same impact as Lee Sin. But regardless, it's not going to happen either.
And for Shun, he's not losing too much in terms of time because all of his camps are down except Krugs. He did Krugs first, then came back to bot. For Tarzan, I get it. You're like, hey, my bot lane's pushing up aggressively. Diana is going to be back down to the bottom half of the map. Let's look for cover. Let's see if they go for an aggressive play and be your counteract. Now all of his camps are back up other than Wolves, so can look to cycle through those once again and try and set up a potential play. Resets coming out on both sides. Some nice spikes coming out. The serrated Dirk in there for a lot of these aggressive trades and ons that we're talking about. Pickaxes across the board on the side of LNG. So no massive power spikes hit yet, but we're starting to get some more power behind our punches.
Yeah, certainly so. And well, Drake is onto the map beyond the 5-minute markers. Ale just consistently finding these stuns, and Nani needs to save his E, needs to use his E more effectively to be able to dodge those away. But he is now level 6. Ale still level 5. He must be close to hitting that 6 mark. The rest of the team is moving in. For Nani, he's baited beautifully. And it will be Lucas that gets the kill credit for that one, unfortunately for IG, but still a good kill.
Yeah, just nice read. They've seen how aggressive he's been playing all game. They look at this gank on top side. I'm a bit surprised that LNG don't make a more proactive move to bot with the fact that WE does have a Destiny open, and Samira is by herself. On is going to be able to react now because LNG have spent a fair amount of time making their way towards that dragon. Of course, On did see WE just move from lane, so knows when to back off. Could have potentially gotten a kill in return, I think, had you hovered towards mid first, given TF room, make Uakai back off, and then move your way down, at least deny some CS. But we'll go to the replay top side and see what actually happened for the side of IG. As Munchables is highlighted, we've seen Ala playing so aggressively time and time again, jumping in with his E. This time, IG reacting and punishing it. The trade-off is On falling even farther behind in terms of CS in the bottom lane.
Yeah, it's going to be tough down in that bottom lane, as you say. Like we talked about the matchup a little bit earlier. It's going to be difficult for Samira, but beyond level 6, that's when Samira can find opportunities. Like you find and engage onto that Caitlyn, you will win the all-in, assuming you can stack your passive correctly. Tarzan being quite aggressive here. Moving in, had a pink ward in the entrance, moves his pink ward forward as well. In fact, there's 3 pink wards lined up across the entrance to that jungle. Lumao trying to buy some space as well. This feels like complete control of the bottom side of the map in favor of LNG. Red buff coming up as well, which Tarzan will be able to steal away. And Shun's been spotted. Lucas about to face check, but the ward comes in, and now the Moonfall is there. Bit of an overstep, but Light actually survives this one, and that could be bad news for IG. Gonna be using his ultimate, and actually just goes straight into the middle of 3 of them. Finds a kill. They don't have an answer. Uakai now moving in, gets onto Lumao. Doombe in trouble here. He does still have his flash available. A gold card will be enough. Light doesn't even need to be a part of the play.
I think key point is it looks like Doombe was coming off of a reset when that all happened. Had he been in mid or even been closer from base, he could have been there faster, could have turned into more kills. This gave so much time for Victor to be able to follow up as well. The other members of LNG having to back off. We're going to see that here in the replay. IG, they find an opportunity, they go in, they only see 2 members in the brush. Moonfall comes out. Luckily, Light able to get away with a flash and a 90 caliber net. This is where things are looking pretty nice for the side of IG. And I'm surprised! Doombe goes so deep, he is able to get a kill, instantly having to run away, though, from the fact that Victor did have that time that we were just hitting on.
All right, and suddenly the pace of the game is picked up here, Lyric, because Herald has been started. Shun trying to finish off this blue buff before the Herald fight properly kicks off. But right now, LNG all in position on down in that bottom lane. He's pushing away. So this will just be an LNG. Herald shouldn't be much of a contest. That said, Nani needs to be careful. Not sure if Lumao was going to commit something there. Unfortunately, on this Samira, not the greatest at pushing towers. He'll still be able to get a couple of plays for himself, but won't be, you know, when you see a Felios or Jinx down in that bottom side, they just shred the tower. Not quite the same story for Samira, but he'll get a little bit of extra gold for himself. As you can see, Ale has actually moved down towards that bottom side. He'll be the one to match in the bottom lane, as Light's staying up top.
I wonder if they're going to commit to these with the fact that Tarzan isn't just going to go straight top, and you just look for the rotation now of matching bot lanes. Actually, it's like IG are going to be the ones to do that, moving their bot lane up. I kind of would have expected IG wanting to dodge out on the bot lane matchup, though. Even Caitlyn going to have a fair amount of pressure in terms of if they were just trade siding against the Graves. Caitlyn's so impressive with that range advantage that we have. And now we're going to be keeping our eyes on what Tarzan wants to do with the Herald. I wouldn't be too surprised to see it used with Caitlyn. Again, use that artillery siege unit. Speaking of Caitlyn, Light has no summoners.
Yeah, he's okay.
But he gets away.
Okay. He's made it out. That did feel a little dicey for a second. When I saw him start the recall in the corner of that brush, I was like, I don't know if that's a good idea. It does mean Light doesn't actually get to go for his reset for the time being, at very least. And will stay up in this top side. Tarzan is here, though. Has that Herald. They could slam it if they really want. I don't think this is the angle, though. I think they'll save it and try and use it on a bit more of a proactive play.
I think first they want to get vision. They already have Doinby who can hover over. You get the aggressive vision. You give time for Luma to get up towards the top side as well because he was coming from reset. And then you can threaten this 4-man dive, which will definitely make the play for Herald a lot more secure. Looks like they are going to wait on that one. They get some shallow vision down, so they can look for a bit of a repeat if they want. But Dragon's coming up in 44 seconds, so we know lane allocations are going to swap. Bot laners are going to be heading back to the bottom lane.
Yeah, they can always use the Herald after the fight. And so the reset does come through from the bottom lane of LNG. And once again, LNG, the game plan is clear, right? They're playing for map control. They're playing a smart game of League of Legends. This is the same as game number 1 in the early game. It's all about the macro. This time around, though, IG are doing so much better. And granted, it's been a much quieter game, but they're ahead in gold right now. They're the ones winning on these macro trades. And ultimately, some of that gold will be evened up. Doinby does flash away, gets himself out to safety. The gold will be evened up somewhat when the Herald is dropped down onto one of these lanes. There is already a Drake for LNG, but IG matching here. Moonfall available for Shun. And an empowered recall from Tarzan. No, he's going to stay behind enemy lines. Will not be able to ward hop. Remember, he is playing that Lee Sin with a Herald in his pocket. It's not the ideal situation for a fight. And it looks like LNG not willing to pull the trigger on any available play so far, as White will just get himself another power play here, maybe 2. The Herald 2/3 timed out at this point. Bot lane could be a prime target.
I mean, you're seeing both teams conscious of their win conditions, right? I will pause on that, is, like you're saying, both teams looking for a fight. Tarzan just dropping Herald.
Ooh, drops it down. Will be able to immediately ward hop out the second he has access to his wards again. He uses one immediately. And I think Light just got an auto on the tower there, so he should get some credit. Yeah, got a bit of gold there. And so, tower goes down. First tower of the game in favor of LNG. That will equalize the gold like we talked about before. Just 500 advantage now in favor of IG. And Drake becomes the objective on everyone's mind once more. As right now, IG are the ones in position to try and go for that. And it looks like LNG are just going to respect it and not continue.
Yeah, like I said, over the last few minutes, we've seen both teams be conscious of certain things that either their comp or the enemy comp wants to do. For IG, they're looking for Dragon, they're looking for an aggressive skirmish, they're walking together as a unit, they're checking behind them to make sure Tarzan can't go for any cheeky flanks, which is really nice. But LNG, on the opposite side of the coin, also know, hey, we're not looking for these fights. We are looking to play the map, we are looking to use the fact that we have champions like Caitlyn and Jax that are pushing in their matchups to be able to move first to get the ship damage down. We have a Herald in that situation to drop, we can bring Doinby over, and at the end of the day, I feel like you're seeing both teams just follow up on what they need to. So overall, LNG, again, performing better than their past 2 series. IG is a team I want to highlight because I feel like we've seen this IG at least show a lot better idea of what they want to do and like how they want to play the game than the previous iteration of IG did, which is really cool when you have so many young and new players on the squad that they are more moldable. You can teach them, you can come out with better drafts like we've seen in some of their past series and better ideas on how to play the game.
Yeah, and it does feel like you're saying, they do have somewhat of an identity. The only issue being they've not been able to consistently, I guess, enact that across the course.
Execute?
Yeah, I guess that's but that said, if they all just build Collector, they'll have lots of executes. So maybe that's the solution.
Yeah, well, you guys heard it here first. Munchables confirming the Collector is better than LDR. Definitely his opinion, as my opinion is that it feels like it's getting ready for some prime time Invictus Gaming action, Munchables, because Rift Herald is going to come up soon. And you know IG, they're gonna try to fight for Rift Herald. Then the question is, can LNG say no? Can LNG look to cross map or do something else? Oh, they're finding a pick.
I don't think we're fighting for Herald. I think we're just fighting on the spot. Here we go, two-man Moonfall, but it's only going to hit the Alistair ulti. Not much damage. Tarzan sucking the fog on the wrong side of the map. Surely will go down here. And on actually flashing to grab that kill. I feel like that was a little overzealous on the flash. Not necessary, but doesn't matter. Still going to be a positive play ultimately for IG here. Jungler down for the side of LNG. Surely, IG can grab themselves the Herald off the back of this one. Light has to back away in the top lane as well. Wanted to take the tower, but Yukai moves up. He'll be able to defend.
This was one of our biggest criticisms for LNG, though, that we're seeing on the map right now in week 1. Was like the push and pull in your side lanes of knowing like when to walk up and when to back off. And they're doing it quite nicely, right? They're 3-man core pushing into enemy jungle. You see all of IG showing. Caitlyn's hitting tower. Okay, they go react to Caitlyn pushing tower top. Ala knows I can move up and hit tower. The push and pull, getting damage down, of being able to play the full map. I don't know what happened to LNG in the few days since their last game, but things are looking a lot nicer. Even just, you can't just boil it down, I think, to the level of IG either. Because even conceptually, I think things look a lot better for the side of LNG for how they want to play the game.
Yeah, I mean, like, they've got clear, coherent drafts. They're going into these games with an obvious game plan, with a plan that they can execute. And compositions like this, honestly, are not that popular in the LPL. And they usually don't do that well in the LPL. Usually,
I hate them.
We like just the 5v5 team compositions in the LPL.
Yep.
But for LNG, this is working out beautiful.
And we're going to see replay here. Destiny comes out straight into the gold card. Channeling the ult about an inch away. And, yeah, I think I would have preferred a replay. I'm not sure either. I would have actually preferred a pro view of On flashing over that red buff wall for the kill.
Yeah, I don't know. But hey, UMB with his sick mechanics as always.
I didn't see any timer spanned much. I'm disappointed.
True. 0 timer spam, actually, now you mention it. It's because he couldn't see his keyboard because of the smoke bomb from Graves. OP ability. Well, Shun can now slam the Herald mid if he wants to. Tower down to half HP, but it looks like they're not going to commit to that, at least for the time being. Then again, they are going to commit to that. They just didn't want to do it right then and there because they wanted to make me.
Very easy to do.
Oh, it's got me real deep there, Larry. I hurt my feelings quite badly there.
Whoa, you're from the UK. You guys are all about the banter. Just like IG are all about the banter, Munchables, except Nate, he needs to be protected. But I want to hit on one of your points. Okay, sorry, I was scared. I thought something was going to happen. Oh, wait, something might happen, Munch.
Where's the Nani protection squad? Tarzan is here. It's not going to happen. Nani gets out. He protects himself because he's a strong, independent top laner. Don't need no one, okay? And in the meantime, Shun, strong, independent jungler who don't need no team to set up no Drake. He's going to be able to get himself Drake. Chemicals are happening in the Drakes. That will be 2 Drakes. 4.
You know, Munch, I have a bold prediction that follows up on a point you made earlier about these compositions. You know, specifically LNG comp not being very popular anymore. I feel like a big thing about that is ever since Souls have been in the game, playing comps like this is so hard because you pretty much have to concede every dragon because you can't win 5v5s, right? So I'm actually going to make a bold prediction and say I think IG can probably take this game. I think IG can just keep looking for dragons uncontested. LNG look like they're just going to continuously opt into the cross map and try and find gold advantages that way, which they're really not. They're only 200-300 gold ahead. Hope Ala could split push. And at the end of the day, we're going to be staring in front of a Chemtech soul that LNG have to fight for. And again, IG just have more tools in a 5v5.
And I will say, on the point of like the way that the game has changed over the years, like split push used to be so much more popular than it is, and you're saying that that's down to there being the Dragon Soul in the game. Well, I like the approach Riot is doing where every new champion is completely soulless, and so therefore reducing the amount of soul in the game and hopefully trying to balance that out again. So fingers crossed, over the course of time, that will resolve itself. Ala certainly hoping so. He's got a Sheen though, so he will be able to hammer away at house. And it's worth mentioning that all LNG need to do to enact this win condition is stay close enough to fighting that IG want to fight, but also far enough away from fighting that they can't fight. And then Ala can just do whatever he wants.
The decent thing for LNG in regards to that is the fact that you have Nautilus hook or like a flash ultimate or Shun jumping in. That's it. Those are the only two things you have to look out for. Those are two very dangerous things that if Light mispositions can kill him instantly, but at least the other two members part of your 1-3-1 squad is Alistar, who has the ultimate and can knock you away. You have the Lee Sin as well, who can look for the kick. So I feel like it could be worse for LNG's 3-man core if IG had more engage options available. So maybe they'll be able to play on that edge. Still a few minutes away from Dragon, but LNG still not able to find too much. You would expect Doonby to be looking to push out this wave, start roaming towards mid, and then potentially look for a pick with that Destiny.
In the game, he does have that rapid fire cannon as well, so the pick's definitely a good option, so long as there's someone there to deal the damage, right? Obviously, Doonby's not going to do very much damage by himself right now, but can help his teammates. But it does feel like a very slow game. As I say, that potential pick onto Shun, that's going to be the Aberfrost to follow up. Stopwatch users. Lumao went in. He is real tanky, and that's still going to be a kill. Lumao surely answers for this one with his own life. Tarzan will be able to back away. It's just going to be a support for a jungler. But honestly, LNG will take that trade.
LNG being fast to pull the trigger. We knew what play they were going to look for. It was the only play available on the map, and with no real objectives that are easily able to be taken right now, LNG need to be looking for ways to increase their gold lead. And it looks like they're going to keep doing it with Tarzan here.
Go for a 2v2 here. Tarzan can certainly one-shot him if he finds that angle. Tarzan spot, though, by the Scryer's Orb. I mean, go for that for the time being. I will say, one thing that, in theory, I was expecting to be the case would be that Tarzan is starting to build a CS lead, right? Because we keep on seeing Ale go for the Krugs. We keep on seeing this pressure in the bot side. Surely that means Shun can't farm. Well, Shun is still 30 CS up somehow. I don't exactly know how that's worked
This is why Munchables, because he's in lanes, taking waves. But for this play, LNG had the setup from top side, doing the pushing out, makes his way over to mid. Again, LNG need to be looking for these opportunities proactively. Nice follow-up coming out from the members of IG. Did blow their teleports for that play, so if LNG look for the same setup once again, IG won't be able to follow up with all 5 members this time. For LNG, they should have their waves in order by Dragon. I wonder if IG will commit to actually catching them or if they just head straight to Dragon. Because if you opt into catching them, you're giving LNG a chance to enact their win condition of just moving Doonby down first and looking for those picks. So I like what IG instead decided to do of just all moving towards mid.
Look at LNG stacked in a bush. They've swept it. They know nobody knows they're there just yet. Lucas is suspicious, but his sweeper is about to run out. Here's another ulti from Doonby. Wants Shun. Find the gold card, but can't quite follow up on that one for the time being. LNG regain control of River once again. The flash forward, Doonby, the target. Knockup does come on through. Does have a stopwatch available if he needs it here. And will block the Moonfall with that ability. Light hammering away in the meantime. Tarzan just narrowly dodges. That is a big old crit going through onto Shun. And LNG find themselves a nice pick here. Doonby low on HP, but he will walk away into the fog. Tarzan staying on the scene. IG trying to muscle their way in, though, regardless of the fact that they just lost a player. They still seem to want to contest this one. They don't have a smite available.
For IG, it seems like they're still hoping for the fight with so many tools down. I think they should just back off. They are finally doing that now. And we saw for the side of LNG, I'm wondering if IG are still going to posture Ala. Okay, not going to find anything. Luckily, IG are not just throwing away this game out of nowhere. For IG, I think it makes sense what they're doing, but man, the value of stopwatches, the value of flashes in that fight really saving LNG, giving them time to whittle other people down and turn that into an objective. So we're still consciously seeing LNG know the dangers that the IG comp presents and being able to play their own to a T.
Stuff so far from LNG, and again, it's good to see this somewhat clean play from LNG, right? Understanding their win condition, playing towards it, and we said we wanted to see more execution from both of them. Well, we've got a collector on either side now. We've got On with a collector, we've got Light with a collector. Execution off the charts right now.
There are a bunch of squishy members on both sides. Only supports being the tankier champions right now. Also, interestingly, we have Doonby. Looks like he's making his way towards a Banshee's Veil. Gonna put some respect on the fact that there is double AP mid jungle on the opposite side, and he doesn't just want to get bursted out. Now for IG, I think what we're looking at is them playing around these cooldowns, right? Playing around flashes on the enemy team, playing around stopwatches being available and things like this. IG should be looking to force fights. Where is this coming from? Okay, it doesn't look like LNG should have a window. Oh, wait, they do!
Mid. WE actually goes onto on hit. Oh, but he misses the Everfrost. Exhaust goes down instead. Gold card forces the flash. Shun gets out with his life, but that cost him both of his summoner spells here. Now still wants to get going on this one. Blue Trinket used. Wait, Shun accidentally used his Zhonya's. That could be huge. Now the push in the mid lane. LNG just completely deny entry to the mid lane from their opponents of IG. Get some good damage down onto the tier 2 tower here. They can't set up and siege properly, but even still, great little setup there. And that could have been so much worse for IG. I thought they were going to be able to punish the Zhonya's. I don't think LNG saw that Zhonya's was used.
I don't think they did either. Really nice utilization of the Destiny there. Didn't look like there would be a window for him to capitalize on. Forcing summoners from on, which is funny because the point I was just about to make before that pick happened is that IG are the comp where you want to be looking to force skirmishes, I'd say about a minute and a half, 2 minutes before an objective pops up to be able to blow summoners. So then at the objective fight, you don't have to worry about a flash on light or a stopwatch on, you know, someone like the Lee Sin. You can just go in with your full combo and run out the fight. So for IG, you're probably answering waves for the next like 30 seconds. Get those pushed out. Start looking to group one of your side laners up, probably Nani with how far you just pushed out that bot lane, and seeing if you can try and get some summoner spells out from someone like Light in mid lane with your Nautilus.
See if they're going to be able to find those. I mean, the potential window of opportunity on exists to an extent, right? The one problem is Samira sucks as a target for Twisted Fate. You just press W, block his gold card. It doesn't do anything. Find that. IG muscle in towards the Baron. And a TP coming through into the bottom lane from WE. LNG are just going to try and race. I guess the recall coming through from Shun is trying to protect this bottom tier 2 tower. And I wasn't even sure if Ally was going to commit to that one then. Will go for it in the end. WE hanging around to support his top laner and actually go for a dive instead. Nani having to use his flash and his ultimate just to try and survive. But now they spotted Yukai up in the top side, using that ultimate from WE, getting vision everywhere. Yukai will finish the tower, but he's got to go down. He's got to be punished for this one. Light trying to move closer, does have the Gale Force. There's no way that no at least assist is taken on this one. And Light will finish that kill with a headshot. Nice net to find that headshot for himself. Pick on the enemy mid laner is not enough for a go button for Baron right now.
LNG playing both sides of the map, using things like the TP on the Twisted Fate, going to the bot side, securing that tower, at the same time while looking for picks aggressively top. IG, looking at their composition, are like, hey, their Twisted Fate just went bot, their top laners have TP, can we force Baron? I think realize they don't have the best Baron burn damage at this point. I think for IG, you still should have committed to it, called LNG's bluff, and tried to get a 4v3 fight at Baron against the 3-man core of LNG. They didn't do that, so they ended up losing on both sides of the map. Now Dragon up in 10 seconds, still very close.
Okay, gets out on a ward hop. That was a little scary. Nani off on the side as well. Lumao had to tank up though, and actually going to lock Nani up instead. Gold card available for WE. Does not have flash, has an ignite available, and that's his only summoner for the time being. But look at these traps set up by Light. This is what we talked about before. Caitlyn wants to set up in advance of a fight. Tarzan dashes away once more. He wants to finish him off, but find the angle. It means the reset here, as we're going to just have a 50-50. It was Nani to take the dragon. And it is going to be now sole point for IG. And IG actually with an inside track on the mid lane, inside track on the Baron as well. IG have their pick of the litter on where they want to go on the map.
IG, just go up towards top side, get some of your vision set up around Baron so you can see exactly what LNG are going for. And IG want to bait a fight. They know that they're stronger in 5v5s. They do need to be careful, though, like we saw in front of Dragon, because all summoner spells are up for the side of LNG. Yukai!
Tarzan can't quite find the kick. Actually used his flash for that as well. And Yokai mind controls Tarzan into trying to get the kick so he can't go for the steal. It's a Baron for IG. Lyric, you predicted that IG was going to somehow find a miraculous win in this game. Well, that swing is definitely going to help them.
I just see a composition that wants to run at the enemy and fight, and I think, you know what? This looks easy. This team will probably win. Game not over. Baron, super nice. Soul Point, definitely solid for IG. I think at this point in time with the game state, they are definitely favored, but LNG not count out just yet. Destiny is back up for Doinby. So we already seen him pushing out top lane. He's already making his way towards mid. You can try and find some of those picks. Ala, though, not on the map, but he does have TP.
Available if he can get involved. I think he just wants to stay as far away from everyone else as possible, though. Like you say, this is not a composition that's going to win the 5v5 from LNG. Now we need to see them get creative. I know we keep talking about it all day. This is the last mention, I promise. But we need to see the mojo from LNG, and we might just see it here as Arn uses the wind wall, blocks that one. Be able to keep himself alive. The attempted pick is now onto Lucas. They go. All available for Shun. He's waiting for everyone to group on the side of LNG. Another gold card. Another bit of damage. LNG struggling to find the picks.
I mean, you can see the desperation coming out from LNG. They're like, hey, we know we aren't going to win the next fight. They have Baron right now, so they're going to push us in. We need to find some of these picks while they're still making their way onto the map. Heck, Nani didn't even come in a TP to the bottom side once those engages came out because the team was calm. They were confident. They knew they could get out. And now for IG, they're going to be pushing in 2 waves. Should probably be able to get both of these inner turrets. And even get a pressure on an inhibitor. Still a minute left on this Baron.
IG are out macroing LNG here. This is beautiful to witness. And if you told me, if I didn't know anything about LPL and I saw these two teams, I would not think IG was a team of basically rookies across the board. The longest standing player on this team, only having played for, what is it, 2 splits, 1 split? Fantastic stuff here from IG. And now in control of the game, finally, with a gold lead. And Ale trying to find some pressure on the bottom side, but it's just not working out for him. And now getting TP'd on as well. This could be really bad news for Ale. Might be able to go for a 1v1 or just a ward hop out to safety. Is playing that Jax. Jax exceptionally difficult to gank, so unfortunately for IG, will just be a waste of TP.
Stimp is going to be able to get away. Gold is surprisingly still even with the push that just came out from IG. And, you know, you're talking about, like, the map movements that IG are making in the past minute. And I kind of feel like it's like IG are doing math with a supercomputer and LNG are using a calculator. Those are my personal feelings about how these comps interact in 2022. We've already hit on things like Dragon Soul and just a lot of changes to the game where I feel like the side of LNG is not impossible. It is just very hard to where for IG, your presence as like a 5-man squad just gives so much threat to LNG. You have so many more options. So the supercomputer is working out quite nicely, but the calculator, it's not over just yet.
It's one of those maths calculators though. They can still draw graphs and stuff, so it's possible.
Yes.
You know, if they can draw the right, if they can figure out sin, cos, tan, all of that kind of good stuff, it's still possible to make the triangle. That's what LNG need. They need to make a triangle. They are looking sort of triangular formation-wise, question mark, right now with Ale getting a flank before this Drake comes up. 30 seconds time, and this would be the soul in favor of IG if they're able to get it for themselves. Doinby trouble here, needs to just try and clear this wave because IG,
God, Lucas,
they're just
going to
dodge
push
these,
brother.
Lucas is in trouble right now.
So low much.
Oh, look at the 5-man pulverized from Lu Mao and LNG. They're just going to commit to a 5v5 anyway, but this is not how the composition works. And you know, look, that was a great cue from Lu Mao. Nobody can take that away from him. But he just dies. There's no follow-up. This team doesn't work like that. Oh my days, nearly a pick onto Shun. Nani protects his jungler. And now we're moving to the Drake. Now we're moving to the point.
where LNG have to show us what they are worth. Keep your eyes on the jungler of IG. Never mind, he's gone! He's vanished like a magic trick, and now damage across the rest of the team. Light trying to finish people off. The trap goes down. The headshot finishes the kill. The smite is there. The dragon for LNG, and now looking for a little bit more as well. Damage across the team. On needs to get some style points stacked up. There's a kill going the way of our victor here. Gold card primed, waiting for an opportunity. Trap underneath the Zhonya's. I don't think he was in range. It is going to be 3 versus 3 here. The headshot through. But it's not going to happen. We reset once more. It's a dragon apiece away from Soul. And that wild card so close to finishing on.
I gotta say, man, that was such clutch factor coming out from Ala. My God, seeing the opportunity, instantly flashing in and going for it. Now, like you said, 3-3 in Dragons. We're both on Soul Point. This game is literally going to be decided by one more fight, it feels like. We're going to go instantly to replay. Keep your eyes on him. Light chunking him out a little bit. The other members of IG getting zoned off. I think it was even before the gravity field. I think the members of IG to be more confident, more aggressive, walking forward to not let that happen. We do see On positioning quite aggressively to find some picks of his own. Ala going forward, left in a position where he's just going to go down. And then, you know, this is where we left off. This 3-person stare down in front of Dragon. And, yeah, Munch, one more time. 3 minutes, 40 seconds. Or heck, maybe we go for a Baron right now.
You know what, Lyric? We go again. It's what we do. It's going to be a TP for Doomby to join the rest of his squad. Ala trying to push up in that top side, trying to get some pressure on the side lane. But I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. LNG, they just need one good fight and they might be able to just end the game from this point. It's 36 minutes in. The death timers are going to start to get obscene here. That said, IG with the better composition to go for just fighting. They've got the better composition for this style of gameplay that we're seeing. Ala trying to get that pressure in the top side. Remember, LNG are just buying time for Ala to be able to get damage done in the side lanes. The items right now, if he's left alone with a tower, he'll shred it.
I do want to say, importantly, look that Light has a stopwatch up. We have Zhonya's up for doing B, but Ala going to look for the engage.
Danny going to be stunned up. Can they finish this one off? I don't think they're going to commit. They know that the rest of IG was moving over. They don't actually want a fight. They just want a pick. Again, LNG playing on a knife's edge here.
Both teams are, right? Because one wrong move, even the side of IG. Let's say you see an angle as Shun to go in and find a Moonfall. You use that too early, use that on someone who does have a GA or who does have a stopwatch, which now there's 2 GAs and Azani's in a stopwatch on the side of LNG. So they can survive that initial burst. And if they could do that, you have the DPS from Caitlyn and Jax following through. So the smallest of mistakes, or even on a positive side, right? If one member of either team can find a window, if Tarzan can find a way to maybe get on Uakai, if you can catch someone on transition like we've been seeing from the Destiny from doing B, that can just be a game changer right there. IG want to force a fight now.
Look how fast they just burned through this Baron. They've slowed their DPS, but it's down to less than half. Tarzan needs to come up clutch. They're just going to 50-50 this one. Tarzan into the pit. He can't get it, though. Uses the GA. That's one pick. It's a kill in favor of LNG so far. Tarzan stuck in the pit, and in goes Lumar to try and protect his jungler. Out of the side they go, and now Trap's underneath these players. It's like popping off with the headshots, and Doomby doesn't want to let them escape. LNG, I don't know how they've managed to do it, but they're looking for the fight win. It's a triple kill for Light. Another gold card goes down. Another trap under the toes, and a quadra kill for Light. LNG make the impossible possible.
And that is just absolutely ridiculous. IG force the Baron. They get the Baron. Tarzan goes in. That GA buys enough time for the other members of LNG to follow through, and LNG are going to get the win.
They are just going to shred these towers. I cannot believe it ends like this. The dead time is long enough, and LNG, after all of that, after everything, they take a 2-0 victory. And once again, it wasn't the cleanest game we've ever seen, but they picked a difficult composition and they managed to pull it off anyway.
I think overall, there's just props to LNG for the series. Game 1, super clean until they started to have a bit more fun with it for a little while. Still very clean and methodical. Game 2, they pull out this composition, which we see again does require more nuance, does take more thought in terms of which fights you're going to take and how you are going to take them. It was shaky, it was back and forth, but the fact is, I think LNG today have shown a lot more positives than we've seen in their other 2 wins. So massive applause to the side of LNG. And even IG, this is why I like that when we brought them up in the segment, you said like, oh, you know, kind of promising future stars or however it was you worded it, because I think you see the foundation for this IG squad is a lot more stable than the last IG squad. You can see there's thought behind what they do, thought behind the drafts. There's ideas that you can understand. So, you know, is the execution there? Are there mistakes? Are there macro issues? Yes. But a solid foundation, and man, this is probably one of the most exciting series we've had in the LPL so far. I think there were cool drafts, clean plays, and an improvement on both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. And like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little gutted for IG that they don't win that game, because I feel like they played their damn hearts out in that one. They're ultimately a massive underdog in this series when you just look at the lineups alone. They've drafted well for themselves. They had a win condition, and I think that last Baron at the end was a little panicky. I don't think that was a good decision, obviously. But generally speaking, the fact that they stayed even against LNG for that entire game, the fact that they won fights across that game, the fact that they were the first ones to get to Soul Point in that game, huge props to IG. And like you say, lots of positives to move forward with. And I think you can get excited about this squad. I think by the end of summer, this IG squad could be a serious force to be reckoned with.
I agree. This is a team I'm excited to watch going forward, you know, assuming that they keep players. Even commenting on over Xiaoyu today, doesn't seem like we saw a massive difference coming in the AD carry role. He has only played 1 series now, so maybe more time before the verdict is out on him. The other members, though, I think Yuakai, ever since like becoming a full-time starter in the LPL, has shown he deserved a slot. Obviously, last year was behind Cryan, so did not get to play. And again, some promising moments from the other players on the team. But LNG picking up another win, locking it down onto their resume, making their way up to that massive tie for first place. And yeah, we're going to be seeing where they go from here. We do not have an interview today because LNG are located in Suzhou, and yeah, we just aren't able to get an interview. So, Lunchables, bam, take it away.
Thanks very much. That
was the most professional throw from caster to caster in the history of the sport.
I'm not sure throwing between casters is a sport, but fair enough. I will say we were mid-conversation, so you didn't really need to throw to me per se. You could have just continued conversing. That would have been an acceptable way forward. It's been a long one. It's been a long one. I will say, like, I'm heartbroken for IG that they didn't get that win. At the same time, I'm not that upset that I'm not casting another game today, because I feel like, especially that first series, they were some games, man. They were some real games in that first series. This second one, I actually really enjoyed this. I feel like this was a very cerebral series. LNG in game number 1 looked amazing. Game number 2 was very much a battle of the mind games. And I'm impressed by LNG. We said we wanted them to be cleaner. They look cleaner. That's a big win for me. So we'll see how they're going to continue. We'll find out who the MVP of that game was going to be. I'm pretty sure they're going to give it to Line. That's my guess. Because he got a quadra kill. And that's how it works.
I'm guessing it goes to Duembi, because he was all over the map, just constantly popping the Destiny. He reminded me of Bubu from earlier in the day with, his Gragas ultimates, but, Duembi's ultimates actually weren't detrimental to the team.
Why are you going to do that to Bubu? Why are you just going to hit him with that? Like, well, poor Bubu. He had some great ultis. He had a game-winning ulti.
He did. There were good ones, but there were some bad ones.
It's one of those, it's like the monkeys and typewriters theory, right? If you put enough monkeys in front of typewriters, one of them eventually will write Shakespeare, just by pure coincidence. Is that what you're saying? Bubu's ultis, it's just like, if you throw enough of them, one of them's going to be the best Gragas ulti you've ever seen.
Yes, Bubu, I guess the verdict, I love how we're about to pull up the MVP from LNG, talking about Bubu, but Bubu will write Shakespeare.
Blaming the guy.
That's what I'm saying.
So, our conclusion is, BuBu's Grag Assault in that series that won them the game was the equivalent in Grag Assaults of writing Shakespeare. Fantastic stuff. Good to know. I'm not really sure how to segue this back into the series we just watched. I feel like it was a very slow series, so we've already talked about everything in this series. But fantastic stuff to see from LNG. Oh,
I have it. I will give you an opportunity to double down on the Lumao positivity.
Okay. Oh, that was it. That is my opportunity, right? Okay. Great stuff, Lumao. 5-man pulverize. Pretty good. Pretty good. As far as pulverizers go, it hit 5 people. He did immediately die. There was no follow-up from the team, but he hit 5 people with it. So, for me, do you know both thumbs up? Double thumbs up on that. Is that what you were looking for?
Ooh. I was right, Munchables.
You were right. WE is the MVP of that game. Fantastic stuff. And like you say, fantastic ults, fantastic gold cards, fantastic wild cards, fantastic Everfrosts, fantastic Zonyas, fantastic Banshees purchase. What else was fantastic, Lyric?
You know, when he was single-handedly holding in mid, when his team was at Dragon and IG were pushing, every time he threw out his wild cards, they would hit Lucas. Which I don't know if that's an insult to Lucas or compliment to Doonby. I don't want to insult Lucas. I'm gonna give it to Doonby. But it's like, yeah, he chunked him out to like less than half HP just by hitting 4 skill shots in a row, which is pretty sick. So, you know, good job Doonby hitting skill shots. We've already harped on about how good he is at CSing. We've seen in both games that this guy puts pressure on the map like no other. Like, there's seriously no other player who puts pressure on the map like this, which is crazy, because I'm even counting junglers into that. And I'm counting crazy junglers, people like Shout Pung or Haro in the past, but Doonby outdoes them all. This guy looking to have another MVP level split so far with this fantastic start.
Listen, I saw him at Worlds, right? And I didn't watch any of LPL last year, but everyone told me he was the best player ever, and then he wasn't. So, therefore, you're wrong. Plus ratio, plus cringe. So, moving on. I don't know where... It's been a long one. It's been a long one.
We're a little bit out of it, which I think is fair to say. Hopefully soon we're going to be getting our today's results up on the screen. Maybe I'm hinting at that too early. But there it is.
The results are
We're
ready.
gonna get
Let's
today's
look at our
results on the screen. Munch, we know what happened today.
Do we?
Do we? Say it. Explain what happened.
Oh, right, okay. 2-1 to Top Esports, 2-0 to LNG. Phenomenal stuff. LNG looking clean today. Top Esports really not looking clean today. But a win is a win is a win is a win. WE and IG both some positives to take away, right? Managing to look better as teams than what we've seen previously. So there are definitely positives. But yeah, LNG and Top Esports getting their expected wins, moving up the standings. LNG now tied in that second place spot. OMG with sole possession of first because they haven't lost a single game. But FPX, EDG, LNG, all looking fantastic on their 3-0 scorelines as well.
You know, B5 is undefeated. We take that as a win here. But you know what else is a win? Is that B5 is actually playing tomorrow. I'm excited. I'm going to be watching that series. I assume we're going to be pulling those series up in just a second because RA versus V5 to start off the day, OMG versus BLG to follow up. We don't know those rosters just yet. They will be announced as usual on Weibo in a little bit. Sadly, Oshin and Ox get to cast those series. And you know what? Oshin and Ox get to cast the following V5 series as well. I have not casted one yet, so whoever makes this schedule sucks.
You made the schedule, Larry. You know that?
Oh, you made the schedule.
We'll draw our own conclusions from that statement. We're going to close out the stream. I think you'll all be very happy to hear. We're out of here. Lyric, thank you for casting with me. It's been wild. It's been real. It's been fun. It's been real fun. And with that said, we're out of here. We'll catch you guys in chat tomorrow.